Hello, League fans, and welcome back to the 2017 North American Challenger Series. I am Optimus Tom Sirfos, and of course, joining me on the desk tonight is none other than Mark Zimmerman.
Yep, a little under the weather today. Just had a little bit of a sore throat, but unlike Dash, I'll come in no matter what. So here I am still.
Ouch. Well, you don't look like you're feeling that bad. You look
I
very
mean,
nice.
this is me under the weather. All right.
You should see him when he's feeling great.
Yeah.
Well, we're heading into week 3 of Challenger, so tonight we'll mark the halfway point of the split. And as we approach this midpoint, there's no single team that really looks like a clear frontrunner.
Right. I mean, coming into the season, we expected Gold Coin United to be the best. They were really hyped up, but the competition is keeping up with them. We have 2 teams who have gone 2-0 so far, but both those times that they went 2-0 were against Team Gates, who is the weakest team so far in the Challenger Series, and it kind of makes sense that they're the ones that they've beaten.
Yeah, and that really does wind up speaking to the level of competition we're seeing this split of Challenger, which is pretty much the highest it's been.
Right, and pretty much every single team has some pro players on it. There's been a huge influx of the amount of LCS experience that teams have. The exception, of course, is Team Gates, and you can kind of see they look more like a solo queue team, especially when they're behind.
Yeah, and while we give some context to that as well before we get into tonight's matches, why don't we take a look at the standings and how they stand right now. Delta Fox and Tempo Storm are those 2 squads that are tied for first place, just ever so slightly ahead of the rest of the pack, where eUnited, Gold Coin United, and Big Gods Jackals are all tied at 3rd with 2-2 records. And as we mentioned before, Team Gates still struggling to find their first win tonight. They're on the bottom of the standings with 0 points right now. So on the docket for today, we'll first follow Gold Coin United in their battle against Tempo Storm. Then later on in the evening, we're going to catch up with Delta Fox and eUnited for Game 2 of their series. And closing out the night, we'll get to watch the conclusion of Big Gods Jackals and Team Gates.
Right, a lot of good matchups today. I'm especially interested in the one that we're going to be starting out with.
Yeah, so why don't we just start right away? Talk about the first matchup. Gold Coin United going up against Tempo Storm. Now on paper, we said this before, Gold Coin United has been the team to beat, but so far, we've only really seen kind of mediocre performances out of them.
Right. Currently, Gold Coin United has the longest average game time of about 44 minutes, and that's pretty long given the current meta. Most games are not going that late. Mad Life was the big pickup for this team. He missed week 1. He came back week 2, but the team has mostly looked the same in terms of their struggles in the game and not being able to close things out. The Challenger AD carry definitely even said that he was overrated and that he didn't feel like he was, he shouldn't be respected that much. And we've seen Gold Coin United trying to fix some of these issues by swapping out the AD carry that they're pairing with Mad Life. They had Rikara in for one game. They switched to Mash Me, and so we'll have to see who they go with today.
Some big words coming up. I'm definitely saying that maybe give Mad Life a little bit too much respect. But today they're going up against Tempo Storm, which is another team with a star-studded lineup, specifically their bot lane. And they're trying to get ahead of the pack in this one. They're tied in first place with Delta Fox right now, but they're trying to set themselves apart from the rest.
Right. The team does play a little slow. Not so much a Tempo Storm as a Tempo Drizzle. They're the 2nd lowest kills in the NACS, only above Team Gates. They tend to get the lead early, but then they can't pull the trigger and extend the mid game, which is what you really want to see out of coordinated teams. Quas is able to create some space when he gets his unique picks, but the team itself doesn't seem comfortable with them, as quite as comfortable as Quas seems by himself. And even Freeze has said that the team is split on how much they actually enjoy playing with them. So they seem to struggle with exactly what their team wants to do. The one exception is when they do get their hands on their pick comp, they're able to get a lot of stuff done.
Yeah, if they're able to utilize those ultimates together and really kind of make use of the space Quas is giving them. We've seen them do pretty well so far, but one spot Tempo Storm is looking to create an advantage in is in the jungle, because Sentinel himself doesn't really think much of the competition.
I'm not really scared of anyone. I know the people think that Santorin and Gilius are the strongest junglers just because they play a lot, but personally, I don't think that they're very good, or I don't think anyone's very good in terms of the jungle pool. It's a cocky way to think like that, but it helps me go forward and it pushes me. So I tend to think of it like that.
Well, it's hard to perform at your best when you're scared of the enemy, so strong way of putting it, I guess.
I guess it kind of lines up there. He says right there, just because you play a lot doesn't mean you're good, and I'm the living embodiment of that, I guess.
Yeah, how much have you played recently?
We should not talk about that. Why don't we start looking at the lineups instead? Why don't we start on the blue side, where Gold Coin United will be starting today. In the top lane, it's Solo. The jungler is Santorin. Mid lane is Phoenix. The bottom lane is Mash and Mad Life.
Right, and on the other side of the rift, it is Team Tempo Storm in the top lane. Quas, the jungle, is Sentinel, who we just heard from. Mid, Hat Tricks, and in the bot lane, it is Freeze with his support Sheep.
And both of these teams coming in some pretty big names in their lineup. We already discussed Gold Coin United not necessarily living up to the hype. Tempo Storm, technically they're tied for first place, so they're coming in kind of riding a little bit of a high themselves. But like we said, they're very controlled, very methodical with how they play, which is something that we're not entirely used to seeing out of the Challenger Series in general.
Right, and I mean, the things that we are used to seeing out of the Challenger Series is weird picks, and I think Tempo Storm is probably the team with the craziest picks, which is why it's going to be really interesting to see what they do today in the draft phase, because we are on that 10-ban system, and it can benefit players like Quas.
Right, and Quas has already been able to bust out the Alawi. He's busted out the Swain. He's played Camille when that was left open, so he has been able to show that if you do leave up these powerful picks because you think Quas is only going to be able to play his specific champion pool, you can run away with an entire game because of it.
And that Camille pick he actually did look good on. We've seen a couple other people in the Challenger Series get their hands on the Camille just because it's open, and they didn't look 100% comfortable on it. Quas was not that way. He looked very, very comfortable on the Camille pick.
And on the side of Goldcoin United, we've also seen some interesting picks specifically out of their bottom lane. Mad Life, he wasn't in week number 1. They wound up using YN as their sub support, but both YN and Mad Life have kind of gone with this more melee, tanky support style. They picked up Braum, both of them.
Right, and you might say it's something that the team actually likes playing with so much as that's Mad Life's champion. I think that they tend to pick really aggressive champions in other roles, and then you need some kind of beefy frontliner, and it often gets stuck on the Mad Life. I wouldn't mind seeing him on something that's not that, something that's more meta currently, though we're not exactly sure if that, like we said, was Mad Life's decision or the team's decision to do that.
Well, they did say Mad Life has been a very big voice. They didn't have him week number 1. They went 1-1. They got him week number 2. They still went 1-1. So now's the time to make that voice have action behind it. As we are already in the ban phase, we see the Vi being banned out right away. That's been kind of a go-to for Sentinel. He hasn't really been a favor of the Kazakhs. The Rengar has never really gone through picks and bans, and that Vi is really crucial to that kind of pick composition style they've been playing.
Right, you pair it with one of the 2 utility AD carries, Varus or Ashe, you get a lot of CC coming in. Sometimes they even have the Malzahar to follow up, a Syndra, some kind of burst to your mid laner, and that's the kind of comp that they seem most polished on. So very good to see Goldcoin United taking that one away with the Vi and Vi ban. Then they have the Aurelion Soul ban. On the flip side, Tempo Storm doing what looks like the standard 3 bans so far. Rengar, Camille, we'll have to see if the LeBlanc comes in as well.
Goldcoin United maximizing the fact that they start on blue side, but like you said, going for those more targeted bans, leaving Tempo Storm left to kind of say, well, we don't want you to get this. You know, we don't want solo playing the Camille. I mean, the Camille at this point in time has seen competitive play in multiple positions. We've seen it jungle, mid lane, top lane, support.
Everywhere but AD carry.
I mean, maybe Mash has a really good AD carry Camille. I highly doubt it, though. But.
No, as we see the Ivern ban, the last thing coming in for Goldcoin United, something that's been rising in priority for a lot of teams as time has gone on. And it's something that is just very unique and hard to deal with if you don't have much experience against it. The way that it jungles, what its kit does, it's just a very difficult champion to deal with because he just gives so much utility to the rest of the team in terms of his shielding and the healing that he gets with Redemption eventually, and just the frontliner that comes with him in Daisy.
And it kind of speaks to the fact that, hey, if you're banning this against Tempo Storm, they were the utility-based team. We've seen Freeze playing the utility AD carries. We've seen a lot of lockdown coming out of all of their support pickups. So going for the Ivern when the Vi has been banned away must be something that Sentinels have been practicing. We've seen it a lot in the EULCS. We've seen it kind of cropping up all over the world. But with the last ban of Kazakhs coming in because they don't want to face Santorin on Kazakhs in the jungle, it leaves open a lot of powerful stuff, LeBlanc being the one that's picked up first.
Well, the thing I like what Tempo Storm did here is a couple times now Phoenix has got his hands on the LeBlanc and has not looked particularly impressive. So I actually don't hate the idea of keeping the jungler pool more neutral and giving Phoenix the LeBlanc until he finally shows that he's extremely confident on this champion. And it's actually not just Phoenix too. A couple of the other challenger mid laners have not shown too much proficiency on the new LeBlanc. So I can understand if there's an OP you're going to leave up, it might be the LeBlanc.
We saw Fox leaving a little bit to be desired when he played LeBlanc with that dive composition with him in the Nocturne kind of suiciding for kills. He had a really tanky Maokai to back
they didn't have that Maokai. I don't know how well that comp works out. So,
but as you did mention, last time we saw Phoenix on the LeBlanc, they played like that kind of pseudo poke and pick style where the Braum was their only tank and they played the Jace in the top lane, so they had like a double carry pokey composition, and it took them a very long time to close the game out against, I believe it was eUnited in that series. That was the one game they wound up winning, however.
Right, and we see Tempo Storm grabbing Ryze and Varus, 2 of the strongest picks available in their respective positions. Of course, they basically traded the LeBlanc for the Ryze so that they could get that. That, of course, also gives you the Varus, and without any junglers, which is often what you see people grabbing in the first rotation. With so many of them banned, it's not too surprising to see people looking for other things, as Goldcoin United has gone with Zyra.
Yeah, one of the most powerful supports left open in the pool. It, of course, pinches that later on. So now Tempo Storm, there's a lot of junglers already banned out. They're kind of left with that decision. Do we go for a support and get the jungle pool kind of clamped down on us, or do we pick up one jungler we can and then leave open all these potential support bans?
Right, and we see now that they have decided to go with the Jhin last, I expect to see Tempo Storm grab a support here so they don't end up too pinched and end up with a lopsided draft. I mean, the thing that you would expect, of course, is the MF, generally the counter to Zyra, but a lot of people actually don't play it, even in the LCS, despite the fact that it's a well-known counter pick. A lot of people don't seem too comfortable on it, and it's not too surprising to see them actually elect to go with the Karma. While it doesn't actually bully the Zyra quite the way the MF does, it is a champion that does pretty well against Zyra with the speed ups and poke that she brings.
I'm actually surprised to see them not go for the Malzahar now that that's left open. They utilized that one very well in their kind of pick composition they ran in week number 1. The Vi was a key part of that, though, coming out of the jungle. So with that banned away, maybe they're kind of pivoting. The last composition we saw them run was a Varus, Karma, and Rek'Sai combination, which was like the dollar store version of that comp, where they tried to lock down single targets, but there was just not enough chain CC to actually keep them in place, not enough global pressure either.
Right, it's really hard to even call that the same comp at that point when you're losing all those press R, person can't move abilities. And we see instead that people are starting to focus more around the top lane for the bans. Fiora going in for Tempo Storm, Goldcorn United, of course, getting rid of Quas's Alawi. Regardless of if you think that champion's strong or not, you just hate playing against it because you don't know what that thing does. You try and gank it, it 2v1s you. We saw that happen in one of the games. So just get it off the table. Don't think about it anymore. Start focusing on what they want to play.
Yeah, and with the Maokai banned away, that kind of leaves open the option. There's a Nautilus, there's a Poppy, there's a Shen that we've seen rising in popularity, trying to maybe force Quas into that tank versus tank metagame. We heard from Freeze saying already that Cross doesn't really want to play those kinds of champions, so if you're kind of pigeonholing his sort of unique champion pool and forcing him into that matchup, you may wind up getting something that will benefit solo.
Right, and I mean, they do end up with the Kennen last ban, so if Quas does end up wanting that Swain or something, it is still available for him, but I doubt he'll pick that in the first rotation here. Instead, most likely going to see a jungler come in. The ones that are up that are still strong are things like Lee, Rek'Sai, Elise. Going to have to see what Sentinel decides he wants to go with. We have seen a bigger pool of junglers recently, though. We saw Nidalee coming in, Eve, Kindred, a lot of those coming off the back of Moon in the pro play, so of course, it ends up being the standard Lee Sin. Not going crazy here.
Nah, maybe not too crazy here, but the Lee Sin with the Rek'Sai still open, we could potentially see Goldcoin go for something along those lines. Santorin has kind of been historically favoring Elise. It has very easy gank potentially, just lock somebody down with the Cocoon. They are going to wind up picking up the Shen, however, for solo, potentially putting him into one of those more advantageous tank versus tank matchup. Shen's kind of been cropping up in popularity as opposed to just defaulting to the Nautilus when the Maokai's kind of been removed from the equation.
Yeah, and Shen is one of those champions that the more coordinated you become as a team, the better he is. He doesn't win 1v1 super hard. He's not the tank that jumps into a fight and is just this unkillable monster that Maokai is. He's much more about setting up various TP plays and being able to abuse the fact that you're basically going to have double the globals with your ultimate and TP available. So Goldcoin United, they've been struggling in terms of their synergy. Hopefully the fact that they are picking the Shen shows that they're more comfortable together now as a team, and they're going to be able to force a lot of plays. The Rek'Sai, you talked about Santorin being good on Elise. He also played a ton of a Rek'Sai back on his time in TSM.
And not to mention the fact that now Shen kind of has multiple targets he can kind of tunnel into with this Stand United. The Rek'Sai going in, if you wind up building a little bit tankier, going to survive, be a really good dive buddy for that Shen to kind of jump onto, as well as LeBlanc. We've seen that being utilized in a couple of matches of competitive play as well, just bringing the rest of the people into the fight. But it looks like Cross has a couple more tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, he's bringing out the Scion. I think he did it in one of the games from the first week as well, and it was not particularly impressive. So if you're talking about Cross's crazy counter picks and what you might be scared of, the Scion did not seem to be one the first time around. We'll have to see if it's going to look a little more impressive this time. The team comp as a whole for Tempo Storm is pretty early game focused in terms of the plays that they can make, in terms of what Ryze can do at 6, Lee Sin can do at 6, what Scion does at 6 when he just ults down a lane, those kinds of things. So I expect to see Tempo Storm trying to grab an early lead here, because on the flip side, the team comp that Goldcoin United has is extremely strong at all points in the game.
Well, Tempo Storm have been pretty decent at being able to grab control of the game from the early stage. The problem for them has really been wrestling what to do with it once you kind of crack that ring of inner towers, or sorry, the outer towers, and get into that center mill area, the gooey center of the Summoner's Rift.
It's the gooey center on one side of the Summoner's Rift, because it's the base that you're going for, not the dead center of the river.
Yeah, I guess so. They have had decent ward control in their previous games, but we'll have to see if Goldcoin United is even going to let them do that. Madlife now playing the Zyra pickup, one of the most powerful supports that we've seen so far in most recent competitive play. This is something that's departure from those tanky supports he was playing the first week he was back around. This time around we'll have to see. But somebody that has like that engage potential, that lockdown potential, that's what you're really looking for out of somebody who's supposed to be the voice of the team.
Right, and we see potentially one of these tricky level 1s that we've been seeing a little bit of in the Challenger scene. The Karma Q goes out, misses. I'm not sure if Madlife showed when he popped out of the bush. So they're going to face check. Tempo Storm Season's going to be able to get away just fine.
Yep, so nothing too crazy going on. Just everybody saying hello in the bottom lane is we'll have to keep our eyes on where the junglers are really going to be here, because now that Tempo Storm has saw 3 in the bottom side of the map, they're getting some early vision down on the top side here. Santorin does wind up seeing that Lee Sin place that ward over the wall.
Right. And just to go back to what you were talking about with Mad Life being on the Zyra, I'm personally very excited to see this. It is a much stronger champion. If he's one of your best players on your team, you want to put him on something that he can actually influence and take the game over with, whereas Braum, sure, you can get a nice ultimate or block a key ability with his wall, but he's really not this aggressive champion that really takes over the early game the way a Zyra can really dictate how the laning phase goes in the first 10 minutes.
And this is the guy who made his name on hook-based champions, so he is a playmaking support, the definition of a playmaking support pretty much, and he's an NA challenger. It's still kind of crazy to wrap your mind around.
Right. Zyra not the biggest playmaking support. She's like there's these like 2 categories that we see right now where like the Malzahar, though he does have his flash ultimate, the Zyra and the Karma are all more about bullying your lane than they are about hitting that one important hook or getting that one pulverized combo off on Alistar, which is another champion that Mad Life was always great at, as we see already chunked out to below half health.
Yeah, that's the downside to playing Zyra, is you're not exactly that tanky support that can dish out or take a lot of the damage that's dished out your way. And the Karma, she's no slouch in the bully lane as well, and Sheep, no slouch as a support player himself. He's had a couple of CS teams, a couple of NALCS appearances, and when he's alongside Freeze in this bottom lane, I mean, this is a pretty stacked competitive experience bottom lane altogether.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you put Mad Life down there, he brings enough experience for the other 3 roles. He could be 3 rookies, and you'd be like, yeah, it's pretty experienced bot lane overall.
Well, I mean, he's laning with Mash right now, who we were just talking about earlier. He's been around the competitive scene since early 2012, so he's been a name that's been around forever. Freeze has been around for a very, very long time in the European scene, and I mean, to be completely honest, like the newest 2 members you have on this kind of side of everything. You have Sentinel in the jungle and Hatrix in the mid lane for Tempo Storm, and then there's Solo, who's actually been an NACS staple since basically like late 2014.
Goldcoin United in particular, you would say have a ton of experience, probably the most in the challenger scene right now. Every single member having played on the LCS stage at some point.
That's what makes it so surprising that they're still tied in that middle of the pack. This is where you would expect them to be in that #1 stage, but it's not necessarily the fact that these guys obviously they're not winning, but it's just the fact that they haven't had that time to gel yet. Mad Life, this is just the 2nd week playing. First week they had to use their sub YN, so we've really, we're excited for this matchup because this is kind of like an LCS caliber matchup. We get to watch it here in Challenger.
Definitely. I mean, that's what people are going to be looking for out of Goldcoin United. They want to see them push up into the promotion tournament and see if they can challenge some of the LCS teams because, like you said, on paper, they look like they should be one of them, but unable to prove it so far in the challenger scene. So far, early laning phase, not too much happening. Most people just doing some standard laning, CSing, the general stuff.
As you do in lane, but they do have a nice roadblock in front of them with Tempo Storm already. Just 1 point or 1 match, technically, above them in the standings here as they are tied for first with Delta Fox. Sentinel's been going after that Scuttle Crowd control and will make his first appearance in the top lane against Solo. Is going to have to dash, is going to have to flash, but the chase after from Sentinel, is the damage quite there? Quas is going to wind up landing the axe, and he does pick up first blood.
You get to see that axe charge coming in, knows he doesn't have the jump to get away, doesn't have the flash up, he just charges it. Here, incoming death, drops it on, picks up first blood.
It's just impending doom, and Quas had played the Scion earlier. Wasn't the most impactful pickup, but with first blood under his belt, we can potentially see some nice stuff coming out from Quas.
Right, and I mean, the Scion pick isn't something that when you pick up first blood, oh my god, all of a sudden he's going to start destroying the Shen. It's still mostly a pretty stable lane matchup. It doesn't get influenced that much by a single kill, but it does probably help him deal a lot with the Shen, who generally should outtrade the Scion in the early levels. We saw a little bit of that as Santorin a little extended in the topside jungle. Quas going to chase him out of there.
Yeah, he winds up getting knocked up from the Scion Axe as well, just being a little bit of a bully, chasing after Sentinel when his top laner had just teleported back to lane. Interesting buy from Quas on the Scion as well is a Doran's ring that he goes and picks up after this first blood. Come just straight textbook gang from Sentinel.
Right, I don't think it's what people would be expecting at all with that. As we see in the replay, Quas able to pick up the first blood. That's what I was talking about, just charging that axe up.
It's impending doom.
Yeah, it's going to drop it in any second to finish him off. But yeah, the Doran's ring is definitely something that's a bit of a question mark. You would think maybe he starts building it, Bomby Cinder, get some health, have him help deal with like the push so he can just keep shoving the Shen in so he can match the ultimates potentially if he can recall off and get his own down somewhere. But instead, going with the D ring, hoping for better trades, probably maxing E to shout, get that shout damage up there.
I mean, we've seen it's kind of be a thing on Gangplank, so he can refund mana off of parlays. I guess Sion stacks up minion kills for his shield, but Patrick's going to be stacking up CC on top of him. His Phoenix winds up picking up that kill. A nice flash assist there from Santorin.
Gold Coin is able to answer back at a kill of their own this time in the mid lane, though, and we talked about how the top side matchup is not very volatile. LeBlanc matchups are.
Yeah.
So if you're able to get a kill onto her early like they just did there, she starts not only being able to pressure stronger in lane, but being able to threaten around the map much better.
And we know that Phoenix himself has been a very aggressive player, sometimes to a fault, but he will be one to try to push that advantage as hard as he can. And Hatrix in the mid lane has kind of been, he's been an unknown factor. He played a little bit in the Turkish league, came on over to Tempo Storm. This is like the first time we're going to be seeing him from like an LCS perspective for the LCS audiences. As Mad Life takes a ton of poke damage from this bottom lane. But Hatrix has kind of been a standout performer for Tempo Storm. He came in with probably the lowest expectations on the team, but he's seen a lot of focus. First, Fox and Gilius camped him all throughout week 1. He still made things happen on the Syndra, and here we're seeing some focus as Phoenix tries to get ahead.
Right, I mean, it's a good test to go up against Phoenix. He was generally considered top half of the league during every split that he was in NALCS, essentially. Always an extremely strong laner, very mechanically sound. Some communication issues, some coordination issues with his teams, but you know, it was never a question of his actual individual skill. And as we see now that he gets that first blood, just if Hatrix is going to be able to keep up with him.
He's got double Dorans and a Dark Steel, so he could potentially start stacking that one up. Started with the Dark Steel, actually, as he picked up the kill. Has 2 stacks on it already. Has gone for a pair of Merc Treads early on, so he does not want to be locked down by that Rise, does not want to be locked down by any of the CC chains coming out from that Varus, from the root coming out from Karma. Just wants to keep himself nice and healthy as he tries to push his advantage. We'll see if he can, because that's been one of the things that GCU and Tempo Storm have both kind of had a little bit of struggles with, is the early game play.
For sure. I mean, it seems like most of these teams are pretty comfortable in the laning phase in terms of picking up a kill or two with jungler coordination and things like that, but it's really what happens afterwards where we see teams start struggling. Like, now that you have that kill in the mid lane, can you sync up with your jungler and get a dive off on the bot side? Or can your top laner with TP advantage make something happen? It's those kinds of plays that we see teams struggling with more than just picking up a kill or two during the laning phase.
And we saw some botched attempts by GCU last week. There was the walk-in Rise dive, and then the follow-up Realm Warp into double kill for the Maokai that kind of sealed their fate in that game, even though it went on for a little while longer. But Tempo Storm has been one of those teams that's been extremely content to just farm it out. So I think the onus is on GCU in this one to use that LeBlanc effectively.
Right, and as we see, Tempo Storm does have some laning advantages already, especially in the bot lane, nearly a 20 CS advantage on the side of Freeze. And Varus is the strongest pick on this meta, so it's not too much of a surprise to see him winning the lane. But on the other hand, you do see Mad Life on Zyra, so you think that they'd have a little bit better of a matchup going on here.
Well, as we have seen, Mad Life's been taking its fair share of the poke damage in this kind of 2v2, very long-range mage and marksman kind of matchup here. The Jhin, of course, not necessarily as pokey as the Varus, as those piercing arrows. The best part about that is not only are you going to be able to shove against your opponent and get that CS while you're while you're firing those arrows, but you're harassing them at the exact same time.
Right, I mean, that's what makes Varus so annoying, is that he can CS while trying to poke you down, assuming that you're good at angling and setting all that up. See, once again, Sentinel setting something up in the bot lane. Quas walking down as well, trying to find an ult angle, but there is a ward for GCU deep in that lane, so they're going to be able to spot him out. Back off the turret, try and play very, very safe.
Yeah, it looks like Tempo Storm definitely trying to set something up, utilizing this bottom side of the map. We are going to see Santorin make his way down over here as well. So there's no threat at the dive from Tempo Storm, but that's another thing we've seen Tempo Storm do. Any of the advantages they have been able to get, while we did see an early gank on the top side for Quas, they're generally content to leave him to do his own kind of thing, and they really do want to focus on the bottom side of the map. Freeze has really been the engage tool for these teams.
Right, Quas, after walking down there, had to ult back top below that just to get in range. Clean up that CS that was going to go down under the turret if he didn't do that. And yeah, seems like Tempo Storm struggling to find a play after that first blood. I like the idea of sending Quas down bottom with the ultimate. It is one of those plays that can easily win you the bot lane, but it was just a little too telegraphed with GCU having the wards around to spot it, as we see Phoenix and Santorin trying to get something going on their own here. There's plenty of wards for Tempo Storm in that bot river.
It's also not that often you play against a Scion, so it's one of those plays you're just like, oh, you know, top laners will teleport in, like that'll be fine. All of a sudden you hear the Scion charge and it's in your bottom lane. Meanwhile, there's Sentinel continuing to hover around this bottom side of the map. There was a control ward in that brush, looking like he wanted to clear that one out. We did see Santorin place that beforehand as he was making his way down towards the bot lane to dissuade that dive. And as both of these teams kind of set themselves up. Cloud Drake has been the first one to spawn on the map, so usually we see some action moving around the Dragon Pit, but Cloud Drake, considering these teams aren't necessarily moving around the map and swapping up sides of the lane, and the only real map movement has been Cross making a small appearance in the bot lane for a brief moment in time, that movement speed might not be as valuable. We might just see an extended lane phase.
Just to touch on a little bit about what you were talking about with the Scion going down bottom and trying to surprise people with the global advantage, Shen is actually one of the best champions for dealing with that. The fact that he can just sit in the top side and join in the fight once he realizes, oh wait, that Scion actually is down there ulting into your lane. I'll just press R and protect you. And then the concern would be that if you do this against a champion that's not Shen, that champion would have to blow his teleport to do that. Shen just has to use his ultimate and matches the ultimate that Sion's using, and both people hold on to their TP. So you don't actually get that advantage out of Sion the way that you would against some of the other tank matchups, which is another reason I'm not a huge fan of the Sion here. It has a better laning matchup against the Shen than it does against something like the Nautilus or the Maokai, but it can't abuse his ultimate quite as hard.
No, that's very true, and that's why we've seen Shen kind of pick up in popularity. He's the tank that kind of does everything you want those Maokais and those Nautilus to do, or Nautilus to do, I guess. I don't know what the plural of Nautilus is. Multiple Nautilus. But he has that double global kind of synergy. So you have the ability to save somebody, you have somebody to use it as an initiation if you have a Rek'Sai or a LeBlanc like GCU does, and you of course have a fairly safe lane phase. Like you mentioned, you don't straight out win lanes, but in this matchup here, he's only a slight CS disadvantage to Quas, and that's only because there was a wave pushing his way. But GCU might be the ones that pulled the trigger first. They try to catch Sentinel in his own jungle. Between Phoenix and Santorin, they just pick him off.
They might not be done yet. They're looking down to this bot outer turret, trying to swing behind it, set up a play. They still have the Shen ult available. They're going to get a dive off down here in the bot lane.
Ooh, Sheep gets locked up with the Deadly Flourish. It's a teleport coming in from Quas, but there's that Stand United. The Chain of Corruption does wind up locking down Santorin, but he's going to be safe and sound. The Curtain Call was used as well. Looks like double globals have been used, but no one's going to go down.
Pretty surprising to see the way that played out. I thought the Shen ult was going to come in basically as soon as they showed, but obviously Solo and the rest of the team were not on the same page, as he didn't start channeling that ult out until the TP came out. So they didn't actually get the faster channel time and start that dive off before Quas could join. And ultimately, they're forced to back away off that turret, just going to have to take the kill that they picked up onto Sentinel as their only reward for that play.
Yeah, they didn't necessarily get the dive off on the bottom lane and try to get their side of the map ahead. However, they do still pick up that kill on Sentinel in the jungle, which is... Sentinel has continuously been kind of poking his nose down in that bottom lane, trying to get some deep wards, trying to get vision over across his side of the river. It hasn't been working out, and the one time he thinks his own jungle is safe,
it's still not.
The second time he thinks the jungle is safe, there's Phoenix going on a killing spree. So there's that LeBlanc advantage being utilized. They're camping the jungle.
This is exactly what we wanted to see out of the fact that Phoenix had gotten that early kill, not just sitting in lane and trying to bully out his laner, but moving on the map and setting up advantages for his team. Unable to actually get that dive off, but they did get the kill in the jungle, and once again they find Sentinel in the top side around his red buff, just trying to kill his little camps, do some cleaning up in his jungle, but unfortunately he gets picked off once again. And Gold Coin United looking pretty good relative to some of the stuff we had seen before when they gotten leads.
Maybe Phoenix overheard what Sentinel was saying about the junglers in the Challenger series. I was like, listen, if you don't think the junglers are going to be a challenge, a new challenger approaches.
Yeah. I'll be the jungle LeBlanc that's just going to kill you when you think you're safe.
Well, that could be pretty deceptive. You never really know where she's going to be with that mimic mechanic she has as well. As she's continuing to just move around the map here. We do have a ward spotting everything out on Tempo Storm's side, so they know that Phoenix and Santorin are both here. Sentinel is kind of grouped up on the bottom here, but Phoenix going to just start himself back out. The Chain of Corruption winds up landing, but it's going to be Sentinel that flash and kicks Phoenix back in. The distortion was down, and so goes Phoenix.
I mean, there was just bad coordination on the side of Gold Coin United. They needed to wait for the minion wave to come in from their bot lane before they could extend past that turret. When you don't have that minion wave in, your bot lane can't actually join in on that pressure that you're trying to exert there. And they did have the global up on Tempo Storm, who had to blow the Scion teleport to defend that first dive. It would have been great if they could have done it the second time, but Breeze gets opened up on. He's going to have to flash away.
Yep, flashes out of the Zyra Strangle Roots. However, Sheep is going to block up the rest of the curtain couple that will force away the bottom lane from Tempo Storm. But the reaction from them is to group everybody else up in the mid lane. They're going to wind up burning the teleport here coming out from Solo. They're not going to be able to get that tower down, and Santorin goes in, tries to buy some time. He has to flash away from the Scion Axe. The Realm Warp is coming in from Rise, however. He's in the middle of the fray. Solo's in the front as well. Both of these tanks taking a little bit of punishment. Santorin drops down. Quas is going to transform and get out of there. And Sentinel just kind of grabs onto the back of him and rides him out.
Yeah, I just want to get a little piggyback there for fun. Didn't really need to use that safeguard, but I can't say no to that.
Well, it
As we
doesn't
see
have to
Phoenix
available.
continue trying to exert his pressure over the jungle there, almost blowing up Sentinel a third time. He's just barely able to get out alive. And Gold Coin United, despite that little mishap in the bot lane, the fact that the gold lead isn't quite there, they do seem to have a lot of pressure just due to the amount of power that is focused onto the LeBlanc.
Yeah, she's got a Morella Namicon picked up already in addition to her Mercury Tread she picked up early on. So now she's got a little bit of extra damage coming in, extra cooldown reduction. The spell rotation won't be necessarily as painful for her, although still pretty decent. But when you're going up against that Lee Sin, who's just gone back, picked up Mercury Treads as his only magic resistance item, and this early into the game, you're still going to be popping that health bar down extremely low.
And this is kind of the importance of what we're talking about, getting the kills onto the right members of your team, getting that Quas the First Blood for Tempo Storm. Well, obviously, I'm not saying don't get a First Blood, but getting onto the right members of your team is way more important. So the fact that LeBlanc got the kill and then was able to start moving around the map with that advantage and kind of snowball the lead for Gold Coin United versus Tempo Storm, who's mostly just been hanging on, and Quas hasn't really been able to do much with that First Blood. So Gold Coin United, obviously much happier with the LeBlanc and what she's been able to do this game, but not actually having a huge lead quite yet. The gold is still very, very close.
Well, Tempo Storm was trying to make something happen on the people they wanted these kills on. They tried extremely hard to force something into the bottom lane and get some kills down onto Freeze so he can be opened up, take that tower down, and then start moving around the map like they have early on. But Gold Coin United was there. They caught Sentinel out in his blue buff side of the jungle, shut down that kind of strategy. And it's kind of funny to hear Freeze when we last heard from him saying that he didn't necessarily want to be the focal point. This is him kind of like rebuilding his image and reinventing himself, but everybody on this map, he thinks he's the focal point here.
Yeah, Gold Coin United's focusing him down, trying to dive him all the time. He has built up basically a 30 CS lead for himself as he's grouped up mid now, going to try and force down this outer turret in the mid lane. Freeze getting caught out.
Yeah, the Realm War comes down, but it looks like nobody's going to go anywhere. Hattrick did come in, but Madlife's already going to be taking down Freeze, so although he doesn't want to be in the spotlight, it just shines down upon him with that Realm Warp, and he goes down.
Right, it seems like a lot of the people who try and use this Realm Warp try and get these panic ones out while they're getting CC, and then you don't actually go anywhere, so a couple of the rises showing a little inexperience on the champion as Gold Coin United is going to try and turn this push around and take their own mid-outer turret, and with the death of Freeze, it looks like they're going to be able to actually take this one.
Yeah, Cross has teleported in, but he is going to wind up popping the Silent Ultimate, turns into the choo-choo train, and tries to go in, but the tower will go down. Madlife picks that up, but Rise picked up the first kill of the fight, taking down the tank, but Zyra on the backside will wind up picking up Lee Sin, and multiple kills are going down in favor of GCU. The curtain call comes out after 2 more deaths follow, and Quas being the only one left alive. GCU get the tower, get the fight.
Gold Coin United looked like they were overextending, trying to finish that turret off. Solo's going to go down early, but that actually just baits the rest of Tempo Storm into thinking that they're actually going to be able to win this fight. Of course, the whole time, Phoenix is left untouched. He's the huge threat for them, and he's able to go around that fight pretty much unfocused at all and pick up a couple kills with Mash shooting in that Jhin ultimate over the back of everybody.
And that all stems off the fact that they picked Freeze off first when it was originally Tempo Storm going here. There's not a lot of damage from the red team.
Right, so you see, Quas goes in here, they start focusing down Solo. He dies as the turret drops, which looks great, but then Madlife gets a great ultimate here. Phoenix, like I was saying, is unfocused. He gets a good distortion onto multiple members of Tempo Storm. They drop everyone low and finish them off, and then it's just Quas left alive. Sure, he's a tanky Scion, but that doesn't mean he actually does anything back to you. It just means you can't do anything to him.
Exactly. There's also a very nice multi-man knockup coming in from Santorin over the side of the wall. So you took on one tank, but then the Rek'Sai was still able to get into your back line. So he's already picked up the Cinder Hulk for himself. He's a bit of a tanky beast to take down. 1-0 and 5 right now with Jungle CS could be a little bit misleading, especially with the way it's been done in this 2017 season. However, a 40 CS advantage can't be ignored over his counterpart.
Right. I mean, after a certain point, the CS differential becomes a little bit too much to just say, oh, that's just a couple more Krugs or Raptors. That's a legitimate advantage in the actual jungle pathing, which tends to happen with Rek'Sai, still one of the better farmers in the game, especially when compared to Lee Sin. And Gold Coin United has been able to actually balloon their lead basically to a 3K gold lead off the back of those mid lane plays.
Kind of helps when you have Phoenix bullying around the enemy jungler too, I guess, huh? But
yeah, people are scared to face him. He's able to pick up a bot lane turret by himself. Yeah, no one really wanting to match him in that bot lane. And it looks like Gold Coin United is going to set up their 1-3-1 here. They have a great comp to do it. They have TP and ultimate available for Shen to help Phoenix out if he ever gets caught out. But it looks like Phoenix is the one doing the catching.
Yeah, Hattrick just gets chunked to half off of that sigil pop coming out from the LeBlanc. Santorin also on the backside here, just making sure that if Rise has any sort of antics up his sleeve, that he will be there to help his solo laner. And as you mentioned, the 1-3-1 split push setup, it's kind of online. They've already knocked down 2 of the outer towers on the bottom side of the map, and this is what we kind of had questions about. Like, cool, we've been able to see Gold Coin United kind of utilize some poke compositions, be able to take down some sort of advantages in the early stages of the game, but how do they transition it? They're grouping up, they're putting wards down between them and the 2 lanes that they want to push.
And I think the warding is a really good thing to point out, because you're wondering what is the influence of a ex-world caliber support like Mad Life over a game like this, and you see that they have 2 control wards in there, multiple regular wards, and there's just so much vision control on this bot side where they do have that split push set up, so it makes it basically impossible for Tempo Storm to face check what's going on in there, and they're able to pick up a dragon for free for it.
First Drake of the game goes down. It's a Cloud for GCU. Next will wind up being an Ocean. Not necessarily the most combative of dragons, but now that they're kind of setting up the movement between multiple lanes, the extra move speed won't be the worst thing in the world for them.
Right, and we see now that they have grabbed that dragon. Gold Coin United is going to flip their focus up to the top side of the map, try and get this last outer turret down on the side of Tempo Storm. Phoenix is making his way up there, picking up the blue buff on the way, while the mid lane is getting controlled by the dual lane. So we're going to see if they're able to make this rotation up to the top side, and if Tempo Storm's able to read it and react.
Well, so far, Gold Coin United looking a lot more sound in what they want to do. They have clear plans. They knew they wanted to try to get earlier advantages. The dives on the bottom side didn't work out, but they're not as hectic as they were last week, where they wound up being kind of catastrophic dives that threw the game away. They're not afraid to back away if the situation turns against them, and now they're kind of taking some of these smarter trades. And this may just be a coincidence for this game against Tempo Storm, who does tend to take the early game a little bit slower, but we spoke to Santorin. He said that Mad Life was the voice for our team when he wasn't in there in week 1. You know, we struggled. The next week was the first week they were playing with him competitively. Now here they are after, about a solid week or 2 of practicing and working with him. And I mean, they've got themselves a gold advantage in this game. They got themselves an early lead, requesting the 20-minute mark, and they're putting pressure on the enemy side of the jungle, like you said,
right,
wanting to rotate for that objective.
They look a lot more coordinated with the jungler and support syncing up to get deep vision on the top side now that is their focus. You see the bot vision that they used to have so well controlled is now completely flipped up to the top side, and they're pressuring down on this outer turret. Boss trying to hold on to it as best he can, but Gold Coin United's looking at the red buff first, just doing a really, really good job controlling whatever their focus is for this game.
Yeah, and Freeze and Sheep got to be a little bit careful, because that is not a safe jungle. As the root comes out from Zyra, Phoenix don't want it popping over the wall. He wants Sheep. The Sigil will pop, and so will Sheep's health bar. Multiple heals have to come out from that one. The heal from Varus, as well as just the heal coming out from the Empowered W on the Karma there. They can't even walk into their own jungle from the side of Tempo Storm.
This is what happens when you get a fed assassin who's able to roam into your jungle. You just can't really contest the vision, because as soon as you drop a ward down, you could be getting blown up. And they do have a decent amount of catch on the side of Gold Coin United. It's not the typical kind of catch that you see, but Zyra has a root, Jhin has his long-range snare, Phoenix can hop over walls very, very easily, and then if you do try and contest and fight them, they have a Shen on the far side of the map ready to join in with his ultimate or his teleport.
Like you said before, it's not the traditional kind of catch. Like, you don't have like chain CC with like an Ari Charm or an Elise Cocoon, but you have longer range, safer CC, and if you're able to utilize that and then bring your assassin and just blow up that one target, you're able to do things like force them away from their own top tower, as the 3rd one of the game goes over to GCU.
GCU doing a really good job this game of just controlling the pace of the game. We talked about how a lot of the teams in the challenger scene seem to be struggling with what to do in the mid game. Gold Coin United saying that is not the case with us. We know exactly what we want to do. Set up the 1-3-1 and start pressuring turrets down with the help of Phoenix. But now Patrick's caught out in the bot lane. He's going to get jumped on. He's going to go down.
Yeah, it's trying to send the Rise to split push against the Shen, and unfortunately with their jungle completely lost to them, Rek'Sai's able to just come around the side and knock them down. Sion wound up using the ultimate, trying to get in there to save his mid laner, but it's not working out, and Tempo Storm...
Divide and conquer.
Yeah, it looks like it. Phoenix in the top lane, kind of pushing away. Tempo Storm, I mean, you made the Tempo Drizzle joke before. They've lost Tempo.
I didn't
in
make
this
that
game.
joke. That joke was in the script.
You read that joke
I read
before?
I read that, and I did not tell them to take it out. So Gold Coin United, one thing that happens is when you spend so much time focused around the top side of the map, your vision drops off on the bottom. So after Gold Coin United had put so much focus there, Tempo Storm had nothing on the bot side. Gold Coin's able to swing behind and pick off the Rise. That's ultimately how they're able to get this kill. You see everyone concentrated around the top side here, so Tempo Storm's not even thinking, oh, Hatrix needs to be scared, but you know, here comes Rek'Sai chasing him down. Solo's baiting Hatrix to keep trading with him. And then next thing you know, oh, there's a Rek'Sai behind me? What the?
Yeah, and we saw Solo holding on to his taunt for that entire time. Once it blinked both the summoners, the cleanse and the flash from the Rise off of that as well. So either Hatrix just, like you said, did not see it coming, and GCU set that one up. They had their dual lane in the mid lane pushing it up. Their wave management has been pretty solid so far. The only one they didn't have control of was the bottom lane, and they will just collapse on it.
Yeah, it is very difficult for Shen to outpush a Ryze who's able to basically clear the wave and run away easily enough, and all you have as a Shen is a Tiamat and a Balmy Cinder, or now at a Sunfire Cape. So all you got to do is, you know, hold on to the lane versus the Ryze while your 4-man core on the other side makes most of the plays. Now Tempo Storm deciding to put the Scion up against Shen, have Ryze more grouped up, but I mean, they're far enough behind now, basically 6K, that it is really hard to directly confront them 1v1. And, you know, on the side of Gold Coin United, they've shown a lot of skill at understanding how to control one side of the map.
Yeah, Gold Coin United, this early game has pretty much been, they gave up first blood, but ever since then, map movements or counter map movements, like not letting the bottom lane snowball out of control in favor of Tempo Storm, being there to counteract any of the Scion roams or the Lee Sin dives that they wanted to get into action. They've just been on top of the ball ever since then. They got themselves an 8-3 kill lead. They've taken 3-0 towers. They've taken the only dragon that spawned on the map. They got themselves a solid gold advantage in this game as well, and now they're just continuously pushing up, making the enemy jungle unsafe. But if you're side of Tempo Storm, you got to kind of wonder what you're doing. You do have a Ryze, so you will eventually have late game ridiculous Ryze damage, but you mean your Varus pick that's considered a lane bully hasn't necessarily worked out. Your top lane Scion, personally, I have no idea what that's going to do in the late game besides be really hard to kill.
Right, and it is something that's going to be difficult for Tempo Storm to make a play. They'll probably have to find some creative usage of the Realm Warp to create an odd man kind of pick situation.
Yeah, they do have that.
Right, and I mean, the difficult thing is that Gold Coin United's vision control has been so good that it is really hard to find a way to surprise them. And I think, you know, Loco Doco is probably pretty happy with how this game's going so far, I got to say. There hasn't been too many lapses in vision for Gold Coin United, and they definitely hasn't been exploited for any of them. So overall, a really good game out of them so far as they pick up their second dragon, showing good objective control as well.
Yep, 2 Drakes to none in favor of Gold Coin United. As the waves are pushing out against them ever so slightly, Tempo Storm has kind of, the response so far has been buy a lot of control wards, regain control of our jungle, and slowly but surely push lanes out. If anybody's going to wind up going out by themselves, this time around it's going to be Quas. If he's going to wind up going down, it's going to take them a very long time, and Tempo Storm should be able to respond if multiple people go to deal with their Quas.
Sure, but as much as it's nice as it is to keep fighting over vision for Tempo Storm, at some point they need to do something more, because they are losing this game. Their turrets are slowly getting worked down, and just throwing out a Varus ultimate like that, I don't think is the play that's going to get them back into the game.
I mean, they win the vision battle, but they may not have won the vision war if the Chain of Corruption did wind up going down. They secure themselves their red buff. So very small incremental things they're taking back for themselves, but I mean, they're still not entirely in control of their own side of the map as a curtain call opens up here from Mash. Gets a couple of shots down, trying to force back Freeze and Sheep. The rest of Gold Coin United are now uniting against this mid lane tower. It's already been taken down below half HP. The top lane tower as well has been taken down extremely, extremely low from the constant pressure. And while GCU may not be the fastest team to kind of rush down and take these towers, slowly but surely they themselves are whittling down what Tempo Storm has left.
Not fast, but very controlled. And this is what I was saying, where you can't just keep fighting over vision. You need to make a play eventually, because otherwise this happens. You're standing there, you see them, there's no surprises, but you can't actually stop them, as Shen even rotated over so that they could guarantee that last hit onto the mid lane inner turret, grabbing that one. The first of the inner turrets down, as now Boss is caught a little bit out of position, but he's a tanky sign. He should be just fine.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned at first, and then I saw how little damage he was actually taking from anything that was happening around him. So while Quas will be okay to stay alive, that mid lane tower was not. So 4 towers now for Gold Coin United. They have been arguing over or battling over vision on the top side of the map. A Sentinel trying to stay in that red side jungle of his own. Does want to get caught out here. The Stand United is being channeled by Shen. Phoenix in the meantime has just jumped into the base and taken down Karma. Sentinel will eventually fall, which means, I was going to say, GCU are slowly rotating up for this top tower, but they just explode.
Right, I mean, GCU picks up 2 very quick kills on Tempo Storm, and now they can decide to keep pressuring in this top lane or potentially go back to the Baron. Looks like they're deciding to go for this top inhibitor turret, but Quas is going to let that happen. He gets an ult off, and now he's chasing down the members of Gold Coin United.
It kind of locks up a lot of those members. Health bars are dropping extremely low. The curtain call has come back up, though, but not before Freeze takes down Mad Life. The curtain call being kind of used as cover fire in this situation as Quas just tanks up all of those shots. Does wind up getting the yell down, slows down onto Solo. The actual wind up missing. Phoenix is still there. Deadly Flourish comes out, but Quas is not going to go down.
I mean, if there's one thing Sion does well, it's be an annoying, tanky character.
I was going to say maybe not die, because technically Sion is.
Which is funny, because his passive is good to die on. As we see, Phoenix just making the life of a support hell, picking him off in his jungle when he just wants to rotate over and help his teammates out. Gonna pick up a quick kill there, as Sentinel had got caught out on his Krugs previously. He drops as well, giving the top inner turret for Gold Coin United to take. And with that, they continue to extend their lead. They try and push a little bit too far here, wanting to focus down this inhibitor turret, but there's enough tools available for Tempo Storm to deter this push. Quas's ultimate, the General Poke coming out of Freeze, as well as the Rise, who does end up having to flash away, of course.
Yeah, and actually Hatrick's almost going down to those bullets coming out from the curtain call. Deathfire touch, not enough to take him down. Madlife did suffer his first death of this game on that push as well, but going back to Phoenix, just blowing up Karma, just going into the enemy base. This is the pick that you traded away for the Rise. So if you take a look at kind of just 1-for-1, what you traded for in Champion Select, you have a 5-1-3 LeBlanc against the 1-3-1 Rise, who even with the Lee Sin's help, can't take down Santorin, being caught out a little bit.
And I just said initially that I thought the trade seemed somewhat profitable, at least because we had seen Phoenix on LeBlanc at least once before, and it was not particularly impressive. This time around, he gets going early with the help of Santorin, and he's been able to snowball since then. So a little bit of a gambit in the draft that has not paid off at all for Tempo Storm, as not only has Phoenix been going off, but the Rise has not done anything particularly impressive either.
Well, this is actually a pretty interesting thing. One of the strengths of Santorin when he was in the NALCS, which he did get a lot of flack for kind of pretty much being a ward for TSM, but
Bjergsen's third summoner?
Bjergsen's third summoner spell. In this case, he kind of did the same thing for Phoenix. He got Phoenix an advantage. Phoenix knows how to utilize that advantage. We saw him picking on the enemy jungler, but that's let Santorin kind of do what he wants to do. Always been known to have high kill participation, has 80% kill participation in this game right now. Always known to have a very high ward count. He's constantly been going in with Madlife and getting control of these areas of the map. This is GCU, that's their experience. They're utilizing what their strengths are as individual players, and if this is Madlife's voice directing them, that's great. If this is Loco Doco coaching them and making them work as a cohesive unit, this is great, but this is a different GCU than we saw in week 1 and 2.
Right, now they are baiting the Baron pretty heavily here, making it very dangerous for Tempo Storm to walk in here. Sentinel, not sure if it's safe. There's the Death Brush. Not going to get caught out yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Never say never.
As he gets caught out now.
Sentinel, the trap has been sprung, and Mash will pick up that kill with the curtain call.
Right, and the nice thing about
He jinxed it.
I didn't jinx it. It's going to happen as we see Gold Coin United going for another bait attempt, maybe going a little too hard on that now, given that the fact that they had picked off the jungler. Quas is going to be the one to face check now. He doesn't quite as much damage as that Lee Sin.
He doesn't necessarily go down nearly as easily. The Chain of Corruption go down onto Santorin as Quas. Doesn't look like his health bar has moved all that much. Will wind up having to flash away. He has no real team around him as they're all kind of disengaging. This is a 5v4 situation in favor of Gold Coin United. Tempo Storm have been forced to take the long road home, which means GCU is going to push up this mid lane.
And you're going to be able to see if Gold Coin United can actually grab anything off this. They're going to try and look for this mid inhibitor turret. Last push like this was deterred, but they do have that pathing advantage, and they're going to look like they can grab this turret as Quas tries to distract them all again.
He just suddenly takes a ton of damage there. They all focus down Quas, and Phoenix picks up the kill.
It's what happens when you're a tank. You think you're so tanky all the time, they haven't been able to kill you yet, and then finally when they all focus fire really hard on you one time, you drop a lot faster than you think you normally would.
Yeah, Quas just gets taunted and taken down underneath his own tower nonetheless. So Gold Coin United, oh, I thought they were setting up another Death Brush, but the Shen Sword gave it away.
Right, a little bit obvious there, given that Tempo Storm did have the ward to spot where that went. Once again, Freeze sniping him, saying, we know you're there. You can go home now.
Well, GCU has not gone back since that initial catch on Sentinel, which kind of evolved into a couple of more kills and a couple more plays being made. So these members, decent amounts of gold in their pocket, they're going to go back and spend it, but they've already set up vision on the top side of the jungle. The Baron, 35 minutes in almost, 34.5 minutes into this game. Baron is a very real objective that they can take.
Right, they have to get the reset off here because they were getting pretty low. We see Santorin ulting, down to the boss side to grab the next dragon, which is another Ocean Drake for Gold Coin United. They got 2 of them now. Going to be able to sustain up in those extended objective situations, and we'll have to see what they try and do now. Soul did TP in into that team fight, but he still has his ultimate available, so they'll likely set up the 4-1 once again. I wouldn't mind seeing them be a little bit more aggressive once they got the pick on the jungler. They have a Rek'Sai, a champion who's actually relatively tanky. It's Phoenix. Thinks he's going to catch somebody out, but he's standing on a ward. He's forced to flash away. Not the best play out of him.
No, and the Scion ultimate is going to be used as well, trying to catch down the Phoenix. Redemption is going to wind up being used here by Mad Life. Heals Phoenix up a decent amount. Does get the Distort away from the Chains of Corruption, so Tempo Storm used a lot to try to catch Phoenix, but he does sneak his way out.
Ultimately, neither team going to be able to come out too ahead for that. Phoenix had to lose his flash for it. Tempo Storm lost some cooldowns as well. And now both teams are kind of butting heads around the mid lane.
Oh, no!
Phoenix doesn't get out of range. She's able to pop Sheep, but Phoenix is getting low. The Shenel comes in.
Oh, and the
Fight's still going on.
The Rise Walmart goes behind, and looks like Quas is going to come in, winds up picking up the kill onto that LeBlanc. The Stranglethorns goes out, tries to zone every way. Hatrix and Quas are in the front, but the rest of the Tempo Storm has been zoned out by Mad Life's ultimate. Quas taking a lot of damage now. There's going to be a couple of parting shots as Tempo Storm, they need to run away.
That was a pretty crazy fight that happened there. It starts off with Phoenix getting a pick on the Sheep, but then Quas walks in behind him. They switch focus onto Rise, and then Rise ports behind. It was a very almost random team fight where frontliners are coming in from behind, and backliners are in the front line out of nowhere.
That was the aggressive Phoenix that we kind of know and love as he goes himself into a sticky situation, gets himself out, only just to go back in again.
Right, I mean, it was a nice play to pick up the kill. We see the Shenel coming in. Patrick channeled the ult, swings behind, but then Quas is right there, so Phoenix bumps into him. Santorin's frontlining against the rest of Tempo Storm as Goldcoin United is trying to focus down Quas. They're going to get him very, very low and ultimately look like they're going to finish him off, but there's no root coming out from Mash, so he's able to walk away in what ends up being just a 1-for-1.
Lee Sin and Varus zoned away from that Stranglethorn in the middle of the fight. Couldn't really pass the so-called line of scrimmage that Mad Life kind of threw down in front of them. So Varus, a couple of piercing arrows were really his teamfight contribution there. He had used the Chain of Corruption earlier to try to catch on to Phoenix. It wasn't available for that fight. So Tempo Storm, they still wound up trading evenly 1-for-1 in a situation where they had already used a lot of their ultimates just to try to catch Phoenix.
For sure. And now Goldcoin United stalling out. This is something that's been happening to them a lot. They had a really, really good mid-game in terms of what they were able to do with their macro and vision control. Now that they're focusing more on the Baron, they seem a little unable to get much going. They did get the one pick on Lee Sin, but after that couldn't convert it into an actual objective.
44 minutes and 7 seconds average game time. The longest average game time in North American Challenger. That's Goldcoin United's, well, I wouldn't say play style, but that's what they got.
That's their slogan.
44 minutes or bust.
Yep. And looks like they're on track for another one potentially if they don't start moving a little faster here.
And that's the questions that we had for them. Like, they were answering a lot of them earlier on when they were putting vision down, but can they seal the deal was the big question. As Quas uses his ultimate, charges into a tower. It is going to wind up going down, but Quas, his health bar is dropping already. Santorin, however, doing his best Quas impression on the other side. Quas will go down, he'll get reborn in his undying passive, but Santorin's going to go down with a Guardian Angel proc, and the Realm Warp just exits stage left.
I don't know what Mash Me was thinking there. He starts opening up with his ultimate, but the reborn Scion is right in front of him, starts wailing on him, drops him to below half health while he's not paying attention, seemingly trying to cover Santorin's Guardian Angel, and ultimately a 1-for-0 as Tempo Storm seemed a little greedy to try and finish off that mid lane turret, get a little bit extra gold into their pockets. Quas loses his life on the back of that one.
I mean, they traded their biggest frontline threat for their first tower of the game, and that's going to open up an opportunity for the side of Goldcoin United to go for Baron, and that means that Sentinel's got to go for a steal, or he's got to be kind of the pseudo frontline. He's got a Dead Man's Plate to his name and a Spectre's Cowl, but he's not the tanky kind of threat that Scion is, and he might want it going down from Phoenix over here, popping over the wall. Sentinel is going to get the safeguard shield, winds up going back in. He will get taken down by Mad Life. That's going to be a Baron going over to the side of Goldcoin United.
A little scary there as Lee Sin did get over the wall and survive for a couple seconds in the pit, but Goldcoin United did a good job stopping damage onto Baron until they were able to finish off the Lee Sin. They kill Sentinel, they kill the Baron, and now they are going to see if they can start cracking some of these inhibitor turrets.
Well, Solo with his newfound Baron buff, content to use that teleport down into the bottom side of the map. He's going to be pushing down on that tower, but Quas in the meantime sees an opportunity with that teleport being used, going to find a free pathway onto Mash. He winds up having to flash away, and Quas in the back line, now he's taking a brunt of the pain, but Solo has grouped back up, and he's trying to split up the team. His taunt will go across, but nobody will fall for it, as Quas has to disengage with the rest of Tempo Storm.
It was a good attempt getting on to Mash Me. They almost dropped him, but he still had his flash available, flashed away at about 25% HP, and then opened up with the Jhin ultimate. Tempo Storm doesn't actually lose anybody off of it, though they are starting to lose some turrets from that engage.
Yeah, Tempo Storm lost the tower on the bottom side of the map, the last outer tower, and then their mid lane inhibitor tower has been exposed. And with Goldcoin United's Baron buff still relatively fresh on the rest of them, they're going to wind up having that for an extended period of time to now move up towards the top lane, control that open inhibitor in the mid lane, just kind of do what they've been doing for the past 20 or so minutes.
With the additional benefit of a Baron buff and inhibitor down. So it's going to be much easier for Gold Coin United to group up as 4, send them into the top or bot lane, Shen on the other side, and then TP them in if they decide to go for a dive. And ultimately, Gold Coin United look posed to win this game in the next couple of minutes here, assuming that they're able to actually convert a little bit more off this Baron buff.
It's going to be difficult for Quas to kind of split up against Solo now that the fact that he has that Titanic Hydra. He has a Guardian Angel that has not been popped quite yet. This is, of course, the Baron buff minions welling away. Quas may not be able to kind of go toe-to-toe with the Shen like he has been able to do in some of these engages, although he has also been kind of more favored to group up and try to use his ultimate to catch somebody out. But Tempo Storm, whereas GCU has kind of been more on the same page this game with their warding, with their coordination as to what they kind of wanted to do. Execution is still a little bit of a question mark. They've kind of been communicating better. Tempo Storm has kind of had a front half and a back half where we see Quas kind of going in and maybe Sentinel around the area as well. But the rest of the DPS in the backline have been very afraid to step past this Rek'Sai and Shen.
Right, and I think the big thing is the Rise hasn't been able to get much going either. Here we see him finally collapsing on the solo with the help of Quas, but it's a little too late as it opens up the mid lane for Gold Coin United to move in and actually try and take this one down.
Yeah, the open inhib is right there, so already chunking that one below half HP. Rise has gotten his late game Rise state so far, as he did do a decent amount of damage to Solo, but speaking of decent amounts of damage, Sheet's gonna go down from the Deathfire touch as Mash with that 4th critical strike shot eviscerates it.
Right, and Solo at the same time was still pushing down top lane. He grabs the top inhibitor turret, opening that one up for the rest of his team to rotate up and grab their 2nd inhibitor.
Well, 1 inhibitor falls, the support falls, and a 2nd inhibitor shall follow. The Baron buff has been quite effectively used now by the side of Gold Coin United. Still got a couple of seconds left on that one. Nexus towers are exposed for Tempo Storm. The Elder Dragon is going to be spawning on the map, and with 3 Elemental Drakes underneath their belt, Gold Coin United going to take the safe play. There's no way that Tempo Storm can respond.
Right, Baron buff's running out. Time to replace it with a different one. They're going to grab the Elder Drake buff before focusing down that bot inhibitor most likely. And honestly, Gold Coin United is so far ahead at this point that they can basically probably start things off with a Jhin ultimate and just start poking people off the turret and take that one pretty uncontested.
Hey, they can start off with a Jhin ultimate and delete Sheep, because that's what happened with Magic.
Yeah, I mean, he took 1,000 damage crit, and then the Deathfire touch was like, you're dead.
That's kind of, it's a very satisfying feeling as an AD carry player, because you're usually not used for utility in this meta. You get that late game Jhin build, you get that Infinity Edge, you finally are able to pop somebody on the team with one last shot of your ultimate.
Yeah, and who are you bullying, Tom?
I'm bullying the Karma.
You're bullying supports.
You know, no.
They've had it so tough for so long. They're finally in a meta they can flourish a little bit.
Have they? Because I'll give them a Deadly Flourish. That's bad karma. I'll keep going.
Yeah, I stopped. All right. We see, like I said, the Jhin opening things up, just trying to force him off the turret as the rest of Gold Coin United moves in. But Phoenix gets a little too close. It gets reeled up by the Rise. It forces Solo to ult in, but this is still buying time for the rest of Gold Coin United to group up around this bot inhibitor turret. This is the last objective for them to really take down at this point, and they have the true damage burn to help them do so.
That's right, the tower already being chunked down to about half HP. Quas deciding he wants to go in, but Sentinel is going to get popped. Mash picks that kill up and goes unstoppable. Bottom lane tower will fall, and the last inhibitor has been exposed here for Tempo Storm. Gold Coin United with the Elder Dragon burning away on them. Going to be slowly pushing up for this inhibitor. Quas at the front line, trying to do as much as he can to clear out the minions. Rise actually getting caught out of position. It looks like he tried to flash there, but he wants it going down. And with their mid laner gone, they all focus Quas. Now Quas has fallen, and although he will revive, I don't think there's any chance of Tempo Storm coming back in this one. 3 inhibitors down, open Nexus towers, and a Phoenix charged into their back lines. It looks like Gold Coin United all but take this game 1.
Mostly off the back of Phoenix. He had a really strong early game and mid game, although it was a pretty large team performance as well, as they all managed to contribute with the help of that vision control. In particular, a really strong showing out of Mad Life.
Yeah, and that was just really good coordination from Gold Coin United. That's what really won them the game. Yeah, Phoenix had a really good performance. He got that advantage a little bit early on by having Santorin kind of come in and get that early gank on around like level 4 or so. It was a response to the First Blood pretty much. From that point forward, between Santorin and Mad Life's vision control and the ability to unlock Phoenix on the map, Gold Coin United, I mean, they were in the lead for a very long time.
Right, and we talked about how a couple things that we had previously seen out of Gold Coin United not working seemed to come together this game. The fact that they got the LeBlanc again and Phoenix actually started snowballing like crazy. The fact that Mad Life was not forced onto this melee support, and even though the laning phase was not going great for them, once they started getting the help of Santorin and Phoenix rotating down, trying to get dives off around the bot lane turret, they finally started getting that advantage back. And then once the first kind of turrets started dropping, we saw just how strong Gold Coin United can be with that vision advantage, because Mad Life seemed to do a great job controlling the jungle of whatever side they were looking to take objectives on.
Yeah, and once they got that vision advantage down, they were able to kind of take different points of control around the map, and they really opened up trades that were in their favor. They took multiple fights in the middle stages of the game that they were just lopsided. There's 3-for-1 fights. There were 2-for-1, 2-for-0 fights. Everything that kind of wound up happening, including this fight here, where it's Quas teleporting in to try to defend this tower, but it's GCU that wound up turning it around.
Right, both teams kind of get baited a little bit here. Gold Coin United baited into finishing off the turret. Tempo Storm baited into fighting this as they were able to drop solo extremely quickly, but they were unable to focus on any of the carries. So Phoenix was left relatively untouched. Santorin got a good double knockup, good double distortion out of Phoenix. And of course, Mash the whole time was unloading with his Jhin. So what looked like it could have been an okay fight for Tempo Storm initially quickly gets turned around, and it's an easy 3-for-1.
Well, that's one of the things that we've noticed in this game entirely, is a lot of things looked okay for Tempo Storm, but they never necessarily had like what their composition wanted to do. They weren't really able to execute it properly. We saw a lot of focus on the bottom side of the map, even Quas drawing his attention down there with one of his first ultimates, just kind of roaming down and waiting for it to be set up. It was snuffed out by the side of GCU. And then in general, the Sion pickup, while it was extremely tanky and annoying for Solo to have to deal with, it didn't seem to kind of be the thing that meshed everything together.
After that first attempt in the bot lane kind of went bad for them. Not bad like they died or anything, but just they couldn't get anything. It really seemed like they didn't know what else they could do. And you know, obviously some credit goes to GCU for doing a great job controlling them, but at the same time, they didn't really do a good job of porting the Rise or the rest of the team in to collapse on one of the 1-3-1ers. We saw Phoenix splitting a lot. We saw Solo splitting a lot. You got to try and pick one of them off and start doing more trades, because if you just start following the other team around the whole time when you're both split up, it's still going to favor the team with the gold lead.
That's right. I mean, you saw the Realm Warp usage coming up from Hatrix was not necessarily the best. This is something they may want to revisit in the draft phase, because now Tempo Storm, they're going to have their choice of side selection. They won't have to be the ones banning Camille, Rengar, and Kha'Zix. They're not going to be the ones that have to do a mandatory ban of those 3 characters you just don't want falling into the opponent's hands, which is GCU, the Vi, the Aurelion Sol, the Ivern, maybe left open.
Right, and that's, of course, what we're going to have to track. A number of teams have been, you know, kind of straying away from the standard red side bans. Here we see the LeBlanc left up. We'll have to see if Gold Coin United subscribes to that kind of thought process as well.
Well, we're going to wait and see, because we are headed for a break. But when we come back, we'll see if Gold Coin United can finish with a 2-0 or if Tempo Storm will turn the tides of the series. We're back in just a few minutes. Is going to have to dash, is going to have to flash, but the chase after from Sentinel, is the damage quite there? Quas is going to wind up landing the axe, and he does pick up first blood. And the one time he thinks his own jungle is safe,
or still not.
The second time he thinks the jungle is safe, there's Phoenix going on a killing spree. Turns into the choo-choo train and tries to go in, but the tower will go down. Mad Life picks that up, but Rise picks up the first kill of the fight, taking down the tank, but Zyra on the backside will wind up picking up Lee Sin.
As he gets to go now.
Sentinel, the trap has been sprung, and Mash will pick up that kill with the curtain call. Sentinel is going to get the safeguard shield. Winds up going back in. He will get taken down by Mad Life. That's going to be a Baron going over to the side of Gold Coin United. Has gotten his late game Rise state so far, as he did do a decent amount of damage to Solo, but speaking of decent amounts of damage, she's going to go down from the Deathfire touch as Mash with that 4th critical strike shot. Welcome back, everybody. We're gearing up for Game 2 between GCU and Tempo Storm after a decisive Game 1 victory by GCU.
A lot of it came off the back of Phoenix's LeBlanc. He had gotten this pick before, but this time he was really able to turn it on and take over the game after he got this initial kill with the help of Santorin tunneling over the wall. It's pretty easy. Just follow up for the rest of the team after that, unable to get out of range of the tether. And then from there, Phoenix was making Sentinel's life pretty difficult as he was continuously finding him in the jungle and getting pickoffs, that time around the blue buff. This time as Sentinel moves in for his red buff, unable to do anything there.
And these are just back-to-back as well.
Right, those were a couple minutes apart. And then after that, it seemed like the whole team of Tempo Storm got a little gun-shy and started to not contest quite as hard around whatever Gold Coin United was forcing.
And one of the things that they couldn't really do was contest because the warding coming out from a combination of Santorin as well as Madlife in the direction he was giving to the team was just really hard to deal with. Madlife wound up putting down 47 total wards and destroying 26 from the side of Tempo Storm just all by himself. And that's on a Zyra pickup. He wasn't playing a tanky melee support that was kind of just going in and clearing things out. That was the guy that was squishy and you thought would be caught out.
Right, and we saw that it wasn't just the fact that he was, clearing wards. They were actually able to get some picks off them as well, with the help of Phoenix as well, moving in and controlling stuff. So overall, a really solid game out of Gold Coin United, cleaning up a lot of areas that we had seen them struggling with in the previous weeks, both in terms of Madlife's level of performance as well as Phoenix's.
And it'll be interesting to see what Gold Coin United can do in game number 2, especially considering now they are subbing in Rikara as their AD carry. Mash looked extremely confident on the Jhin. He was able to open up with kind of cover fire curtain calls, even utilizing them to great effectiveness to delete supports from across the map almost.
Right. The only concern, of course, was the fact that they were down around 20, 30 CS pretty early into the game. So they were coming out on the worst end of that matchup in the bot lane, despite the fact that they had the Zyra, which is generally considered the strongest support in a lot of matchups. So maybe they're just flexing people out, seeing who works better with Madlife, trying to give them both equal experience, or maybe it was a direct result of that kind of laning phase. Who knows?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, as now they swap sides for picks and bans. So Tempo Storm now on the blue side, they have the opportunity to kind of leave things open for themselves, and they're not the one that has to ban the Camille. They're the ones that maybe should have banned the LeBlanc in game number 1, but they may not wind up letting that one get through to the second round because they can now take it for themselves on blue side.
Well, with the Kha'Zix and Jhin banned already, it looks like they're setting themselves up for a first pick Varus with both utility AD carries banned out, as Gold Coin United is forced onto the OP ban. So we already see the Camille, Rengar come in. They actually banned Zyra last. I'll be interested to see what Tempo Storm is doing to first pick here. We have seen a couple teams go for that kind of strategy where you ban out 2 of the utility AD carries and pick Varus for yourself. Ultimately, that's not what they end up going for.
Yeah, so they banned away kind of all the champions that they didn't want to deal with last game, and the Kha'Zix, who's been just a powerful pickup off the table already, but now it's Gold Coin United. Ryze was not the biggest threat coming out from Hatrix in the mid lane. LeBlanc is what they choose to ban away, so that could just be, like you said, that Varus being snatched up by Tempo Storm.
Actually going to be the Malzahar first. Not too surprising. Looks like they just didn't like the Jhin itself. They don't care if they play the Ashe or Varus side of the matchup, but they just want the Malzahar for themselves. Getting rid of the Zyra, a champion that's actually pretty strong into the Malzahar, given how easy it is for her to knock off his passive and things like that, which is one of the things that makes him so tough to deal with. On the side of Gold Coin United, grabbing the Varus and the Jace, which is a little surprising considering there didn't seem to be too much priority around that in the first game.
Yeah, interesting to see just kind of things swapped up. Maybe now that they have the Varus, they decide they want to go for that poke composition that they tried running in week, I believe it was number 1, where they had the LeBlanc mid lane, the Jace top, and the Varus in the bottom lane. Not going to wind up having LeBlanc because they banned that one away, but I mean, the Corki's still available. They have a lot of potential poke options.
Oh boy, Tempo Storm looks like they're getting their hands on exactly what they want. They're starting to get away with that pick comp. They get the Malzahar first pick because Gold Coin United is stuck on the red side. They're not able to ban away the Vi, which is one of Sentinel's best champions, and this is the comp that we had seen Tempo Storm perform the best on when they have this pretty easy chain CC that they're able to get, and they're able to grab the Sivir as well, a champion that does decent into the Varus because all you need to really worry about is that piercing arrow, and it's a pretty telegraphed move to spell shield.
And this is where Tempo Storm last time around wound up capping the Ashe, and they went for the chain CC, you're never going to ever move composition, but this time around it's going to be the chain CC, we're going to move really fast to get on top of you kind of composition. The Sivir, like you mentioned, it's seen a little bit of rise of popularity recently, but it hasn't necessarily been the strongest lane phase AD carry. Very short range, eventually will stack up a lot of wave clear and a lot of damage, but being paired with the Malzahar, I mean, that's kind of the go-to support that AD carries don't want to play against. games.
Right, and we see Gold Coin United grabbing the Taric. It's something we've seen a Smoothie into the Malzahar. It seems not like a laning counter pick, just something that deals with it early on. You have the sustain to kind of handle the harass that the Malzahar is able to throw out. And then later in the game, you do have tools to deal with it. You have the stun. You have the very powerful Teamfight ultimate. I'm going to be excited to see if Mad Life can actually use that one effectively, because there is such a difference in Taric's power level between when you're getting that ultimate off and getting a ton of damage, and when you're being a little just too late on the trigger, a little too early.
And this is Mad Life returning to a melee style support, although Taric is kind of the acceptable melee support. Like you mentioned, his long range stun is one of the big things that really brings his kit kind of into focus. And as you mentioned, maybe not the strongest counteractor in the lane phase, but the lane phase of Tempo Storm was already getting advantages over Mad Life and MASH in the last game. This time around with the Kara, does have the Varus, considered a bit of a lane bully, but they're already maybe conceding a little bit of pressure in that lane by picking that Taric.
Sure. And now we see a little bit of a mid lane focus from Gold Coin United, banning away the Ryze and Syndra. Not too surprising to see the Syndra banned away when they're going for this pretty obvious press R comp. Syndra is a great addition to that. She doesn't need to even hit her stun anymore. She just needs to drop a couple balls and press R. So good to see Gold Coin United targeting that one away. Tempo Storm moving to look at the jungler bans, because that is where they haven't drafted yet for Gold Coin United. We see an Elise ban and now a Corki ban as well. So Gold Coin United is going to have to pick between giving the strongest counter pick available to them to their mid laner, which is what I expect to see them do. They'll probably grab a jungler here.
Yeah, the jungle pool being pinched ever so slightly. Rek'Sai still available. We saw Santorin do great things on Rek'Sai last game. Tempo Storm doesn't necessarily have to pick theirs up because they already have the Vi picked up in the first round. But Ivern has been left on the table, and it looks like Gold Coin United are going to snatch that one up for themselves.
Right, it was banned away last game. This time, Santorin is going to be able to get his hands on it. And it's interesting to see them go for this, because the concern if they go for the Rek'Sai again is that they're going to be really physical damage heavy. The fact that they already have the Jace and Varus. Rek'Sai, though more of a tanky character, is all physical damage essentially. So seeing them split that up a little bit more. And, you know, Ivern, though he is more of a squishy champion himself, the fact that he is able to bring in the Daisy to bring in some team fight presence and beef in the front line makes it so that he is a little bit more annoying than some of the other squishier champions that they could have gone with.
Well, Quas, this is the first time, well, since Camille has been open anyway, that we've seen him pick the same champion twice in a row. There's something he likes about that Sion matchup in the top lane. Looks like he wants to take that one for himself. Potentially could be going against the Jace, although in recent time we have seen Ryu and Hai in NALCS utilizing the Jace as a mid lane pickup. So this could potentially be one of the two solo lanes that they're picking up from the side of GCU, as also the Victor has been locked in. That's somebody we haven't actually seen for a little while.
Generally, he's dropped off a fair amount. The Rylai's nerfs hurt him a decent amount, so he's not the Omni OP pick that he was for a while in the mid lane. So he's not quite as focused, but he's still very strong, as we do in fact see the Jace getting flexed to the mid lane. Maokai being the last pick for solo, coming in an extremely strong champion that we were talking about, how it's generally the strongest tank available in terms of just pure beefiness. Other ones can contest him in priority in terms of the Shen and things like that, but overall, if you just want someone to run in there, press W, lock somebody up, and not die, Maokai's your boy.
It's also a last pick Maokai, which I don't necessarily think we've seen ever. Usually kind of like the cream of the crop pick when it comes to the tanks in the top lane, but this could just be GCU during the draft phase exploiting that, I was going to say weakness of Quas, maybe the stubbornness of Quas to not want to play those kinds of champions.
It's a little hard to know for sure, because there was the Jace showing, so it might have been the kind of thought where Quas feels like you know, Sion is the best pick of the tanks into Jace. He likes playing Sion anyway, so perfect, we'll play Sion into Jace, and then it gets flexed into Maokai, who is just generally going to outperform him in tankiness. So it's hard to know if this was Quas's stubborn champion pool or a smart draft out of GCU tricking him out into thinking of what's going to be playing top.
Well, we see flex picks be a very big priority in some of these matches now that we have the full 10 ban system. We'll have to see now if that Jace pick in the mid lane is going to be something that Phoenix can use to take on hat tricks with the Victor pickup. Something, like we said already, hasn't been seen all too often. The GCU looking like they're going to be the ones to kind of group up and huddle together very, very quickly early on. But they are going to want it being spotted out by a quick little ward dropped off by the side of Tempo Storm. But looks like this just may be pressure invade, getting a ward down for themselves, because Ivern's jungle path, not the most standard kind of thing.
No, you can do a lot of tricky stuff with him, so we'll need to keep an eye on exactly what Santorin elects to do. A lot of early invades, trying to go for 2 buffs right away. That kind of stuff is always the option for him. And it's also nice to group up level 1, seeing they take Q right away. You can basically hope to catch somebody out the same way people used to do with Morgana and things like that. Just shooting a binding into a brush. If it hits, great. If not, they probably aren't there, and then you can face check it.
Minions have spawned.
So it'll be interesting to see where the junglers start on this side of the map, because it was the side of Tempo Storm in the first game getting first blood, and Sentinel has been favoring this Vi over every other jungle pickup. So they put the priority on that to take it in the first round of the draft phase. It was banned away from them in game number 1, so they've definitely put priority on that jungle pickup. It's something that can be as aggressive, if not just a little bit more than the Lee Sin early on, but this is something Sentinel wants to see. But Phoenix getting super aggressive.
Angry.
Uses the exhaust, forces the ghost out from Hatrix, just zoning him away. Wants to get as much damage done as possible. Chunks Hatrix down to almost no HP.
Right, and he forces out the ghost in exchange for the exhaust, but more importantly, he's already got him almost dead, so Phoenix is going to have a lot of pressure in there, maybe opening up Ivern for more invades that he's already known for being extremely annoying at doing. So have to keep an eye on exactly what's going to happen in that mid lane as we see some early trades down bot lane as well. Yeah,
trades kind of just being the story of this game so far. We saw Mad Life getting a stun trade down onto Sheep. This is Voidlings are harassing down on top of Rikara at early level 1. The Jace trading with the Victor in the mid lane extremely early on as well. Jace going for potentially could go for a more lethality-oriented build, allowing him to start with that longsword and 3 health potions. Victor on the opposite side picked up Doran's Ring and 2 health potions. He already had to burn through both of them.
It's going to be very hard for Hatrix, especially knowing how Phoenix likes to play the lane, loves to play aggressive. We saw just even level 1 going crazy on it. Has Santorin and Sentinel going to bump into each other in the river here. 2 champions not known for being particularly scrappy. Vi is more of a burst champion, gets her combo out, and that's all she does. And then you know, Ivern's not known much of a scrapper at all. He kind of just shoots his abilities and walks away, and
he just wants to make friends.
Yeah, just laughs at you.
Well, he makes friends with the Scuttle Crab in the river, and that Sentinel doesn't look like he wants any sort of friendship with Ivern or the Scuttle Crab. He was content to just kind of check and walk away, placing a ward down for himself. So not a lot of jungle aggression early on, but the lanes have been playing way more aggressive than they were in the previous matchup. Sheep now being on the receiving end of a lot of damage. And game number 1, when Mad Life was playing Zyra into the Karma, he took a lot of poke damage early on at level 1. This time around, it seems to be pretty much even trades across the board. A lot of those health potions, those total biscuits of rejuvenation, have already been gobbled up by both of the supports.
True, and it's the kind of situation where, sure, you know that Taric is a good pick into Malzahar, but you're not necessarily sure of exactly how to play it. You might not have a ton of experience against it, whereas I'm sure Mad Life has played plenty of Taric into Malzahar. So there might be a little bit of an experience advantage on the side of Gold Coin United.
You would hope so. It is a relatively new kind of style of support meta. The Taric has been changed. The Malzahar has not necessarily been a support previously, but with Mad Life's game knowledge, you would hope that he has a very good grasp on the matchup. Is now solo in this top lane against Quas. Has already chunked him extremely low.
They want to get involved in it too. They see everyone else fight, and they're like, "Hey, we can do that. We're tanks."
I mean, we kind of, as a you and me pair, always default to the top lane of it's 2 tanks, nothing's going to happen. And as soon as we say that, somebody visits top lane and ganks them, and they die.
That's usually in the collegiate scene though, where things are a little more suspect.
That's very true. Although last game, First Blood was on a tank in the top lane.
That's true.
So I mean, it might just be our curse.
I hope so. I would love to be able to say, wow, this top lane's super boring, and then have a fight instantly happen up there, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that this game so far.
Now Santorin just kind of taking a merry stroll into the opposite side of the jungle. Sentinel has gone back a little bit earlier on. We did see Santorin doing the same thing, opting for a Darksteel as his first purchase on Ivern. We've seen a lot of support sort of oriented build from him. A good sidestep of the Vault Breaker coming out, but there's Sentinel. You said the burst potential coming out from Vi. Chunks down through Santorin's shield. Is going to wind up revealing him and chasing him out of his own jungle. But it's still the ground.
Mission successful then. Fine taking a little bit of a trade. Didn't have to blow any summoners or anything. Just strolled on out of there as a happy Ivern always seems to do.
Yep. We'll have to see what Santorin does. He just keeps this Darksteel in his pocket. He's going to wind up racking up assists because, as I mentioned before, not only does Ivern have a very interesting jungle pattern, but he has a very interesting build pattern as he's basically a secondary support.
A lot of people have called him the Janna of the jungle, and Janna used to be a champion who would buy Mage Eyes early sometimes because she just hardly ever died and racked up support assists so easily. So you see a kind of similar philosophy where Ivern often picks up a Darksteel relatively early, as we see Phoenix Hatrix trading pretty hard, as once again Santorin and Sentinel bump into each other in the bot river.
Sentinel going another Vault Breaker, but
going a little more aggressive that time.
Yeah, Sentinel, he's tried to play aggressive on the Lee Sin last time. It was mainly around the bottom side of the jungle. However, in game number 1, he was the recipient of a lot of the invades coming down from not only just Santorin, but from Phoenix when he was unlocked after that first kill picked up in the middle lane. So Sentinel now on a much more comfortable champion for himself. He's seen priority placed on the Vi a lot. Seems to be doing a little bit more. Is this bottom lane still trading back and forth? Mad Life actually dropping fairly low. The heal has to get popped in by Rikara as an army of Voidlings chase away that Taric.
That's what happens when you don't take out those Voidlings right away. They multiply and start doing a ton of damage to you. And so even though the initial trade looked pretty favorable for GCU, Mad Life walks a little bit too far forward and is forced to get his 80 carries heal used on him.
Well, that's why we said that Mad Life, even though the Taric may be picked in response to the Malzahar, it's not necessarily the early lane kind of counter as we'd expect the Lulu to be. Lulu, with her wild growth, has proven to kind of shut down the Nether Grasp effectiveness on the target you're singling out. More importantly, the Help Picks passive, those little fairy dust laser beams that fly out are going to be really good at taking out those Voidlings so they don't multiply.
Fairy dust laser beams is
High
the
tech.
best descriptions I've heard of picks.
What else would you call it?
I don't know. Magic snot? I don't know. I've heard some bad descriptions of what picks is. That's a cool one as we see a dive coming in now for Tempo Storm onto Rikara just after Mad Life recalled.
He's not around. The teleport's going to be channeled extremely late. Rikara going to be dancing. Dodges the silence. He's going to get himself out of there.
I'm a little surprised to see that's the way Sheep played it. I thought he was maybe going to flash in for an auto attack or something to try and finish him off. Instead goes for the silence, and Rikara is just barely able to sidestep it and stay alive.
They do wind up burning the teleport, which gets canceled from the side of Solo, although Quas had used his own teleport just previously. Now Mad Life has kind of come down here all by himself, trying to get this tower alive for as long as possible. He's just wailing away on Zentinel, saying, you're not getting tower first blood this time.
Yeah, tell him to back off his turret. Able to do exactly what he needs to do, keeps it alive, though it has gotten a little low. Tank's still scrapping away on the top side. It was a good attempt by Team Tempo Storm there, trying to get the sold out Rikara, who had no help from Mad Life, who was forced to recall previously. Unfortunately, they missed a couple too many abilities to actually secure the kill.
Yeah, and so that this time around, it was GCU last game who, after getting pressure down in Zentinel's jungle, was unable to really pull the trigger on a dive. This time around, it's Tempo Storm, who wanted to focus that bottom lane, getting focused on the bottom lane, but still being unable to execute a kill on that bottom side. It should have been a kill.
It should have been.
But it was not.
It was not. Gonna have to see where First Blood comes through this game. Both junglers struggling to make an impact, but Vi has finally hit 6. You expect something to happen pretty soon, as there are plenty of targets that you can go for. Most likely in the bot lane is where you tend to see it. The Sivir can speed up the Malzahar, so he gets a free ultimate, which can then be comboed in with the Vi ultimate. So that's where I would expect them to look, but it's hard to know exactly where they're gonna go.
Well, we do know that there are summoner spells down on the bottom side, which could also make it a primary target. There's no flash available on Rikara. He's already a very immobile AD carry. Everybody else on the side of GCU has their flash summoner spell available, whereas if you're looking on the opposite side and where is GCU looking to prioritize First Blood, there's still full summoner spells, especially back up in that mid lane from Hatrix. They don't necessarily have a lot of gank assistance from their mid laner, although they do have a lot of lockdown in the top lane, but that's a tank versus tank matchup. So like you did say, bottom lane could be where we wind up seeing bloodshed first. There's already about half HP on that tower, and Santorin making friends with the Scuttlecrab on the bottom side to let him know if any bad guys come down.
But once again, I actually really like the warding from Gold Coin United, in particular Mad Life, around this bot lane. We see that there is a deep ward in lane right outside the Krugs in case Vi was trying to come through lane, and then just right after the turret, there's another one in case she was trying to sneak into a brush. So I actually think they're doing a really good job of knowing what Tempo Storm wants to do in terms of put their pressure down and warding preemptively to spot that coming. They also had that last game as well to spot Quas coming down when he did it.
There's 4 wards and a Scuttlecrab on their side, so they're ready and wailing for these fights. She's going to get locked up by the Chains of Corruption, and we said that, hey, there's going to be a Vi, there's all these teleports, everything could happen, and it's Ivern picks up the First Blood with help from Varus.
Yeah, we're going to see if Zentinel can answer back. He wants to get involved in this action too. Looking at Phoenix in the mid lane, though. He is a little far away. Does land the flash Q, has an ult follow-up, and now Hatrix is involved.
Yeah, and Phoenix burns his flash to try to get out of that one, but the gap closing from Zentinel is there, and he's wanting to pick up that kill. The Ghost is out from Hatrix as Ivern and Daisy have shown up. Solo on the bottom side of mid lane as well. Hatrix is running towards Quas, so it looks like he is going to be able to get away from this one.
Maybe, though. Now
Solo's
we see,
collapsing.
yeah, Solo is coming around the flank, and we know Hatrix has no summoners. The slow from Quas comes out. He's going to try and ult away, though. He does get interrupted.
Yeah, so Quas not going to get locked up, but he does wind up knocking up Solo and Santorin. Solo has to flash away. Ivern's not the tankiest jungler in the world. Solo's going to wind up flashing out as well, and the chase from GCU results in them burning double flash.
Overall, really good play from both teams here. Gold Coin United turning that play on the bot side, and Tempo Storm answers immediately around the mid lane, shutting Phoenix down a little bit, who have been playing very aggressive in the bot lane. As we see fighting still going on the bot side. Mad Life uses his ultimate as they try and open up on the freeze, but he's going to be able to walk away without too much pain. Just have to blow his heal.
Yeah, the heal being burned from freeze there. The ultimate being burned from Mad Life, though, so they won't have that in the case that Sheep wants to utilize the Nethergrass ultimate now that he's hit level 6. but they do force away that bottom lane coming out from the side of Tempo Storm. So we did see already, Rakara being subbed in for Mash. Mash had a pretty good performance on the Jhin last game. This time around, so far, Rakara has barely escaped from death, which he should have died for first blood, but he was able to get himself out of there.
Nah, skilled dodging. That's the
I mean, yeah. I mean,
he did dodge.
He did a lot of dodge. That's what I'm saying. He should have gone down with better execution from Tempo Storm, but he was the one that made that one fail. This time around, he's also been able to trade a decent amount of damage on the freeze. So far, so good with the AD carry switch up here. Not a lot has really changed from this one, although it was Goldcoin getting the first blood and Tempo Storm with the response in mid lane, which is the opposite of game 1.
Right, and the other difference is, of course, the fact that there is now a large CS lead on the top side as well, a 20 CS lead in favor of Solo. We saw him getting a lot of good trades onto Quas with the Maokai. Shows that he understands a little bit how Sion as a champion works too. He was able to use the Maokai Twisted Advance to dodge Q damage. He also was able to use it to interrupt the ultimate of Quas previously, so shows that he's not quite as surprised as some other players are when they're facing Quas and his weird champion picks.
Well, he's had at least one official matchup experience against the Sion, as he did wind up playing this matchup with the Shen versus Sion last game. Wound up going in his favor, especially due to the usage of the double globals coming out from the Stand United. In this matchup himself already, a little more than the 20 CS advantage in that top side of the map. The mid lane where advantages looked like they were in favor of Phoenix after that early level 1 rush kind of harass that he put down on Victor has kind of turned the tables now that he's given up a death in the mid lane, so Victor kind of breaking even there. And the bottom lane relatively close with Freeze being still a little bit ahead, but not nearly as far ahead as he was in the lane versus Mash, where he was about 20 CS up.
Right, but things might get blown open here as we see Sentinel sneaking his way into the bot river. We see a TP coming in from Quas as well. He's going to be trying to use his ultimate to get a fight started down here. There's a 4-man stack in the bot lane. Even Victor's making his way down. We might see an explosive fight coming up.
Yeah, it looks like everybody from Tempo Storm. This is the lowest tower on the map, so they're just grouping up. They may just want to brute force this one down. The teleport had been used, and Quas doesn't necessarily utilize that for anything. That will be a global disadvantage, but just the pressure coming out from Tempo Storm will result in the first tower blood going down. All solo gold to Freeze as well. I
mean, it's very good to see them willing to try and force around the bot lane, but I think they used a little too many resources there. Holding on to the Quas TP probably would have been smart. It wasn't entirely necessary. He wouldn't actually even use it for anything. Now he's using his ult to get back up to the top side. He does protect his top turret, which is nice. But now Tempo Storm's going to have to play down teleport advantage for the next 5 minutes, basically.
This is the second time we've seen Quas try to set something up with that Sion ultimate from a very long lane perspective and not necessarily getting anything out of it. This time around, they do get the tower. Last time it was game number 1 and they just legitimately got nothing for it. So small improvements with the Sion usage.
Small improvements, I guess. You got to look at the positive sides. This is what you're so good at, Tom.
I'm Optimist Tom.
Oh, is Optimist.
Well, in this case, yeah.
Okay. Whatever. You're kind of fluid like that. You can change it around.
Yeah.
So the big thing there in the bot lane is, of course, that we see this Vibe make 2 visits down there and unable to really get anything going. We see the game plan that Tempo Storm had, forcing a lot around the bot side, but they're not actually getting anything done. As we see, once again, the mid lane force works out in favor for them. Phoenix is going to get dropped. Eventually, maybe not. He turns back on his Vandal.
He gets the kill! The redemption buy from Ivern keeps him alive, and Phoenix is able to trade 1 for 1.
I mean, that is the power of the Ivern. The fact that that redemption can come in from anywhere buys him just enough time to get in range for his shield to come in as well. It keeps Phoenix up until he's able to trade back 1 for 1 on Sentinel, as now Solo finishes off the top turret, while Sheep and Freeze do some work on the Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, they got the Boilings to tank that one up, so the Ocean Drake will go down, but that's a tower and a kill being traded over in favor of GCU, while Dragon goes over into the pockets of Tempo Storm. We saw Sentinel not being afraid to kind of utilize that flash upon cooldown, but not really expecting the fact that Ivern has finished his redemption this early. Went Dark Seal, Ionian Boots, and then straight redemption. Doesn't finish his jungle item, just upgrades it to the trackers. Now you have to get a little bit of extra ward control. And then the shields is coming up. We talked about Ivern's usage to support. The John of the Jungle strikes again.
Right, I mean, one thing I don't think we talked enough about is how strong GCU's comp can be against exactly what Tempo Storm wants to do. They're really focused on single target lockdown and trying to blow somebody up early and get a 4v5. On the other hand, GCU's comp is extremely strong at keeping somebody up. You have the extra healing coming in from the redemptions, Taric, shields as well. You have an invulnerability if someone lives long enough. There's a lot of tools to keep someone alive, as we get to see exactly how powerful it can be here with this fight in the mid lane.
And it looks like Phoenix is all but dead here, getting locked up by the gravity field and everything. The redemption comes out. Ivern just barely gets in range, and Phoenix is able to get a trade kill.
Right, it's crazy to see when Phoenix was stunned up under the gravity field, the fact that, oh, he's dead, just need one more tick from this ultimate, and then instantly, here comes the redemption, here comes the shield, and next thing you know, ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and like you said, that's a lot of single target burst onto, well, a single target. That's the way it's used. But the ability to save them, the composition that GCU has put together to kind of be a redemption comp, I'm going to call it, is the way to kind of just redeem that one person that's been caught out, keep them alive for as long as possible.
The problem is, of course, is that people still have to be in position to defend against them, to redeem that person. And with the Sivir and the Vi, they have a lot of ways to jump on somebody very quickly. Siren as well, known for just showing up out of nowhere. So it is pretty tricky for GCU to be in position. They themselves really do not have too much mobility on their side, really just the Jace speed up. So it might be tricky for Gold Coin United to keep up with all the plays that Tempo Storm can force, but assuming that they're all grouped up, I actually do like GCU's tools to deny whatever Tempo Storm's looking for.
Well, GCU, they've lost their tower in the bottom lane, but that's kind of unlocked their duo to move over towards the mid lane, defend up against the dual lane of Tempo Storm that they will be matching up in this side. That means that they're going to put Jace down into that long lane by himself, try to get some split pushing pressure down, but that does open him up a little bit to Sentinel. That's why we did see Ivern hanging around, putting a couple of wards down, but when Sheep joins the fray, that's just I don't think there's enough redemption or anything there to save Phoenix this time.
Yeah, that time you see Santorin trying to help out again, but Phoenix popped the Edge of Night preemptively, thought he was safe to walk forward again, and then there comes Sheep flashing in to lock him down with the ultimate.
Well, I was just saying Santorin put some wards down to keep Phoenix protected, but I guess not enough when it comes to three members just staying very, very close to each other. So they're able to chain that crowd control together and take him down. But now Quas doesn't want to be done yet. He's forcing this down mid lane. This is going to run
straight into the turret.
Directly into the tower. I guess he just wants everybody to kind of group up with him over there. The exchange curve can go down in the Hatrix, though. It's going to wind up spreading over to Quas, so he gets locked up. And Tempo Storm used ultimates in the bottom lane, got a kill, used another one in the middle lane, and don't get anything.
Right, I just think Quas didn't wind up going past the turret and then getting caught out where he's alone by himself deep in the enemy, so he bumps into the turret to stop his ultimate. Oh, not the worst decision there, and they tried to force something, didn't get anything, and I'd rather see someone pull off of a bad play than commit to it and end up giving away a bunch of kills. Solo looking for Sentinel in his own jungle.
Yeah, Sentinel doesn't realize there's a pair of trees that are not friendly in his jungle, and a Daisy, as well as the combination of Solo and Santorin are now making their presence known on the blue side of the map for the blue team and trying to push up. They're rotating up towards that top side of the map. They've already knocked down the outer tower over there, so now they're going to pressure an inner tower here against Quas.
Do you think there's too many cute skins in the game, Tom?
Not enough cute skins.
Because I'm looking at this Meowkai skin. You got like the Candyland, whatever it is, Ivern skin.
Candy Cane Ivern.
Candy Cane.
The dead Hatrix.
The dead Hatrix. As Phoenix goes, picks up a kill.
Skin.
Yeah, that's not a skin. That's just the dead Hatrix.
Well, Phoenix showing that if Hatrix and the rest of his crew are going to be bullying him around, that if he 1v1s them, no chance.
Yeah, I'm distracted by all the cute stuff. That's why there's too many in the game, Tom. I can't focus on the carnage that's happening in the bot lane.
I don't know about that one. I think there's not enough cute skins. There's some very nice looking skins, especially the Pool Party Terror.
Yeah, Pool Party Terror gonna go hide in this bush now, try and defend this turret. It is pretty annoying to try and seize against an Ivern. You're not exactly sure who's gonna show up next. As Ricard does join in defending this turret.
That's probably my favorite and least favorite thing about Ivern, is the fact you just put the brushes down and now all of a sudden 5 people are waiting in there.
It's a cool idea, but then when you play against it, you're like, wait, this is annoying.
Yeah, not nearly as annoying as being hit by a Shock Blast Gate combination coming out from Phoenix. Just one of those was enough for Phoenix to know he had the damage to run in and take down Hatrix. When there's no one else around to help the Victor, he's not necessarily the best threat to split push against the Jace, which when being utilized in the top lane, we've seen him kind of be that fact of his main threat is like trying to get isolated fights just like that.
Right, Jace is often picked early and kept in the top side because his 1v1 potential is pretty much unmatched in the game. So sure, you can put him in the mid lane, but you don't need to keep him there. As soon as he gets a couple items and the map starts opening up, feel free to put him in the bot lane and force a 1v1 matchup against a mid laner who doesn't quite play as well in the side lane. So we get to see Phoenix getting the solo kill there, blows up Hatrix, and we get to see just how this Jace pick can work once it is starting to be rotated around the map a little bit more.
And if there's nobody that can deal with Phoenix, and there's nobody that can deal with Solo, at least on a 1v1 basis, that sets up another 1-3-1 situation from GCU. They utilize that one to be able to close out game number 1. They caught very aggressive vision control into their opponent's side of the jungle as soon as they knock down multiple outer towers, which they just get their second one on the bottom side of the map. So things are looking relatively good for the side of GCU if they're trying to replicate the success they had in game number 1. However, this time around, Ricard is going to get jumped on by Hatrix. The Chaos Storm went out as well as everything else. the teleport coming in from Maokai will wind up being canceled. So there's no more global there, but Quas has already come down on this bottom side. He's going to charge into Mad Life. The ultimate has already been burned by Tarek, so he's going to wind up going down to the Malzahar. Rikara now being jumped on by Zento on the backside. Santorin's trying to keep his AD carry alive, but now he's going to be the focus, and piercing arrows do come across the back from Rikara. Santorin has to flash away, but Quas gives a little bit of a chase, but he is going to back away. But Phoenix on the opposite side trying to pull the fight apart from Tempo Storm, but now they're just going to mosey onto that mid lane tower they've been poking away on the whole time.
Yep, ends up just being a 1-for-0, but they do grab the mid lane turret in response. A little bit of a crazy fight, as it doesn't look like it might not be done yet. Solo was deep in the flash. I wonder if he knew the Malzahar ult was down, because he was not actually involved in that team fight. Might not have known that that was not available. He probably could have just walked away there, because there's not much Malzahar can do to stop the Maokai there. Ultimately does lose his flash, as the teams do seem to finally have backed away after that crazy fight, which kind of came away as a result of the lane allocations that both teams had to do. It became apparent to Tempo Storm that they cannot keep putting the Victor in the side lane against Jace, so they sent Sion down there while having their bot side top against the Maokai, and Victor back in the mid lane. As a result, GCU tries to force onto the Victor, unable to do so as both teams converge into that mid lane.
So that's the way that you deal with the split push from the Jace.
Yeah,
and the Sion down there.
Yeah, obviously the Sion can't hold him as Jace took the turret right in front of his face, but it does allow you to try and force plays in other places on the map. As we see Gold Coin United grabbing their first dragon of the game.
An air Drake for themselves. Cloud Drake.
Air Drake. Cloud Drake, Tom. Ocean Drake on the side of Tempo Storm already. As we see the Victor now matching up against the Maokai, we could see a little bit of a do-si-do here where both teams are constantly rotating the lanes around, trying to get favorable matchups, because no one really wants to fight Jace.
No one really wants to deal with him right now. He's already picked up his Ghost Blade, has the Edge of Night, fully lethal Jace at this point. Same thing coming out from Varus, though. Edge of Night and Ghost Blade picked up for himself. He has his own tier, so he's going to be stacking that one up to continue to shoot out those piercing arrows. On the opposite side, we still have the Essence Reaver coming out from the side of Sivir. She hasn't really hit the critical mass where she gets a lot of that critical strike into play, and all those ricochets really just effectively wave clear, still using the Boomerang Blade for a lot of that. Victor, after his missteps in the earlier stages of the game, has seemed to recover. He's upgraded his core. He's picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard for the very heavy AD focus coming out from the side of GCU. Itemization coming through for both of these tanks. Things have kind of settled down a little bit. At this point in time, GCU has a little bit of a gold advantage, only about a 1,500 gold lead for their side. Tempo Storm, this is it's going a little bit more their speed, so to say.
Right, definitely a little slower paced game, which is what they seem to be a little better at. Gold Coin United also playing a little slower. They're doing a good job keeping up with what Tempo Storm is trying to do. Right there, we saw them potentially trying to get a dive onto the Maokai, but Santorin was sitting deep in his own jungle, ready to go and cut that play off. He bumped into the Malzahar with Daisy active and pushed him off. So both teams kind of reading and reacting what the other team is going for here.
And so far, both of these teams just seem content to kind of go back and do their own little wave clear style. The split push coming out, the 1-3-1 being set up by GCU.
Uh-oh, Phoenix is caught out a little bit. Sentinel jumped onto him, forced the exhaust out. So Phoenix is able to walk away, did lose his summoner spell there.
So Tempo Storm getting a little bit more physical with this one. They aren't as far behind as they were in game one, as we just pointed out. They're the ones that are putting a little bit more forward vision on the map. Most importantly, they don't have a ton of wards down on the map, but neither does GCU, which is their strong point from game one.
Right, and we see that despite the lack of vision for GCU, they're still doing a good job with pressure. They have both side lanes pushing into Tempo Storm right now, as well as having a 4-man push going down this mid lane. Looks like Phoenix is going to join in. So here, all Gold Coin needs to do is just stall out, but it looks like Quas is going to try and force the fight.
Yeah, the Sion ultimate comes in, but the Chains of Corruption wind up landing. Everybody has to kind of disengage so that doesn't spread. Quas has already dropped down to about half HP. Meanwhile, Daisy wind up tanking up that tower, does wind up going down. A little bit of a 65 situation with Daisy just kind of being able to sit there and tank that tower. A little unfair in favor of GCU, but they do wind up burning the Sion ultimate. They've burned the Ivern ultimate, of course, but now it's up to them. They do have a very strong composition for kind of poking and sieging. The Jace and the Varus can just take pot shots at the back line. They've got these Ivern brushes, which are so frustrating to deal with because you just can't walk into them. You can't walk forward unless they disappear.
Of course, and this whole time the waves have not been in a great spot for Tempo Storm, so Gold Coin is very happy to sit here using their poke tools and just keeping Tempo Storm pinned under this mid lane turret. and Ivern just runs around doing a little bit of jungling at the same time. So overall, this is a great setup for Goldcoin United, though it might not be as explosive as you're used to seeing with tons of pickoffs. They are getting small advantages over and over here.
Well, that was the story in game 1, but it looks like Tempo Storm going to pull the trigger here. The Taric ultimate gets used, winds up making almost everybody invulnerable, so the knockup from Sion not going to do anything. They are able to wave clear out all the minions being pushed in on the side of Tempo Storm, but the siege continues, and this is the power of a blue buff on Jace, so he's going to continuously poke people down. A blue buff on Ivern, he can continue to shield down. His Daisy's going to be coming back up momentarily. And the side of Tempo Storm, I mean, they have an Ocean Drake, which is going to help them sustain ever so slightly. Boss has kind of come back up into full HP, but the Chains of Corruption have come back up. A lot of the CCs come back up. They try to lock down onto Freeze, and he is barely going to stay alive. Zenfidel does want to take it out solo, trying to get onto that back line. Nobody still has died after all of this siege has happened, and GCU are finally forced away.
Almost able to take down Freeze there. He walked a little bit too far forward, and Ricaro was not able to get the last hit on him to finish him off. Goldcoin United is forced off that tower, like you said, and just at the right time, too, as there's a lot of minions in that top side that someone's going to need to go get, and Ivern is slowly making his way up there. He's not the ideal guy during that wave.
He wants to make friends. He doesn't want to kill minions.
I thought he had no problem with minions. It was only jungle creeps he wanted to be friends with.
I mean,
no problems killing minions, I meant.
That's, it's not right.
I mean,
Minions are people, too.
I mean, I'm not the one saying this. This is Ivern you have a problem with. His philosophy that you disagree with, not me.
Listen, I think the John of the Jungle is a little bit of a hypocrite.
Could be.
Then again, I'm an 80 carry main, so all I do is kill minions, so I'm a bit of a hypocrite.
And complain.
Here. All the time, Mark.
Yeah, I know. I spend too much time with you as it is.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Here we see Goldcoin United starting to group up a little bit around mid again. Both Phoenix and Ricaro there. Both teams kind of stalling out a little bit, unable to get too much done as we're coming into 28 minutes into the game. As we see a hard force onto Mad Life, but he interrupts his own ultimate.
Yeah, that would have been a good catch on the Mad Light. They do burn the teleport from solo here, but Tempo Storm utilizing not only the Malzahar's ultimate, but the flash as well for that one. So they're not going to have that ability to single out a target. With those key engage tools down, they're going to be content for GCU side to continue to siege up the tower. The Chains of Corruption went down on Freeze. He was chunked out to half HP. The tower will finally fall. It's only taken about 2 minutes of sieging and going back, but GCU will finally take down that last outer tower on the side of Tempo Storm.
Right, and with that, they are able to now grab about a 2,500 gold lead, as they might not be done fighting around mid lane yet. Zenfidel goes over the wall, opens up onto Ricaro, has the ultimate, but he's not able to finish him off as the Taric ultimate comes in now. There's a lot of invulnerable members for Goldcoin United.
Ricaro did wind up flashing away, still flashes into the other side of the Taric ultimate, however, so he keeps himself invulnerable and alive. And it looks like GCU going to be content to continue this siege. They're just clearing out another minion wave. There is a dragon that has spawned on the map. Another Cloud Drake will be available for them. Might not be the most worth taking from a statistical standpoint, although if it is going to be something they can just retreat and safely take, they might as well do that. They're all making their way down there right now.
Right, and it seems like Tempo Storm's having a really hard time syncing up on all their ultimates. We saw, Sheep go in and interrupt his own ultimate, so it wasn't available for that force. And then we see Zentinel go in, but Quas isn't using his ultimate. There hasn't really been a time where all three chain their ultimates with the Sivir to get onto a priority target of Goldcoin United and kill them instantly. It was also true in the previous siege as well. It's just not quite been that ultimate stacking that we were used to seeing out of Tempo Storm when they get their hands on a comp like this.
And Tempo Storm going to continue to try to catch people out. Phoenix, no longer with that blue buff, has no mana, has to burn his own flash to get out of there. Quas forcing that one away from the mid lane.
And at the same time, Freeze was splitting up on the top side. He's able to grab a turret for them. Now both teams have completely broken the outer ring of turrets of each other. The map is fairly wide open. It's going to be about who can probably get a pick off now. It's a lot easier for Tempo Storm.
Well, 3 towers down on both sides. GCU does have double Cloud Drake.
Sure.
Technically, they got the move speed advantage.
Right, as long as they don't get hit, they can run away most likely, though I think Sivir's ultimate might be a little stronger than double Cloud Drake.
Ever so slightly. Never doubt the power of the Cloud Drake.
I doubt the power of the Cloud Drake every now and then.
I also
My faith is weak.
Your faith wavers in the Cloud Drake.
Yes.
Disciple of the Infernal.
Yes. Oh, God. Both teams kind of just hanging out mid, clearing waves, slowing down.
Both of these teams have decent wave clear, though. You have Jason Varus on one side, you have Victor and Sivir on the other side. So if it comes down to who's going to be better at minion wave management, who's going to be better in a siege situation, sure, you would think it's GCU, but the wave clear coming out from Tempo Storm, I mean, it took 2.5 minutes for GCU to take down a tower when they were all grouped up together with multiple blue buffs in a siege situation. Tempo Storm, with a little bit more itemization on their side, could potentially be the ones to pick up a fight. You see Sheep going into that front line here, has that Nether Grass available, no flash yet available, so they weren't able to really pick somebody out from GCU.
I mean, the only target that was really there for them was Mad Life, and then he pretty quickly got behind Solo, and then if you're opening up onto the tank, you're probably not going to be having a good team fight, so no surprise there that Tempo Storm decides to back off, and it's going to be really hard for both these teams to get much done. Goldcoin United wants to split up and push in multiple ways, but they have to be very careful about the team comp from Tempo Storm, who can really start a fight very, very quickly. And at the same time, Tempo Storm, as much as they want to force a fight like that, Goldcoin United, as we said before, has the tools to dissuade such an engage. So it could be a lot of standing here, shooting abilities back and forth, and looking at each other.
League
a lot
of
of
Legends
staring
the way it
contest.
was intended.
Yeah, staring contest. As Quas does have a really big flank on Goldcoin now.
Yeah, and he does have his ultimate available, so it looks like he might be waiting for the right time to use that. Daisy winds up coming out and joining the fray. Solo did notice that Quas kind of poked his head out the backside. I was like, wait a second, you're not on my team. Decides to try to zone him away, and now with Quas kind of stuck on the side and the rest of Tempo Storm really unable to commit behind the front line, another siege has begun for GCU. This time around, that inner mid lane tower going to go much quicker than the average.
And there's two huge minion waves coming in again for Goldcoin United. They're doing a pretty good job of syncing up their pushes on waves. They're going to look like they might rotate to the top side to try and join that one and get another inner turret.
And this is a really clean playstyle coming out from GCU. It's not super exciting. There's 7 kills in a 33-minute game, but they're rotating around the map. They're utilizing the Cloud Drake move speed, not necessarily the Cloud Drake, but they're utilizing their positional advantages, their warding advantages, and what their composition is extremely good at. And they've been able to take consecutive 1, 2, 3 towers, 2 in the mid lane, another one in that top lane. Their minion wave management on their side waves has been top-notch this game. And now with all that vision denial and the pressure they've garnered in multiple lanes of the map, they're going for a Baron attempt that's only going to be spotted just now. It's already below 3,000 HP. Chains of Corruption did go out from Rakara, though. Malay's going to pop the Taric ultimate, so there's no worry about them getting engaged on in the pit. Solo did go forward to just zone them out even further, and now the Tempo Storm sees the Baron go down. They're trying to take down GCU. Quas is in the backline. The Nethergrass had already been used. Nobody from GCU is really going down quite yet. Solo's Guardian Angel will get popped. Santorin's going to get taken down after the Assault and Battery is used. Mad Like now has been caught out by Quas and Tempo Storm. They're able to turn the tides in this fight. The Baron goes to GCU, but 2, potentially 3 kills go down in favor of Tempo Storm.
Just a slight overextension for Goldcoin United. They were burning the Baron down. They had the Ivern brushes on it, so Tempo Storm had no idea how low it was. They're able to secure the Baron, but then the team fight was just too hard to get away from by Tempo Storm. Very sticky members on their team. They're forced to fight. And ultimately, Goldcoin United loses 3-4 and an inner turret. Not really worth it in the end, but they still have the Baron buff on 2 members. Maybe they can get something else coming back after this push is done, but
they're going to lose an inhibitor tower.
Yeah, Tempo Storm isn't slowing down. They really want to maximize what they can get off all this as they get another turret.
I kind of feel like this is our fault because we just said that how clean GCU is playing this game, and then all of a sudden they wind up going for a Baron play that looks really great on paper, just like you said, but the turnaround afterward, the missed Chains of Corruption, and then the initiation from Tempo Storm once the Baron is down. Solo's actually not in this invulnerability zone at all, so he's already dropped below half.
Right, and it's a kind of point where you think that maybe they can just leave Solo and walk away to the top side, but they're a little indecisive in that. They're trying to work more damage in, and then Quas gets onto the back line of Goldcoin United. He's able to really slow down their escape with Victor's ultimate following right behind him, and now that they're turning off the field, it's a little too late. Quas continuing to stick onto their back line, pick up more kills. It did seem like a situation that if Goldcoin United decided earlier to back away, maybe they can save more of those Baron buffs. But they thought they could take the fight, ultimately unable to do so. And Tempo Storm is actually able to pick up a handful of kills and really swing the gold closer together now. It's only about a 1,500 gold lead after that.
Well, after that missed Baron fight, if we had the Baron power play, it would be negative in the side of GCU. But it does look like that Quas is going to wind up jumping into the fray here. Taric ultimate has him pop. The Chains of Corruption wind up going down as well, as Quas being taken down way below half HP just has to back away.
Yep, and both teams are going to be disengaging a little bit here. We talk about how Goldcoin United has a really strong team for peeling. They don't have the best team for starting a fight, but they do have a decent amount of chain CC if they get the Maokai route into Bar Assault with a Ivern
root.
Yeah, they have a number of roots, but they have to hit one to really start something. They can't force quite as hard as, Tempo Storm can with just a Malzahar face laser.
Yeah, but they wind up using it onto Solo, and they wind up trying to lock up Quas in the front line as a response. The two tanks are the ones taking a lot of damage, but Freeze is the first one to melt through the tank on GCU's side, and that opens up the Assault and Battery afterwards. A double kill has now been picked up by the Sivir. Zenzel with the flash, and the Vault Breaker catches on to Phoenix. He's the one that's behind the gate. The Sivir ultimate's being used right now to try to chase down, but that's going to be 2 more quick kills picked up by Tempo Storm.
Yeah, Tempo Storm continued to chase through the fight, but ultimately unable to find another target. Almost got onto Phoenix, but unable to actually do so, as we see just how much damage Goldcoin United can do while they're running away, throwing Varus Qs, Jace Qs back at you. As Santorin found himself in the river now, a little caught out.
He's got to flash away from that. He has Guardian Angel, does not want to lose that one pretty much for free. So he will end up disengaging, although Quas looks like he wants more, tries to steer his little Scion car into Phoenix, but he's going to backing away. The gate has been popped. Quick auto attack there coming out from Victor, the empowered one from his Q. Dealing a lot of damage as they force away GCU. The Elder Dragon looks like to be in the sights of Tempo Storm. The rest of GCU has started to respawn though, so I don't think Tempo Storm are going to be content taking this one, but they are going to control Scuttle Crab. They are going to control some vision.
Right, there is a huge wave going into the top side, so I don't think Tempo Storm really wants to force around this bot objective. We see Hatrix heading up to the top side to deal with that minion wave. He's going to pull all those minions together, get the laser out. Feels so good to wave clear like that as a Victor.
It really does. Feels really good to wave clear like that. Anybody.
Yeah, anytime you hear that just chain of minion kills with all the gold clinking up.
When the entire wave dies in one ability.
Feels good, man.
Tempo Storm, however, they've kicked it up a notch. Ever since that Baron attempt by GCU, things have kind of come into their favor, and now the gold count's pretty much even. 9 kills to 3. We said GCU was playing a not very exciting game, not very kill-oriented game, but kind of clean. But we saw the Baron kind of be the undoing of all that cleanliness, and now they're kind of scrambling for some sort of semblance here. They lost that Baron fight. The Baron buff is basically worn off at this point, and they're still trying to execute the way they were doing before, but there's been an influx of gold on Tempo Storm. Quas has gotten super tanky with his Randuin's Omen, Spirit Visage, has Mercury Treads for himself. Sivir from Freeze has really come online. 3-0 and 3, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and the Mortal Reminder picked up now. So he's going to start ripping through these targets, able to lock down like Solo in the front line. Mad Life has to use the ultimate to keep his tank alive, and now the chase is coming out from the side of Tempo Storm. Sentinel comes over the wall. The Redemption winds up getting used. Going to be the opposing one as Tempo Storm utilized that one to try to get some damage down on the GCU, and now it's all up to GCU to try to kite back, but you can't lock down the Quas ultimate. He's in the front lines. The Redemption is used on the allied side there. They are going to want it taking down Santorin. One tree will fall. He'll come back up from the Guardian Angel. He's stuck in the backlines. He will fall again. They've taken down the second tree, and they're just going to try to rip through. Hatrix will wind up picking up a kill on a Mad Life. They have only lost 1. It looks like a double kill being picked up now for Sivir. And although Quas has gone down, there's been 3 on the side of GCU.
Yeah, look for a second there like GCU might be able to turn that fight back, but Freeze comes flying and finishes off Rikara.
Ooh.
As Phoenix, like I say, is still alive. He does a lot of damage to get some poke down. He's going to try and chase the rest of Tempo Storm out of his base, but despite that, they did lose an inhibitor, and now they're looking like they want to get a piece of the Elder Dragon.
Well, that's the biggest objective on the map left for them to take. Do have to be a little bit worried, though. There's a teleport in there from Solo. Like you said, Phoenix is still alive and does deal a lot of damage. They have their Jungler and Sentinel available, but their front line is gone. These are all squishy targets, but they're the squishy targets that deal a lot of damage, and it looks like there's going to be no contest from the 2 members of GCU. Elder Dragon going over to the side of Tempo Storm.
And we see just how fed Freeze is, sitting at 400 farm, 504, basically full build. He's got a BF sword, trying to figure out what he wants to turn that into. Goes with the Bloodthirster, I believe that was. And overall, you see these kind of like weird CS allocations because Quas has been grouped mid so much trying to hold on to turrets. He doesn't have that much compared to the Sivir, who is doing...
He picked up a face of the mountain.
He's got even a face of the mountain now. Just being a total team player, just there to be a fat tank. And to be fair, he's done a great job of tanking, even compared to the more farmed up Solo on Maokai. So you get to see some of the strengths of Sion, maybe being a little bit better of a tank when he doesn't have as much gold. And the fact that, ooh, that was not
lag,
not the button he wanted to press there.
He lagged, that's all.
But yeah, Quas has done a really good job tanking. They do have really good tools for shredding through tanks on the side of Tempo Storm. Both Victor and Sivir are great for that, as well as even the Malzahar ultimate is a really good job for that, as we've seen it be used on solo repeatedly. If you can't get to the back lines, hey, don't worry about it. Lock up the front line, melt him down. Your team comp is better at a straight 5v5.
And we've seen GCU having to burn the Tarek ultimate to save their tank, and as soon as that happens, Sentinel ults somebody that's squishy in the back line. That's two forms of just initiation for the side of Tempo Storm you cannot stop. As Tempo Storm with Quas sitting in the Baron pit here, just content to tank it all up, waiting for Sentinel to come on over. That's a Baron going over the side of Tempo Storm for free.
Right now they have Elder Dragon, they have the Baron buff. What can they get with it? They still have both side lanes inner turrets to get through, so it will take a little bit of time before they're actually able to get onto another inhibitor. The mid lane one is down, of course, though, so they have a couple options for how they try and approach this situation.
Well, GCU last time, they took a Baron in game 1. They utilized that one. They took an Elder Dragon after that. They ended the game. Some Tempo Storm's got both of them on their side, and like you said, although there's a little bit of stuff left on the map for them to clean up as far as outer towers and such go, this has been the gold gap closing, and now in favor of Tempo Storm. The towers are tied up all even. They have 8 more kills than their opponents. There's still gold left on the map for them to take off of this Baron buff. Things are looking really solid for Tempo Storm. We thought a lot of this was in control of GCU. They had a really good siege composition. They were able to execute it, pushing down mid lane, getting multiple towers off of that one. But Tempo Storm, you mentioned it, they have a little bit more synergy in the execution with how they're pressing the Sivir ultimate, the Malzahar ultimate. When they've been on the same page with those, that's what's been able to turn them around.
And now we see Tempo Storm trying their own siege. They've been sieged on almost the entire game. Now it's their turn to return the favor. And they're getting some decent chunks down onto the turret, but not a ton. So they do press the Sivir go button, scare him off the turret, and that thing goes down quick.
Go button, but he gets stuck in traffic, runs into the tower, but that's enough to scare GCU away. Solo in the front line, like you said, getting locked down. Malzahar ultimate was on him, and he winds up falling. That's the front line for GCU. They don't really have another tank left open. There's an Ivern, but that's about it. The inhibitor winds up going down. The mid lane one is already down as well. That's super minions in the base. That's Baron buff minions in the base, and that looks like it might be Tempo Storm trying to tie this one up at 1 apiece. GCU are going to try to defend this one, but Ivern goes down. Hatrix winds up picking up Mad Life, and now there's only 2 carries left for the side of GCU. Phoenix has to flash away. Sivir picks up a double kill as Varus goes down in the fountain, and that's another 1-1 tie in the Challenger Series.
It just seems like we can't get away from them as long as it's not involving Team Gates. Another 1-1, like you said, this time going in favor of Tempo Storm after Gold Coin United won game 1. And once again, Gold Coin United grabbed an early lead. They were showing decent macro play in terms of what they wanted to do, but then they make one mistake around the Baron buff, and after that, it's basically Tempo Storm's game the rest of the way.
Yeah, and GCU, like we said, it looked like they had control of what they wanted to do. It looked like they had the better sieging composition, but Tempo Storm, once freeze kind of hit late game freeze point, when you wind up getting the critical strike ricochets that were really able to wave clear between the Sivir and the Victor, the sieging became a little bit more difficult for the side of GCU. And even though they wound up taking some clean things, they tried to go for a Baron with a siege composition. They got stuck in the pit. They got a little bit... Once the communication broke down ever so slightly, once they were... like one was like half a page ahead of the other one in the playbook, it just fell apart.
Right, and I think you can see the difference in the strength of the carries as well. Both Varus and Jace are not the best at melting through frontline necessarily when you're comparing it to a Sivir and a Victor. And so even though, you know, you can say that there are a lot of defensive tools that were really strong on the side of Gold Coin United, ultimately it's hard to burn through a Scion and a Vi compared to just getting through the Maokai, even though, you know, you do have those extra shields and healing, it's not enough.
Right, and it was a little bit more difficult this game to get through the Scion than it was last game. You know, Quas picked that one up 2 games in a row. It's very unlike him to pick the same character twice in a row, I guess, unless it's Camille, because that was left open last week and he did it twice in a row and was fine against Team Gates. But the front line was there. The initiations from the Scion ultimate, we saw the one where you used the teleport early on in the game. They got the tower off of it, but he didn't really get anything for it. Use the ultimate to get back. Once they kind of got into the group up kind of team fight stage, his usage of that Scion ultimate was way better.
Right, and we saw that they had a ton of chase down as well. The Sivir ultimate, all the Vi, CC, the Scion ult, like you said, they had a ton of tools for just chasing down. Once Gold Coin United realized they started losing these fights, they couldn't quite get away ever.
Well, now that game number 2 is over, let's hear a little bit from the inside scoop from that game 2 victory. I'd like to welcome Sentinel to the broadcast.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
That's going pretty good. 1-1, not too bad.
Yeah, congrats on being able to tie that up. Overall, a pretty scary game for a little bit there when they were grouped up around mid and sieging. and it seemed like you guys were having a little bit of trouble in, knowing exactly when to pull the trigger. Sometimes the Malzahal ult will get used, sometimes just the Vi ult will get used. Who does a lot of the shot calling for you guys and deciding in those kinds of situations?
Mostly in like team fights, it's between me and Sheep that we do shot calling in team fights, and then once we get to like lane assignments, we transition that over to Freeze. But yeah, most of the time it's just like me and Sheep yelling like, "Oh, ult this guy," like peel back for the Taric ult, stuff like that.
And we've seen you be one to kind of prioritize a lot of that initiation. You've definitely been favoring the Vi. Is that just something that goes hand in hand with the fact that you're the one kind of pulling the trigger in these fights?
Sort of, but I honestly don't know why I still play Vi. Like I played it one game in solo queue, and I'm like, hey guys, this seems pretty strong, and people like ban it against me. I'm not sure why, but yeah, it's just something that's been working for me. So.
I mean, you've been winning a lot. I'm not too surprised to see that the ban's coming into the Vi. Do you think this is something that people will start targeting heavier? I mean, you're not talking it up too much. Maybe you want to, talk some more game about the Vi. Maybe you can pull a couple more bans here.
I mean, I honestly, I think that Vi is in a really bad spot, but when I play it, I seem to win, so I just keep playing it. And if people want to use a ban on a pretty bad champion like that, I guess that's worth for my team.
Probably reverse psychology here. That's what I'm picking up on. I think it's reverse psychology.
Maybe there. But I want to take the focus away from Vi and put it onto you, Zentinel, because we heard from you right before that game. You said that in your own words that the junglers in the challenger scene weren't necessarily as good as their names may precedent them. Gilius was one of the names you threw out there, and Santorin, you got to play against him this match. So how did it feel? You guys split 1-1.
Definitely he was better than I expected. I watched a lot of Santorin's VODs, and he plays way different than he used to for sure. So I think he improved a lot in that aspect. But in terms of the other junglers, yeah, I'm not really scared of them. Yeah, like Gilius is the other big name out there, and I'm not too scared of him either.
All right, for sure. Very interesting to see your jungle matchups. How's the team gelling together? We talked to Freeze previously, and he talked about how Quas has these weird picks, and the team's a little split on it. Are you guys coming together more in your drafts, or is it's still a little up in the air?
It's kind of weird because we just played, I think in our first set, we played like Swain Alawi.
Right.
And we're swapping over to tanks now, so the draft's getting a lot cleaner, but we still have like versatile picks. So it's definitely hard to draft against us, and yeah.
All right, so you guys are definitely, you're still picking some interesting stuff. You got the Scion on the side, so you got the tanks, but still a little bit of a Quas twist on it. Well, Zentinel, I want to say congratulations on your Game 2 victory, and thanks for coming on for the interview.
All right, yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, well, our first series for the day is complete, but we got more Challenger action headed your way, Mark, and for you out there. So in just a few minutes, we'll catch up on Game 2 of Delta Fox and eUnited. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. 4 wards and a Scuttlecraft on their side. So they're ready and wailing for these fights. She's going to get locked up in the chains of corruption.
They're not actually getting anything done. As we see, once again, the mid lane force works out in favor for them. Phoenix is going to get dropped. Eventually, maybe he turns back on his bend.
He gets the kill. The redemption buy from Ivern keeps him alive. Nobody from GCU is really going down quite yet. Solo's Guardian Angel will get popped. Santorin's going to get taken down after the Assault and Battery is used. Mad Like now has been caught out by Quas and Tempo Storm. They're able to turn the tides in this fight. The 2 tanks, the ones taking a lot of damage, but Freeze is the first one to melt through the tank on GCU's side, and that opens up the Assault and Battery afterwards. A double kill has now been picked up by the Sivir. He'll come back up from the Guardian Angel. He's stuck in the backlines. He will fall again. They've taken down the second tree, and they're just going to try to rip through. Hatrix will wind up picking up a kill on a Mad Like. They have only lost 1. It looks like a double kill being picked up now for Sivir. Welcome back, everyone. Our first series of the night is complete, and that means we're heading into the final game between Delta Fox and eUnited.
And right, eUnited won game one. It was mostly off the back of LeBlanc pressure. And, you know, it's not often that you see LeBlanc left open. And when it does happen, usually the team usually has some kind of plan for it, that they left it open. They're going to trick you into picking it. They're going to grab a couple things. But ultimately, Delta Fox played very, very scared of the LeBlanc, basically trying to ignore it and pretend like it's not in the game, and just ran away from it the whole time, not looking like they were prepared for it at all.
Nah, it didn't seem as if Delta Fox really had the plan to deal with it, and by giving up so much ground against it, eventually the game just got blown open by eUnited. Around the 24-minute mark, there's a Baron attempt that winds up going down, but on top of this, eUnited are able to turn and fight.
Right, so eUnited, after starting the Baron, get the flash over the wall by Licorice, who's been pretty impressive so far in the Challenger Series. Delta Fox completely splits up, unsure of what to do. This allows Fox to get the LeBlanc off. He goes in onto Demonte there, gets the first kill, and then the rest of the fight is very scrappy as it's split up on multiple members, but Brandini, trying his best to get a kill, does end up picking Gilius up, but he's going to end up going down later, chased around by the Caitlyn as Fox continues picking up kills. So a very hectic fight overall, but at the end of it, they're going to be able to push up mid lane, and they're going to grab an inhibitor. So this is really what kind of broke the game open the whole time. The LeBlanc was running free, and ultimately this is what finally sealed the deal for Delta Fox.
And you could kind of see it in that replay there as everybody from Delta Fox just kind of running in different directions and nobody was really grouped up together. That's just a playground for LeBlanc at that point.
Yeah, and we saw last week that Fox played LeBlanc, and he didn't look great on it, so maybe they were thinking, oh yeah, we'll give it to him again. Kind of the same way we saw happen to Phoenix, but it didn't seem like they had a great plan to stop it. Not only are we going to leave it open because we don't think you're good at it, but then we're going to punish you for picking it too. I didn't see that second half of the plan.
It was more of leave it open and see what we can do with it or against it. But, oh, well, it didn't work out for Delta Fox in the first game. But why don't we reintroduce you guys to the team? Starting on the blue side this time around, it is going to be Delta Fox. In the top lane, it's Brandini. Jungle is Grigney. Mid lane is Demonte. And down on the bottom side of the map is Shinon and Baby.
All right, and on the other side, it is eUnited. In the top lane, Licorice. The jungle is Gilius. His mid lane buddy is Fox. Bot lane is Deftly, and the support is Zazel.
This is going to be an important matchup here as Delta Fox was currently tied for first place, although the people they were tied with, Templar Storm, they went 1-1 here, so they want to stay neck and neck for that first place spot. They got to tie it up because this gap might wind up closing depending on their performance tonight.
Right. I mean, they still have very long games. Delta Fox does. They're 42, basically 43 minutes in wins and 47 minutes in losses. So pretty long games all around. And Demonte obviously has to step up now because it looked like he was not really able to control Fox and LeBlanc in game one. Going to need a better performance in game two.
Yeah, and over on the side of eUnited, we're starting to see kind of two sides of the team with the EU imports and then the new rookies kind of stepping up. Licorice and Deftly being the ones that had massive performances last week.
Overall, pretty good stuff out of eUnited. The Fox and Gilius synergy, like you're saying, the two European imports, obviously on the same page. A lot of attention goes into the mid lane. But then at the same time, Licorice and Deftly are stepping up, both of them having really strong performances. Last week on Maokai for Licorice, while Deftly was on Ashe. Great games for both of them, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they perform going forward.
They went unkilled in that matchup. This time around, it was a little bit different considering Delta Fox was a little bit too afraid to actually straight up fight them, but it's really going to be interesting now to see with Delta Fox on the blue side, are they the ones that leave open the LeBlanc for themselves if they weren't afraid to kind of leave it open in game number one? They kind of tried to pick the Corki. We've seen Exhaust Corki mid lane be the go-to against LeBlanc. They do kind of play a little bit afraid of it in the early stages of the game, but normally once the LeBlanc doesn't get rolling, it's one of those champions that if you don't snowball, you don't do much.
Right. I mean, she still has a ton of damage over the course of the game, but it's not the easiest damage to get in there. You need to get, your passive on people and get the distortion off. You can't sit back and use your distortions defensively while contributing to a team fight. So not the easiest champion to play, and it's a lot easier when you're already ahead, which tends to happen with their strong laning phase. But when that doesn't happen, like you said, not the best champion in the game.
Just ban it out like eUnited. Not even have to worry about it. They want Delta Fox to have it because they know that they won't ban it.
Well, yeah. I mean, Delta Fox might pick it first if they left it up. eUnited was able to grab it on blue side first last time. So this time, they're saying we just don't want it in the game, don't want to have to deal with stopping it. We're going to probably do the expected 3 red side bans here. They have already got the Rengar and LeBlanc done. Let's see if they follow up the Camille. On the flip side, Delta Fox banning away the Zyra and Kha'Zix. Pretty common picks to ban away. Sometimes this leads to the Malzahar first pick as we saw last game, and they try to set up a pick comp with it, so Delta Fox might look for something similar, banning away the Jace last.
Yeah, so the Jace does wind up going out, so that means there's a couple of things you could ban out. If you're eUnited, probably wind up banning out the Camille, although it's left open here as the Malzahar gets banned, so now you have an issue if you're Delta Fox. Do you pick the Camille because it's one of the most powerful pickups? We're still in 7-2, no Camille nerfs yet. Still one of the most powerful pickups. You could wind up going with the Rise, which is something Fox has kind of been defaulting to when the LeBlanc has not been available and it has been open. There's Karma. There's a lot of other things left on the table. Varus, very high contested. We didn't actually see Varus in the previous game. I don't know if it was banned away in there. There was a Caitlyn versus a Jhin. Very different kind of AD carry match for what we've seen so far.
Right, and we do see that the Camille is first pick. Not too much of a surprise for Delta Fox to grab that. And I'm going to be a little curious on what eUnited is going to be able to grab here on the second picks. They have the Varus available still, which I expect them to grab. But if you're not getting something else out of it, and there's really not too many OP things left available, they do get the Rise, I guess. So we're going to have to see if this trade is worth it. This is a fairly similar trade to what happened in the first game of the night, where it was LeBlanc left open for the Rise and Varus. This time going to be the Camille given away for those two. So it's risky. I don't know. Camille's pretty strong. We'll have to see if they're able to exploit her at all.
Well, a lot of jungle picks have been left open as well. The Rek'Sai is one of them. The Ivern is going to be picked up here by Grigney from Delta Fox. They still have the response being able to go for the Jhin or potentially the Ashe in this rotation. Karma is one of the more powerful supports that has been left open up here for Delta Fox. So still a lot on the table. Like you did say, this is kind of the 2-for-1 of the non-banned champion trade that United wound up picking up with the Varus and the Rise back-to-back, which they've used quite effectively so far.
All right, we see the Jhin lock-in coming in for Delta Fox, matching the Varus pick. They don't want to get pinched there. What's going to be fairly interesting here is that they do go with a jungle pick, because that means that they are allowing themselves for the Poppy to potentially get banned out. That is the most common counter pick into Camille, and if they don't take a top laner here, it's very easy for Delta Fox to focus that part of the map in their bans.
Well, we've seen Team Gates run Tahm Kench into Camille, which was okay until it got jungle assistance, in which case the Camille then completely spiraled out of control. So that was Quas on that. The Poppy, as you didn't say before, has kind of been one of those quote-unquote counter matchups. There's still a couple of other carry pickups. We've seen Fiora potentially go head-to-head with the Camille. I don't exactly know how that matchup goes in general, but there's still a couple of things, like you did say, by going with this jungle pickup, they do leave themselves open to.
Right, so they end up going with the Elise. They ban away the Cassiopeia now, trying to get themselves a favorable matchup in the mid lane. Cassiopeia is one of the best champions to play into the Rise, so no surprise to see that banned away here, getting rid of some of the counters for their mid lane pick. And Delta Fox now having a decision to make. Do they start banning around that top side? See what they go with.
Yeah, so support is also an area they could pinch. There's the Poppy ban, as you did call out already, saying that that could be the potential counter pickup to the Camille. Karma is the most powerful support left open in the pool. A Corki had been left open for the mid lane kind of counter action. That's one of the stronger picks as well. Does still leave things like Orianna open, but we've known that Demonte has been willing to play that when he played it in game number 1. Maybe not the most effective usage of it, as he was very afraid of the LeBlanc, but something about that pick they do not want to go against.
Right, I mean, if you go with the Corki pick and you grab a Hex Drink early, it can be a little annoying for the Rise to deal with, not quite able to bully the lane as hard as he would want to, so get rid of that as well as a comfort champion. Delta Fox getting rid of the Fiora, like you were saying they might do as well, so now you're basically guaranteed to get the Camille, most likely into a tank matchup, but who knows, eUnited, despite the fact that Licorice has looked great on tanks, they might opt for a more skill-based matchup. It doesn't need to be a tank here.
I mean, Maokai, Nautilus are his kind of go-to champions that are left. The Tahm Kench does wind up getting locked in, so maybe Team Gates is on to something here.
Maybe,
or
but
could be a support, I guess.
It could still be support. The support pool was pinched a little bit, so people might be onto their second tier of champions, Tahm Kench being one of those potentially. But I gotta say, if it is the Tahm Kench top, I'm a little hesitant on it, because while it does work decently in lane, the Camille doesn't really abuse it. You might even say you have pressure at certain points, but it's not like you're going to completely negate the Camille at all points in the game. You do have the W Devour to take your teammate out of her ultimate. That's basically the limit of what you're doing to the Camille to frustrate her.
And that's also why you might wind up seeing it picked up in the support role. Like, if that's going to be the biggest contribution you have to a team fight, you want something like a Maokai. You want something else that can provide some sort of additional peel or utility for the team. It does look like that Delta Fox, though, are going to respond by picking up the Karma, the one support that's left open in the pool that seems to be one of the most powerful, and Aurelion Sol picked up for Demonte. We haven't seen that all too often besides from CLG.
Right, it's been a bit of a pocket pick. Still clearly very strong if you know how to use the champion. He's extremely heavy on the roams. You make a lot of plays early. It can be extremely useful for snowballing a part of the map, say maybe like where you got a Camille. So it could work there. You might see a lot of pressure around the top side. And just generally, it's a strong champion in the early games. If you get rolling, it can take over the game. But once again, if you fail to, it ends up not doing a ton of damage. Its build path is pretty tanky. And then we see the last pick being Renekton.
So speaking of characters that if you don't get going in the early game may just fail later on, Renekton is kind of the king of that mantra.
Right, and going up against the Camille in particular, a champion that scales and becomes extremely dangerous over the course of the game. If the Renekton doesn't have things go his way early, it could be a very, very bad match for eUnited here.
Yeah, that's something I haven't seen all too often. Renekton in general, and just kind of a matchup that isn't a tank versus tank matchup. Something that when we say, hey, these guys are in the top lane, we can't really expect much, we'll be wrong.
Right, I mean, I think Marin picked it in the top lane LCK, Renekton into Fiora, some kind of carry matchup, but he got killed early. Got visited by the enemy team, which might happen for eUnited because, I mean, you have that early roam out of the Aurelion Soul. If you can beta fight on the top side, Renekton goes in, uses his slash and dashes all over the place, then guess what? No escapes. So the top lane will be extremely volatile, most likely.
And we'll have to see where Licorice goes with his item build as well. Lethality's been buffed. Renekton liked building armor penetration items. Black Cleaver is one of those staple items on him. Potentially going for an Edge of Night or something like that. Of course, he wouldn't be nearly as tanky. He's got a Tahm Kench to provide a little bit of that for himself, but that's all speculation. I'm just kind of excited to see the difference in picks here. We had Ivern come up into now basically almost every game we've seen tonight, whether it be a pick or a ban. We have the Tahm Kench support, Renekton, Aurelion Soul. I love challenging.
I'm surprised you didn't correct me on the Renekton E's name. I call this slash and dash, slice and dice, tomato, potato. You
were close enough.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was ready for you to correct me. I was like, all right, here it comes.
I was too excited to correct you on such a minute thing.
I'm totally getting the name wrong.
I never correct you on anything detail-oriented in League of Legends.
That's because you don't know anything.
Like Santa Brom.
Yes. Lobster fisherman Brom, you mean?
You're just lucky they don't use ward skins in competitive play here.
I know, that's something that always threw me for a loop. But we see Gilius going for his red buff to start. They did get a ward on the top side. Blue buff for Grigne, so they're going to be able to see that he's starting there.
Both of these junglers off to fairly, well, I was going to say fairly standard starts, but it's never really anything standard when you see an Ivern on the opposing side of the map. He has, we mentioned already, very interesting jungle patterns, and we'll keep our eyes on Grigne to see where he's going to wind up going. If he decides to do the clear of his own jungle, or if he decides to get a little bit pushy and invades on eUnited side, as we see some early trades going down on the bottom side. Just Karma and Tahm Kench just taking a couple shots at each other.
Right, and another thing, of course, we talk about how important the top lane is going to be. Obviously, the mid lane will be very influential as well. Not because one of them is going to get really, really aggressive, but because Aurelion Soul is going to want to push and then be able to move somewhere on the map.
One of them's going to leave.
Right, exactly. They're not there to battle each other. They're there to get onto the map. So we see already Aurelion Soul pushing in the first two waves, getting out onto the map, going to drop a ward onto the blue buff of eUnited, spot out the Elise there, and going to be able to keep her tracked down this whole early game, hopefully.
And not only that, but the Aurelion Soul threat, just him putting down additional vision, putting down additional pressure, will open up different sides of the map for the Ivern if he chooses to get a little bit more aggressive and steal away some of the jungle camps or befriend enemy jungle camps, as Ivern will do. But Damonte on this Aurelion Soul, something we haven't necessarily seen him on in the Challenger scene yet. He's been very content to go for more of the standard mid lane pickups. Corki's kind of been his go-to champion. This is a very different style of champion. Still has a decent amount of wave clear like the Corki. Still has the roam potential of the Corki, but a little bit more fragile.
Right, and there was a fair amount of focus given to the mid lane bans there, so it's not too surprising to see him forced onto a little bit different of a pick now. And the Aurelion Soul is one that can surprise a lot of people if they're ending up banning away a lot of your champions. We saw, who you referenced a little bit already. He has such a diverse champion pool that he pulls a lot of Aurelion Soul bans, but then when they try and focus his more basic stuff, he's able to grab it and make big plays.
We'll see if Damonte can put his best Huhi cosplay on this game. Has gone back extremely early, has a Corrupting Potion in addition to his Dark Seal. Also had a Control Ward that he wound up putting down that United Gilius was very happy to just take away. But on the bottom side of the map, there's an Ivern, and then our brushes is definitely in Zeyzal. Let's be a little bit careful. Definitely walks up, does want to getting rooted. The chain CC comes down, but there's a Tahm Kench support. Just devour that AD carry and walk him out.
Right, I mean, you could kind of see that coming. Zeyzal felt the pressure down the bot lane. He was hanging back behind his AD carry, definitely ready to go save him if he ended up overextending while putting that ward down. And they're able to get out with just a small trunk. Not too bad, though it does hurt to end up down in health in that lane matchup.
You see both of the top laners utilizing their teleport to get back to lane after kind of just shoving it out in each of their own favor. Renekton goes back, picks up an early cloth armor, whereas Camille, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more dangerous, has gone back and picked up double Doran's Blade. Is now Brandini going to use the hook shot. Does get stunned up by Gilius as he goes in to try to jump away. Does want him having to burn his flash for that as well.
Right, not quite on the same page, not able to stun chain the Camille with the Renekton W after the cocoon had hit from Elise, able to flash away there, and then a little bit of miscommunication as Gilius felt like he might be able to secure the kill, flashed after the Camille, and unable to actually get the kill. As we see, once again, the pressure from Delta Fox's bot lane is a little oppressive. As soon as they hit the Karma Q, the Jin W follows, and it's forcing Zeyzal into using his heat defensively. So
Licorice uses the slice, gets out with the dice, and is able to get himself out of there as Grigny was waiting in that brush. A little bit more damage coming down. The Aurelion Souls roamed up. There was a flash used as well, and the Star did come out. They don't wind up stunning anybody up, and Damonte takes a lot of damage for that roam.
Right, I mean, that was a good idea overall, trying to force her on the top side. We mentioned that this would be the focus of both these teams. We've already seen junglers pay visits up there. Unable to actually get any kills, though, and here the Aurelion Soul roam, unable to actually get anything, got very, very low, close to going down. His flash was lost as a result as well.
Yeah, he tried to use that one to position the stun, did not wind up working out for him. So the first roam for Damonte is a swing and a miss. The bottom side of the map, though, definitely has kind of been being bullied around. This double range bottom lane going up against the range and the melee. Sure, Zeyzal's been able to kind of save him from a little bit of harm's way, but he is slowly but surely falling behind in CS. Both of them most likely going for a more lethality-oriented build. Started with the longsword and 3 health potions. Definitely's already burned through all of his. Shinon still has 2 of his own biscuits.
Right, I mean, laning phases in general going in favor of Delta Fox. We see that they have the advantage in the bot lane. The mid lane, though it is pretty close, the Aurelion Soul has roamed a lot, gotten a lot of wards down. You see the vision control generally in the favor of Delta Fox, so things going all right, but they would have liked to have gotten a kill at this point. I'm sure both teams would have.
Anybody could usually get a kill. Is Fox going to get aggressive on Damonte? Winds up rooting up with some Rune Prism damage. Gets a couple of pot shots on him as things have settled down, at least for the time being. Renekton himself had gone back, picked up an additional Doran's Blade for himself. Camille went back, picked up a long sword. One of them has a piece of cloth and 2 swords. The other one content with wielding 3 swords, 2 of them attached to her legs. Although Gilius gonna make his presence known in mid lane, although he's not necessarily trying to push anything out. They really do want to kind of keep pressure on that Aurelion Soul, though, because he's already shown the pretends to roam, tried to go up top, didn't get something going on, but they do want to kind of keep him bottled as much as possible, or at least keep eyes on where he's going to be.
Right, well, it looked like Gilius wanted to get onto the top side of the map as soon as he could, did not want to have to deal with being stealthy through the mid lane. I mean, that's why they're trying to get a dive onto the top side. Brandini gets CC'd up. He is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he got stopped through that hook shot because of the Rune Prism. Only level 5, doesn't have the ultimate to really do anything, so he will go down for first blood over the Fox, but Aurelion Soul has lined up and stunned them up. Gilius ticking down, will barely survive. Health Potion helps him stay alive through that one. Grigny and Damonte not super healthy, but Daisy is getting a little angry. The knock up and the stun. Licorice, his health bar is ticking extremely low as well. 2 members of eUnited go down super low, but a flash out from Licorice. It's a 1-for-0 first blood to eUnited.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising to see the fact that Delta Fox wasn't 100% ready to defend that play. As we see, Girgne might not be done yet. He's looking around the river, though. There's more people there than he thought there'd be.
Yeah, the root color goes out, but it winds up getting dodged away by the Elise. Grigny does wind up getting stunned up himself, but he will not go down. But Daisy, the receiving end of a smite.
She was always getting smitten.
Smitten?
Smoked.
A lot of people are smitten by Daisy. Ivern in particular.
Well, so what I was saying is that surprised me as we see a dive potentially coming in the bot side here.
Damonte was just top lane, and now he's made himself known in the bottom lane. This is why we said we need to keep track of what that Aurelion Soul is going to be. He utilizes his stun, burns a teleport out from Licorice, but a flash did have to be used by Baby to get him out from underneath that tower aggro. So although they weren't able to convert into a kill, that's a summoner spell blown, a very important one with the teleport from Renekton.
Right, and Camille was in trouble because she lost a massive wave into that top turret as a result of that top dive. So as we see now, they go over the wall, they flash, they get onto Brandini, and Gilius had ran through the mid wave to start this dive off. So they should have been in a little bit better position to defend against this. Ultimately, they are able to finish off Brandini, and then despite how low they all go, Damonte and Grigny are unable to actually finish anyone off during the course of this fight between the 2 top turrets. And that's a big problem for Delta Fox, because as much as, you know, you are scared of a Camille, she is relatively shut down now. Down 10 CS is probably going to get a little bit worse as this wave gets into the turret.
Delta Fox playing a little bit more aggressive than last game, at least. There's no LeBlanc on the map, so their Kryptonite is gone. Although the movements from eUnited in the early stages of the game, we talked about the synergy between Fox and Gilius. These are the 2 guys played together on Schalke. They were a big focus of the first 2 weeks from eUnited, and they are the ones that are making these happen on the map. Fox's biggest game had been when Gilius was on Kha'Zix and he was on Ryze. They give him the Ryze again. They give Gilius with another bug. This one has CC this time around, and they're able to get stuff done on the top side of the map.
Right, going to be interested to see where Delta Fox looks now to turn things back into their favor. Could be hard to focus around the top side when that was seemingly their initial focus. They can potentially look to make a dive bottom, which they did just a second ago when they got the TP out, and they do have the TP advantage now, so I think that's going to be what they look for. So there is some vision for eUnited to see this coming.
eUnited are on the bottom side of the map. Ocean Drake looks to maybe be the focus, although there are a lot of pings going down on Gilius. Root Collar will not land, but it does wind up forcing a flash out from Gilius.
It's kind of surprising to see him get cut out there, given that they had the rivers warded pretty well up there. So a little bit of mispositioning there for Gilius. He loses his flash as a result. But Delta Fox still not able to actually get anything done as Brandini opens up a little bit onto Licorice. Nice little trade there.
Little trades using the hook shot for a stun, get a little bit of trade damage down, but definitely, once again, has to be gobbled up there by Zeyzal. This CS advantage that was minor, it's bloomed into about a 22 CS advantage as Fox trying to move down towards that blue buff. Is going to wind up getting locked up here. Does have to burn his ghost to get out of that. Flash was unavailable. But now Delta Fox, they're not converting on any of these kills, which is the downside, because they really could wind up using the gold to get back from that first blood. But they are slowly accruing advantages. They have wards down on the bottom side. They have CS advantage on the bottom side of the map. They're playing to that side of the map. Brandini already got ganked and killed for first blood. They're rotating around and saying, all right, let's focus on the bottom side then.
Right, as we see Grignay swinging mid onto Fox here, hoping to catch him out in the mid lane.
He's got no summoner spells. Got a lot of damage to take down Daisy, though. Root Collar will not land. So Grignay will not be able to convert on that one, but still continuing just to bully around eUnited off his side of the map.
Gilius rotating up to the top side, looking for another dive onto Brandini as Licorice escorts the wave in. Once again, Grignay moving up there, hopefully going to try and cover it, but it might not be enough.
Ooh, the sweeper does wind up seeing the ward, so Brandini knows somebody's there. Gilius is going to blast plant himself out of there, so no gank convert on the top side.
And this is the problem because Delta Fox does have TP advantage, but they only have about another 40, 30 seconds to get anything done with it before eUnited is able to get up and match it. And it's an interesting game where both teams have champions who don't scale super well into the late game. Renekton being the one obviously on the side of eUnited, and Aurelion Sol being on the side of Delta Fox. He's never quite as bad as the Renekton in terms of late game damage, but still not the ideal mid lane champion either. So both these teams feel a little bit of pressure to make plays.
And interestingly enough, they have not been able to use that teleport advantage. Camille, unfortunately, being the one to teleport, being behind, has not been able to capitalize any sort of advantages. Although Grignay and Brandini, now both of them hopping over the wall. Elise going to be able to repel, denies the Hextech ultimatum from being cast, but Gilius is going to wind up going down still, and that's a much-needed kill picked up by Brandini.
Right, he lost his flash in the bot river, initially not available still to get out of that situation. And as nice as it is to dodge the ultimate of the Camille, you're still going to come down in the same spot. It's like it went off anyways, and then you repelled. You just dodge a little bit of damage.
It looks fancy. You deny us from saying the Octagon, which I guess is pretty
Yeah, I'm not happy about that, actually.
Yeah, actually. Fox is going to get stunned up the mid lane here. It's Demonte here. Grignay, though, going to wind up rooting him up. Yep. Ultimate comes out from Demonte, roars back the flash out of Fox. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Licorice trading back and forth with Brandini. Delta Fox, they capitalize on one play. They're starting to make some moves on other sides of the map now.
Right, but they're still down 1,000 gold, mostly off the back of the top, mid, and jungle CS discrepancies. Bot lane is in favor of Delta Fox. Not much happening despite that. There's been a lot of fights, not too many kills.
One of the things that's interesting is Brandini has opted to go for the early Jarm's Fist, which signals that you may be wanting to go for something along the lines of like a Titanic Hydra, although getting this kill assist or actually the kill gifted over to him here as they did turn on the Gilius. You saw the repel denying the Hextech ultimatum. Like you said, what goes up must come down no matter where he is. But much needed gold over onto the side of Brandini, who, like I said, kind of has built the budget parts of his Titanic Hydra first off, and now being in a little bit of trouble. Waits on the hook shot, utilized it over to Gilius, but he's going to be taking that one up. The redemption is out from Ivor, and the flash wave from Brandini is going to keep him alive, but there is a Realm Warp coming in from the mid lane. Fox has now joined the fray. Brandini has to be forced away from his own tower. The slice and dice is going to be coming up in just a second. The hook shot gets him to a wall, does not get him over it. There's no flash available, but it looks like he is going to wind up going down.
I mean, you see the amount of attention that eUnited is giving over to this Camille pick. They have a very clear plan of what they wanted to do to shut it down. The amount of times Gilius has walked behind this turret to set up a dive is pretty crazy. As the fighting continues on the top side, Demonte getting CC'd up. He's going to be forced to flash away. Yes, Delta Fox really can't contest this push. They're most likely going to have to go up this turret here.
Well, eUnited last game had a LeBlanc. Delta Fox played super afraid of it. This time around, Delta Fox has a Camille. eUnited are playing straight into it as they continue to push down that top lane. First tower blood goes down in their favor. They pick up a kill onto Ivern. A teleport being channeled. Actually, Camille's going to come in and finish off Fox. So eUnited might be sticking around a little bit too long for this one. Brandini, no flash available. Is going to wind up trying to chase after Gilius. Does repel over to the Scuttle Crab. Hookshot not available in enough time. Elise will get out.
Overall, intelligent plays from eUnited. A little greedy there as they finish off the turret, trying to get a little bit more onto Demonte. Leads to Fox's demise and forces his teammates to run away. But you see the plan that they have in terms of camping the hell out of this Camille. I mean, we talked about how in the first game, the way Delta Fox didn't really have a plan for dealing with the LeBlanc. Clearly, eUnited had a plan for dealing with the Camille that they decided to leave up. And they are punishing it fairly hard, though the mistakes keep giving it kills back.
And this is after the Camille has already gone down. This is eUnited continuing to push their 3 versus 2 man advantage on this top lane with an already low tower from all the pressure they've been putting on Camille.
Right, and after they pick up this kill, it's fairly easy for them to back away. They finish off one more onto the Ivern, and then I don't know why Fox has been running forward this whole time. After that kill, they easily could have backed away.
Yeah, Fox getting a little bit too excited for that one, as Gilius will have a nice cocoon to stop the Aurelian Soul. A nice repel to get out from the slow coming out from Camille. And so they trade back 1 kill, so a little bit sloppier than it could have been. They could have potentially gotten those kills and just gotten their way out with the tower, but still, gold advantage in the favor of eUnited. Now they're going to be able to swap up their bottom lane duo, who has been one of their losing lane matchups here against the bottom lane of Shinon and Baby. They move them into the middle side of the map. That puts Fox into that long lane on the bottom, has the Realm Warp, gets into a sticky situation. But Licorice stays in the top lane here. He's in a long lane himself. The Octagon comes out. It's a 3v1 situation as Daisy comes in from the side. Grigny's going to want to get in the knockup with Daisy there. He will take down Licorice.
Not any vision really in the top side. There's just the tiniest bit in the river. Not able to see the Ivern coming in for the gank. They polish off the Renekton. And in response, eUnited will try and take the Dragon down and continue to push down the mid and bot lane turrets, but a little bit of overextension there by Licorice, and I mean, the Camille is slowly picking up kills, picking up assists, and as good as their plan was for holding down the Camille, their execution has left a little to be desired, and they're not able to actually hold her down that much.
Shana opens up with the curtain call. Trying to get a couple of shots down. Zazel does wind up saving Deathly, but he's going to be the next target. The Blast Plant comes out. Chain of Corruption does wind up landing onto Grigny, so a disengage comes out as that bottom lane tower will eventually fall. eUnited takes that for themselves.
Right, Fox and Gilius have a small flank here, though. I'll be interested to see if they actually choose to fight this 4v4 with themselves being down HP bars. It looks like they were just given enough pressure to force Delta Fox away from that mid turret.
Yeah, I don't think they want Delta Fox re-putting pressure into the middle side of the map. They did lose a key ultimate with the Chain of Corruption from Varus. Tahm Kench, of course, can devour 1 target, but in a situation where they're kind of split up on the sides like that, it's not necessarily going to be able to save absolutely everybody, but this is keeping Delta Fox kind of concentrated. The Aurelian Souls not moving up to any other side of the map. Fox has continued to move down to the bottom lane, pushing that one out on Rise as the continuation of the duo lanes going against each other now in the mid lane.
Right, and both AD carriers, are happy to be in the mid lane, though Varus is generally considered to be the best of them for that option, which just helps the Rise enable his 1-3-1 a little bit more. Ideally, for the side of Delta Fox, they would want the Aurelian Soul in the mid lane getting the push and then being able to roam, but that's really hard to do against Varus, especially when someone else has to deal with that Rise in the bot lane.
The Aurelian Soul has made his way down there to be the one to deal with the Rise. So we kind of have the same lane matchups, just different places around the Rift as our good friend the Rift Herald makes an appearance in this game. Although, not the Delta Fox, because they can't exactly see it, although they now use the Trinket Ward on it. Nobody's really in the area to kind of stop Licorice and Zazel from doing this, but with that vision being used in the mid lane pushing up in favor of Delta Fox, they decide to rotate down from that one instead, try to get onto Shinon. Gets locked up by the Chains of Corruption, the slice and dice being used by Licorice. They get the stun on the Baby. The redemption comes out. They're trying to keep him alive. Shinon is in danger of being stunned up by Tahm Kench, has to flash away. Everybody's chasing on to Jhin, and they will pick up a kill. Grigny now being forced to flash out, but he will go down as Fox comes in from the side. A kill goes over to Deathly as eUnited collapse on the mid.
Right, Deathly baits the rest of Delta Fox into trying to collapse onto him, and then Shinon does his best to get out of there. He gets a lot of help from the rest of his team, but they're unable to actually save his life as 2 members go down on the side of Delta Fox, and now eUnited continue to push on this mid lane turret. Brandini walking forward, getting pretty low.
Then he gets locked up. He tries to lock Fox up in the Hextech ultimatum, but The rest of Delta Fox has to back away. This tower extremely low. United has the health bar advantage. They have some poke on the side of Deathly, who now has a blue buff after that fight. They're looking to take down another tower.
Right, but they have to worry about staying a little too late. Grignay is back up. We see the TP coming in from Camille, who had been healing up. We'll see if they're able to collapse, but it looks like eUnited has decided to disengage.
Yeah, the teleport got used. Brandini was not necessarily behind eUnited, so eUnited will be able to just disengage from that. But that is a good adaptation for eUnited. They originally wanted to get the Rift Herald over onto Licorice, but as soon as the ward was used, they kill it, wait for the vision to fall away, and then they collapse on that mid lane.
Right, and it looked very scary for a second there where Shinon was going to be able to get away. You see the power of the Ivern being able to keep him alive for such a long time, but, you know, Elise and Renekton can be pretty sticky. They're able to chase him down and get the kill, and then because Deathly was left untouched over the course of that fight after he got chunked out initially, he was able to keep throwing in his piercing arrows and picked up a kill for himself as well.
Well, it looks like not everybody's quite done with this mid lane yet. The rest of eUnited, although they've backed away, they haven't necessarily sent absolutely everybody back, as they will continue to pressure down. And this is what we were talking about earlier, the good kind of rotation, so to say, coming out from eUnited.
Right, a Brilliant Soul's in the bot lane dealing with a wave that says, hey, come take our mid lane turret as Ryze deals with the top one. And then here, as we see a huge fight break out, Shinon looks like he's able to get away, but the exhaust slows him up, giving Gilius time to collapse, gets that kill, and then they turn onto Grignay, who is trying to keep him alive. He goes down from just trying to help his buddy out. And then after that, not too much happens.
And we did eventually see eUnited taking down that mid lane tower. A little picture-in-picture happened while that replay went down. So they did get the tower eventually. It
Right.
took a while.
Right.
And now they're kind of set up their own little 1-3-1 situation. The Renekton, we said, not the most powerful pick in the later stages of the game, but now we're at 20 minutes. He's kind of hit his stride. He's got his Black Cleaver. He's starting to build towards his tanky items. The fact that Camille has been kept down in the early stages of the game. She doesn't even have a Sheen yet, let alone completed her entire Trinity Forces. Now we see Brandini being left to kind of deal with Fox. The Hextech Ultimatum does wind up getting used. Fox is taking a lot of damage, but Brandini also as well is taking a bit of pain and punishment for himself. Demonte has joined the fray. eUnited and Delta Fox are all kind of collapsing on this top side. Brandini goes over the wall with a hook shot. He's able to shut down Fox, but now Deathly and Gilius have joined the fray. The Chains of Corruption go down to the Gritty. He does wind up blocking up Baby as well. Demonte's on the outskirts of this fight, trying to deal some damage with his stars. Now Shinon's going to open back up with the Curtain Call. Gets 2 shots down on members of eUnited. The Mantra Q comes out from Karma. There's a lot of slow coming down, but the Curtain Call is done. Deadly Florist locks down onto Zazel, but that's a tanky Tom Kench. Couple of pot shots on the back from Deathly. It's a 1-for-none in favor of Delta Fox.
And Brandini played that fight so well, the way he was able to dodge a ton of Fox's abilities. He had his flash available for it, and we also saw the power of Ivern coming in as well, having the redemption, able to heal him up. As Shinon gets caught out.
He gets caught out on the backside of this fight. He's going to get the shield up from Karma if the exhaust comes down from Zazel. They're going to give that one over to Gilius, and now overall it's a 1-for-1. But Demonte kind of caught between the wrong side of the map, runs into a Tom Kench ultimate usage there, tries to burst out on the Gilius. The Hextech GLP comes out as well, but a lot of damage being taken by Demonte. Grigny's come in trying to shield him back up, but Demonte goes down.
Just a small overextension by Delta Fox. They win the fight mostly. They think they're fine to be rotating back to their mid lane. They bump into Gilius. He picks off Shinon, and then Demonte coming over to help his buddy out. He gets cut off as well from the usage of the Tom Kench ult. And this is going to open up the Ocean Dragon to be taken by Team eUnited. That's going to be their second one of the game. They got 2 Ocean Dragons now, going to be able to help them deal with any potential poke, as well as the fact that they're a pretty poke-heavy team as well, so they're happy to keep it away from Delta Fox.
Keeping the sustained up, it's going to give them extra mana regeneration, so that now the Ryze and the Varus are going to do that if they take damage from the Chain CC combinations we've seen coming out from an Aurelion Soul Stun or an Ivern Root Caller and the Jhin follow-up and the Karma poke. Tom Kench can kind of eat that person up, spit them back out in the back lines, and let that double Ocean Drake that they've now acquired kind of just regenerate them up. Delta Fox was afraid to make moves happen in game 1. This game, when they do make things happen, it seems they're maybe getting a little overzealous to some of these chases.
I think sloppy is a better word for it, because it's not like
another word.
They're not over chasing. They just after they win the situation, they think they're fine, and then they end up going down off the back of it. So they had that fight in the mid lane where they almost pick off Deathly, and then when they try and disengage, they get punished. This time, you know, Brandini kind of gets caught out. They collapse extremely well to punish Fox, but then on their way back to their lanes, they get picked off. So they just need to clean up their play a little bit.
Monte wants to go in with a stun. Does wind up popping the Ghost Blade from Varus just to walk away from that one. Of course, one of the easiest ways to give up an advantage you've gotten is being caught out by a dragon from across the map with a giant constellation headed your way. Another way is going to be trying to deal with this Camille, who now does have her Trinity Force, so the power has been rebought onto her. Hextech Ultimatum goes down, but Fury of the Sands goes down from the side of Renekton as well, but now Damonte has joined the fray. Hextech GLP has already been used. Is going to wind up using his ultimate to flash away from Licorice.
Still got hit by the slow, though, so he's still going to be caught out here. Nice slice of dice.
And dice comes out. The hook shot was there from Brandy, but at the same time, with 2 members down from Delta Fox on the bottom side, eUnited are starting up a Baron. Definitely taking a lot of damage from it, though. They got it to below 3,000 HP. A Realm Warp is coming out, trying to catch out Shinon. Fox has brought Tom Kench into the fray. They're going to wind up going on to Baby. He will wind up going down, but a teleport looks like it's going to be getting... Actually, a recall was being used. Teleport got canceled by Brandini. They did not want to re-engage that one, so they trade 1-for-1 overall. eUnited almost took a Baron.
Right, Delta Fox had a play that they're trying to force onto Licorice, but he did a good job surviving for a long time. That felt eUnited enough time to try and burn the Baron down, and it got really, really low. It looked like if they wanted to, they potentially could have looked to finish it, but they were scared with Green Knight being over the wall, as now Elise is caught out.
Yeah, this is just kind of the dominoes all falling. One after another. Shang takes a lot of damage from Fox. He thinks he can finish off Jin, but he will not. The redemption comes out, and Damonte picks up the kill. Daisy says goodbye to eUnited as she forces them back away.
Gets totally baited by the shields in the Delta Fox comp. They have Karma, they have Ivern, they have Lockets. They have a lot of ways to keep a member alive when he starts getting low. So eUnited not quite comfortable with what they're playing against here, and they keep getting caught out.
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
That's the word.
That's the word.
Both of these teams getting a little too aggressive. Normally we say the terminology they like to use is calculated aggression. This one is
uncalculated.
Sloppy aggression.
Because when you're doing that math homework last minute, it's doing like, you know, bell's about to ring, you just going through, have partial work, you don't care.
It's like when you were like in high school and stuff. I guess when I was in high school, we're starting to use like computers for everything. You come and you see the people who knew you did the homework like at home and did it when they were supposed to on time, had a nice typed up computer one. I was always half ripped up piece of loose leaf paper from the hallway I did it in before.
Yeah. I mean, most of the people I knew didn't use computers for their math. That was too hard unless you're using Wolfram Alpha. That was kind of cheating, though.
Yeah, that's kind of unfair. Now we're just, that's a blast from the past.
Right. As we see now, though, 27 minutes into the game, 5K goal lead for eUnited. Despite the fact that we were talking about how this is a sloppy game overall, they are still pretty significantly in the lead. They do have a fair amount of farm advantages in a couple different positions. And Delta Fox has been struggling to find objectives of their own. Still no turrets down, with eUnited having the entire outer ring down.
Well, when eUnited took the game off of Goldcoin United last week, they had the Nocturne, the LeBlanc composition. They had a very powerful Licorice. They had a very powerful Deathly. They stalled out forever around that Baron pit, and they really needed something to happen in that area. They waited 15, 20 something odd minutes for a play to happen around there. Delta Fox, on the other hand, we saw the statistic before. Second longest average game time, almost 44 minutes. When they lose, it's longer than when they win, but both of those, they usually drag on. They don't necessarily have large advantages when they're getting into those longer sieges. They usually wind up taking it based off of some of those objective fights in the later stages of the game. So while eUnited does have this lead right now, they kind of got to make something happen with it before it falls into what Delta Fox has done previous patterns to win the game.
Right, and the thing is, too, of course, those previous games that they had the lead in, it was usually around the tank. Licorice was usually pretty fed, and here he's really not that much stronger than Brandini, despite the fact that he has a little bit more CS. Brandini has more kills and assists, and he's actually able to keep pressure up on the Renekton right now. So it's going to get worse and worse. I think Camille's going to be able to keep fighting him, and both these guys don't really have the tools to beat each other up too hard, as Brandini does open up onto Licorice, so dropping him well below half health.
Yeah, the Octagon may have been faded, but Licorice is still taking a little bit of pain and punishing here. Dodges out on the hook shot right there. The slow will follow after. Now Licorice actually getting the better end of this trade here. Black
But Aurelion Sol's coming down. He's baiting him in. They're going to get the stun off onto him. Gets the shield proc.
Ooh, the dodges out on the slow. Like you did mention, Damonte has kind of joined the fray, but once again, eUnited are going for Baron while this is happening. The ultimate does get used, but this time Licorice winds up going down early. The Baron has already been started, about half HP. Curtain Call comes out from Shinon. Zazel's tanking it up. There's redemption on the backside. Grigny's trying to get in here with Daisy. 3,000 HP. Fox is in the pick. Gilius has come out. The teleport is in from Brandini. They're going to turn on the Gilius. Once again, the hookshot stun up. Baron will start regenerating, and that's another botch play here by eUnited.
Right, and once again, we see that despite their best efforts to go and try and punish the collapse that came in from Delta Fox, they just don't have enough damage to really burn down the Baron buff, and they get, they get caught out once again. They don't actually get anything done, and now Delta Fox can be able to grab their first turret of the game because of that play.
Yeah, they wind up losing out on that tower, so the mid lane tower goes down. A little bit more gold in the pocket of Delta Fox, and that 5,000 gold lead now a 4,000 gold lead. So Delta Fox, and we're just talking about this. The longer the game goes, the more likely it's going to be a Delta Fox game.
Right, but on the other hand, eUnited doesn't look like they're willing to let this game slowly slip away from them. They're forcing around the Baron buff yet again, and they do have the TP advantage now because Brandini did in fact TP into that Baron attempt.
It's true, so if they do wind up sending 2 people down to deal with Licorice again, that means that there's no teleport. So there's going to be only 3 that can contest, and with Ultimate still on cooldown, and a couple members have gone back to base, but specifically that Aurelion Sol. Looks like they're going to be contented to start this one up again. They've cleared out all the vision. The Scryer's Bloom does wind up coming out, so that will reveal that the Baron, once it gets to like 3,000 HP, we consistently see eUnited turning off, but they will turn on to Brandini, who's in the front. Hextech Ultimatum gets used, but he's going to get taken down. Now there's no Camille, there's no excess damage. Aurelion Sol's in the backline dealing with a Tom Kent, but Shinon's going to get the Realm Warp on top of him. Grigny will fall on their front line. Fox is going to be charging down on the Shinon, and that snipe kill will come out from Deftly. Now they're going on to Baby. This is going to be a disaster for Delta Fox.
A 4-for-0 for the side of eUnited. A great reforce onto the Baron after the initial attempt had been thwarted. They're able to pick up 4 kills. They had great flanks come in for them. Renekton on the backside. We also saw Rise as well. Now they're going to be pushing up the mid lane with the creep wave, able to take the inner turret. Not sure how much else they're going to be able to get, though. Looks like they were going to peel back onto the Baron.
If at first you don't succeed, try baiting Baron again.
I mean, it's honestly not that bad of advice because, especially when the other team has to blow so many resources to stop you that first time, Delta Fox just had to blindly face check because it got low, and then because of the great flanks that they had, especially coming in with that TP advantage, they were able to pick it off. Now they get the Baron themselves, and we talk about how it looked like Camille was starting to have a little pressure in the split push. Won't matter that much anymore with the Baron buff helping out Renekton.
Not at all. So Baron buff is finally secured from the side of eUnited. So that gold lead been closed a little bit originally by Delta Fox taking the first tower of the game. This time around, it's going to be ever more increased off of the back of that 4-for-0 and the Baron going down in favor of eUnited. Now they can just reset up that 1-3-1 split push they had going on before. Send Rise into a lane, send Renekton into a lane. Nobody on the side of Delta Fox in a 1v1 situation will be able to deal with that champion, plus the Baron buff.
Right. They do not have the TP, though, so they might not opt to go for the actual 1-3-1. Probably go for a 4-1 after they finish off this Dragon. They get their 3rd Ocean Drake of the game. So much healing.
Yeah, they got a ton of regeneration on their side now. So even if they go into an extended siege situation, they may be able to out-regenerate Delta Fox, sending people back to their fountain based off the fact they have 3 of those.
I doubt they'll outdo fountain healing. That's a little crazy.
I mean, okay, there is Home Guard kicked in at this point. So.
Right. We see that now they are rotating down to the bot lane. They're going to be able to get this for free. The side of Delta Fox is not able to contest this at all. eUnited grabs the free turret, though they are building up the
giant
the
star.
Milky Way.
The whole galaxy explodes. Does wind up sending out Fox, but it's not going to be the engage that Delta Fox needed, as there are still a plethora of Baroned up minions in their face, and eUnited contented to sit behind and continue to take pot shots off with that Varus in the backline. 3-0 and 2. Definitely struggled all throughout the lane phase, but as soon as they opened up into that mid lane, it was Shinon that was on the receiving end of the pain and punishment.
I feel like there's going to be a bunch of nerds talking to me about how the Milky Way is not even like that big of a galaxy, and they're going to tell me what the biggest galaxy is and what I should use now as a example when they shoot a giant one down a lane.
You're looking at me like I'm going to tell you what the biggest galaxy is.
I mean, I said nerds, Tom.
I know, that's why I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm a cool kid.
You confused me. eUnited continuing to group up. They are, in fact, in that 1-3-1, like you said. They don't have the TP, so they need to be a little careful as they see they are starting to get engaged on in the mid lane. Looks like they're going to try and disengage this one. Zazel caught out. He's dropping pretty low, but the redemptions come in. They're not able to actually pick up any kills on the side of Delta Fox quite yet, as Fox is actually caught off to the side.
Fox
He's
is caught off to the side. A lot of damage winds up going down, but Fox will be the first one to fall. The Camille on the backside in the meantime has eviscerated the Renekton, and now with the flash forward and the slow, Tom Kench and the Varus are going to jump over the wall, but that leaves Gilius all but for dead, as he's going to wind up going down to Grigny there. So that's a little bit of an overextension by eUnited in that situation. Frees up some room for Delta Fox.
Right, we were talking about the fact that they don't actually have the teleport to collapse into that fight, and when your Ryze is down the bottom and your Renekton's on the top, you don't really have a strong front line, so the Shinon just opened up with the Jhin ultimate, started slowing members down, and then Delta Fox collapsed. It was a good attempt by Fox to collapse into that fight and get a flank off, but they just turned onto him and finished him off, and Brandini was winning the 1v1 against Renekton the whole time, so a really bad decision by eUnited there to split up with their Baron buff as opposed to going into a 4-1 or something.
Well, now it's Delta Fox getting some much-needed gold, or investment gold, that has been left on the map. They got the mid lane tower, tier 2. That was just their second tower. Bottom lane tower may not actually go down to Demonte, as we just see Tom Kench bringing his buddy Varus in the bottom lane, so only one tower goes off the back of that fight from eUnited's little overextension in the mid lane.
Yeah, but they got to be pretty happy about the fact that they're able to be wasting eUnited's Baron buff. The fact that they basically only lost 1-2 turrets for it, despite how bad that play started where they lost that big mid lane fight. They're able to hold on, stem the bleeding. It is still about a 6k gold lead, 7k gold lead, so they're in a hole, but there's still a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Hoping this Camille can keep coming online, start pressuring that Renekton really hard.
It's like they're trying to dig their way out of the hole. They're trying to find another way out, but it's very, very difficult. And like you did say, that eUnited, they still have some advantages. The Baron buffs have worn off on their side, but they still have forward pressure on the map. They still have large gold leads that are transitioning into large item advantages. The Renekton has now picked up a Guardian Angel, so even if the Camille's able to pick him off on the side, he will have 2 lives she has to burn through. Camille herself has only been able to complete the Titanic Hydra as of now, in addition to the Trinity Force. Now she's starting to build tanky, but it will be a little bit of a while before that gold finally comes through for her. You have 2 supports on their side. They have a Karma and an Ivern, where if they do want to get in one of those fortuitous fights, or Delta Fox can keep one of those carries alive for a very long time.
Right, and with no major neutral objectives available on the map, we see that eUnited's kind of just roaming around, hoping to bump into somebody, pick them off while they get a little bit of vision control. Give the Renekton some space to push in, because the Camille does not feel comfortable walking up while she has no vision in her jungle, really. Is actually able to spot Gilius moving around, so just a little bit. Now she's losing it. Goodbye, Ward.
No, both of these junglers do have the Tracker's Knife, so vision control will be something that they look to contest. Decent amount of it from eUnited's side. Got pretty much all of Delta Fox's jungle all warded up. Like you said, waiting to try to pick somebody out if they step forward just a little bit too far, but they have had a decent amount of forward pressure from that Baron buff, from the fact that they have this gold advantage, so good job on them keeping that vision available. The Elder Dragon will be the next one spawning in about a minute. Baron will be spawning shortly after that one. So very wisely prioritizing that bottom side, since that Dragon will be up first.
Right, and the scary thing though is if Delta Fox actually contests 5v5, I'm not sure, despite being down a lot of gold, if they're really that much weaker. The Renekton's basically not too much of a threat. Even if he gets onto Shinon, there's going to be so many shields coming in that unless the Gilius is there to help him out, who does have a decent chunk of damage, him alone will not be able to be much of a threat onto the back line of Delta Fox, whereas on the flip side, Camille is a huge threat to the back line of eUnited.
All right, once you throw down that Octagon, there's no escape. Hello, Gilius.
Meet her inside the Octagon.
No one wants to meet Camille inside the Octagon. They're forced to meet Camille inside the Octagon, contractually obliged.
I don't know. Maybe they should read that before they sign it next time.
Renegotiate their contract.
Right.
I will not enter octagons that are mislabeled as hexagons.
Other way around, you mean?
Oh, yeah. I will not enter hexagons mislabeled as octagons.
Correct.
That's why I'm not a nerd. Did it backwards. The eUnited continuing to apply pressure onto the bottom side of the map, continuing to deny vision, in addition to keeping up vision of their own. They have spent Licorice up to the top side because there has been a wave kind of pushing on against them over there, but that's what you mentioned now, that Brandini's completed a couple of items for himself. It'll be a little bit more difficult for that Renekton to kind of be as much of a threat in the split push, let alone as much of a threat in some of these fights as Fox.
Yeah, solo this by himself.
I don't think I've seen this move before.
I mean, Ryze is kind of crazy late game, able to deal a ton of single target damage as well as get the shield to defend himself. So, oh, he stole it!
Shadow steals the Elder Dragon off of the Jhin W. So you don't solo it.
Oh my god, did the blue ward see it in time? Because they ended up putting a little bit of vision into know when to shoot it, and then the fact that Gilius was not actually there because they were trying to bait it all, not actually able to get anything, and now Licorice is getting collapsed on, forcing Zay's little ult up there to protect him. Gotta get another look at that steal.
Yeah, I mean, they have no dragons, so it's not the best Elder Dragon, but they deny a key global objective, and with 3 Ocean Drakes, that would have been contesting for Fountain Regeneration at that point.
Right. And more importantly, of course, is the true damage burn that they'd have, because Baron's coming up soon after. They can use it to burn down the Baron. They can pressure a lot harder with it. Maybe Camille can't win her 1v1 as easily. Stuff like that start being huge concerns. But now, Delta Fox denies all that and gets it a little bit of it for themselves.
I'm just still shocked that worked. The Jin W does a decent amount of damage, but I mean, there was Gilius came around the corner.
I think he was in range for a smite for sure.
Yeah, that was... I was first impressed the fact that Rise was able to solo it like that. Rise does stupid Rise things in the late game, and apparently that's one of them. And then they steal it away, and now eUnited, they're just kind of waiting out this buff, which means that all because of Shine on Steel, they've lost their forward vision, they're losing minion pressure on the map, nobody wants to go down and deal with the Camille who's trying to pressure out that bottom side, and now they're giving up pressure to Delta Fox, who with this Baron buff on the map, it could have been lights out if EUN were able to seal the deal off of that Elder Dragon and then take the Baron, because Delta Fox would have had to fight them or just give it up. So much has been given up just off of one steal.
See how important neutral objectives can be in the mid and late game. Buying Delta Fox even more time, getting the gold lead back closer to even, and ultimately stalling this game out, which is exactly what their comp needs. They are pretty strong in the late game, and Camille is still only at 3 items when you think about it. She has 2 more full items to complete and already 40 minutes into game.
Second longest average game time in the North American Challenger Series. That's Delta Fox. Their wins usually last about 42 minutes, and this Baron being chunked down to about half of his health. Daisy winds up coming out, taking up a couple of the CC and skill shots coming out from eUnited. This is Delta Fox now, flexing maybe a little bit too much, but mostly buying time for Brandini, who on the bottom side of this map with his Randuin's Omen, with his Ninja Tabby, able to go toe-to-toe with Licorice, although Licorice does have a second life for himself with that Guardian Angel.
Right, and Delta Fox really does have a pretty awful Baron team comp in terms of being able to burn it down. As we take another look at how they got this Elder Dragon.
He's right there for the smite.
He didn't fight it.
719.
It was a pretty big Jin W, but
Whew.
He was at least level 16 then. He could outsmite that. So a big mistake on the side of eUnited, not able to secure that. And Delta Fox, the Baron buff or the Dragon buff has worn off now. I'm not going to have that on their side anymore, but it did stall out a fair amount of time for them and allow them to grab that bot outer turret. So pretty huge swing right there.
Yep, so you see a okay amount of gold going in favor of Delta Fox, but now, like you said, the Elder Dragon burn, the aspect of the dragon, no longer on those champions. eUnited feels a little bit safer re-pressuring on the map. And something we haven't actually seen all too much is now that this game has gone on past the 40-minute mark, definitely Varus going for the full lethality build does have the fully completed Muramana. So now those auto attacks coming in from Varus are going to be a bit more powerful. Those Qs are going to be a bit more powerful. The recall is not going to go through. China just really likes sniping things with that Jin W.
I mean, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
He's had pretty good accuracy so far this game with it.
I'd say so.
They haven't got a ton of picks, but he's hit some pretty key ones. So Brandini's going to pick up the red buff here. I don't think he was trying to go over the wall, but I hope he wasn't trying to go over the wall.
Lag. Everything can be blamed on lag.
Everything can be blamed on lag, except for going for slow Barons, which Delta Fox's team comp, like I was saying, is horrible at, because Jin is one of the worst AD carries at it. You have Aurelion Sol, not a great mid lane for it. Ivern, not good at all for it. So just generally speaking, I mean, he does have good control in terms of the plants that he can put up, but you don't burn it down very quickly. So
I feel like Delta Fox should not try to rush down Baron if they keep Brandini on the bottom, but they are okay at keeping their health bars up while they go to test a sort of Baron attempt. So if they go on to Licorice here, Brandini going to flash away as Fox. They wind up using the Realm Warp. The hookshot goes to the wall, does not go over, and Brandini, he just gets melted by late game Rise damage.
Right, that was a pretty good CC chain on the side of Fox, and Licorice are able to lock up Brandini, and then you see about, I think it was 1,200 damage Rise combo coming in there, finishing off the Camille. And now with the 4v5 power play, they're going to hopefully try and get something done around the Baron pit or start opening the base up. Looks like it's going to be the Baron.
I believe the Ionians have a saying for that in this game. Balance in all things.
Never heard that before.
It's Baron, though, taking a lot of damage. We'll see if Shinon can snipe it out. He's not even anywhere close. So eUnited going to pick up a Baron all off the back of picking off that Camille.
And this time they do have their teleport available on the Renekton. We'll need to see what they choose to do with their lane setups this time around. The 1-3-1 is an option, but I don't think you necessarily want to leave Renekton isolated alone versus the Camille. That time it worked out because they had the Rise port over, but you don't necessarily need to go for that. Maybe you can just push down the base with a 4-1 or something like that. But they have a lot of options, and none of them is clearly the right call now that they have the TP advantage available, or TP available.
United, last time they had this Baron buff, pushed it a little bit too far. They wanted to get themselves caught out into a situation they should have not necessarily been in to begin with. But we have seen them do some decent ward control into bottom side jungle, being able to kind of deny Delta Fox from being able to push forward, and they did that to set up the Elder Drake. If they didn't get it sniped away by Shinon, that might have been the curtain call for them on the side of Delta Fox. Whereas eUnited, now they have the opportunity to basically do it over. They got to do over at this point. They've been able to keep up a very solid gold lead. We're getting to the point where late game item builds are still sort of being finished. Camille herself has not picked up her last items, has 2 pieces for a Guardian Angel and then an empty slot on herself. Shinon has not completed his last item as an AD carry, whereas on the side of eUnited, they still have a little bit of that gold advantage in the fact that they have a fully itemized mid lane, or a fully itemized AD carry, but they have to be a little bit careful of being kicked out by Delta Fox here, having to use the Tahm Kench and the flash away as well.
Oh, Tom, this is painful to watch for me.
Is it?
So the Renekton split push bot lane with the Rise the entire time as the top wave pushed against them, basically wasting Baron buff time. Realizing that they made that mistake, eUnited then decides to TP the Renekton into the wave top that was pushing against them, which signals to Delta Fox, hey, we can't fight if you start. So what do? They open up with the Jhin ult, forcing them out of the mid lane, and now the Renekton is finally pushing in the top lane as their Baron buff continues to stall out. Painful stuff coming as a former coach.
Well, if you were a League of Legends doctor and you had to prescribe something for the pain that eUnited is causing right now, what is it that they should have done?
Tom, this is way too abstract of a question for my puny brain to answer.
What should have eUnited done instead of utilizing that teleport?
4-1 normally, or go 1-3-1. Don't do a weird 3-2 TP into the top lane to get a wave pushing. I don't know.
All right, well, your Milky Way galaxy has come back, Mark. His Aurelion Sol not going to get the stun on Licorice.
Not big enough that time. Need the bigger galaxy. Milky Way too small.
Like they said, it's not the size of the galaxy, it's how you use it. But they're not going to be forcing a stun on the Licorice there. He does want to getting a tower down for himself, so take that, Coach Mark, to get a tower.
Right, but they still haven't cracked the actual inhibitor line yet, which is the most important thing for them to do. The game continues to stall out, and it's getting to the point where a lot of people are starting to get full build.
Ooh.
As Gilius gets a little bit caught out here, they're able to turn it back onto Brandini. He gets a GA pop quickly.
GA goes down for Brandini. The redemption coming out. Is it going to heal him up in time? It will. The shields come out from Ivern as well. Now they blocked up Fox in the front line. He's taking tower damage. Zeyzal has to gobble him up. And Zeyzal, a lot of gray health on him. Licorice is also burned down fairly low. Shinon had used the curtain call in that fight already, so there's not going to be any sort of dissuading ultimate. The Baron buff is timing out on the last remaining members from the side of eUnited. Just about 20 or so seconds left on that one. Could be just one last wave of minions, but Delta Fox, they've lost their Guardian Angel. They've held on to their base.
Right, there's going to be one more push coming in here. The Baron buff is basically out. This is the last wave for eUnited to try and get something done, but it looks like Delta Fox will be able to hold on to this turret. A little bit too much of a front line here, and the Baron buff is out.
Baron buff gone, definitely still up there, sniping away Daisy, but she barely feels that as a scratch. Is half HP left on that inhibitor tower from the side of Delta Fox, and this is eUnited's problem. We said, hey, last time they needed to force down around Baron. They waited really, really long. They had a long Nocturne composition that eventually dove people and took a Baron fight and then a Baron off of that. This time around, they've gotten 2 Barons. They've lost an Elder Dragon, and they still can't close the game.
Right, and even though the lead has quote-unquote grown to 10K, it really doesn't matter that much anymore. Your Rise is not getting any stronger. Your Varus is not getting any stronger. Your Renekton is not getting any stronger. Whereas on the flip side, we're talking about how Camille still has a full item to go. And it's just going to get worse and worse for eUnited. They still have a lot of map advantage where they have everything down but the inhibitor turrets. Whereas on the flip side, you see that Delta Fox has quite a few turrets to push through if they ever do win a fight, aside for the one in the mid lane. So they have a little bit extra breathing room just in terms of map position, but they are slowly getting caught up to here by Delta Fox.
Delta Fox, as you mentioned, basically a couple of item components away from being full build on everybody. Aurelion Sol completed his full build. Jhin needs to just finish that Zeal. Camille, you mentioned, has an empty item slot. She's holding a potion in right now. Even Ivern, the only thing he needs to do is upgrade his jungle item. Could potentially be going for that Cinder Hulk or something along those lines. But everybody from the side of Delta Fox creeping up to the mid lane. They want to try to get a catch on to Gilius. Not going to wind up happening as he will just propel himself out of that. This time around, Fox is doing this again.
Gotta watch the Jhin W this time. Unable to get it as Grigney is now in the middle of the pit. He's going to get focused down by the entirety of eUnited.
He tried to jump in and get the smite onto that one, but it's not going to work. Daisy gets gobbled up. Grigney follows shortly after that one. eUnited this time are able to get that Elder Dragon.
Right, and it's a little interesting of a call by Grigney to go in there alone to try and steal that Elder Dragon. The fact that we've seen eUnited struggling to crack the base, you don't necessarily need to give away a kill there. I mean, even if they get the Elder Dragon, maybe that's finally enough to push them over, but they couldn't do it with Baron buff. I would have rather have seen them either completely fight that Elder Dragon as a 5v5 or sack it and do something else. Giving up the single kill now just gives them 40 more seconds to make a play down and try and end this game.
That Galaxy's just not hitting anything.
Yeah, he's not quite riding it in far enough, and I mean, it can be a little scary in a 4v5, but I don't know. I'm not saying take them all the time, but here eUnited is going to make an aggressive play onto the bot side of the map here.
Yeah, looks like they got into Brandini. They repel off from Gillies, and they got Shine On. So now the AD carry is down. The Hextech ultimatum is out, but so are the remaining members of Delta Fox. Brandini's going to wind up getting gobbled up, spit out, and shut down. And it looks like that's going to be eUnited now with 4 members down from the side of Delta Fox. They got an Elder Dragon burn. They got minions in the base. It looks like they are going to take the win.
Right, I mean, there's only Demonte left alive for Delta Fox, and Space Dragons aren't the best at defending 1v5, so it looks like this is going to be a game in favor of eUnited. A long game, took a little bit longer than it really should have. Going for a couple more kills here, feel a little bit better about themselves. Now they get the ace in a 50-minute game that eUnited ends up winning to take the series 2-0.
Well, I guess slow and steady wins the race is kind of one way you can describe that one. eUnited had a lot of advantages in the earlier stages of that game, but it took them a very long time to dance around the Baron pit and to finally capitalize on something.
It was a pretty scrappy game for the most part. We saw a lot of focus around the top side as both teams that kind of drafted team comps that really relied on controlling what the other team is going to do up there. You don't want the Renekton snowballing on the Camille. You don't want the Camille getting out of control. And despite a pretty good plan by eUnited, they ended up giving a lot of kills to the Camille, so she didn't fall behind as she should have. And then after that, despite that not going well, eUnited did build up a gold lead before struggling to really find a way to use the neutral objectives to close the game out.
Well, that's one thing they did do, is they did have a gold lead that they could fall back on. So while they were still kind of struggling to bait out the Baron and try to find the way to crack the base of Delta Fox, they weren't necessarily letting Delta Fox get any advantages. When Delta Fox finally did steal away an Elder Dragon and try to do things with it, they were just taking outer towers at that point. They still weren't able to get anywhere forward pressure onto the side of the map from eUnited. So it looked like the game dragged on for so long because eUnited just continuously was on their opponent's side of the map.
Right, and I mean, there's the replay that we need to take a look at. This is the big play that let eUnited grab a stranglehold on this game. It was about 30 minutes into the game after a failed Baron Force attempt, where this time they're able to actually do it right away again, and then a good TP comes in from Licorice here to get behind the enemy team. They see Aurelion Sol trying to come over the wall that gets interrupted by Fox, and now Brandini's caught out in the middle. He's going to drop, and then from there it's pretty easy to chase through for the rest of the team. They get onto Shinon. He tries to flash away. The rest of the team's going to follow. Ultimately not able to get away. Grigney drops as well, and then that's pretty much the end of the fight there, and they're able to turn back and get the Baron. And this was really what broke the game open for eUnited, though it was a struggle after this.
Yeah, when eUnited finally were able to get that chase down over towards the Baron pit area, they were able to seal the deal, and this was just kind of the icing on the cake. It took maybe another 20 minutes for this fight to actually happen, but when it did, eUnited just came in and they wound up taking the win.
Right, and we see what happens when you don't have the Ivern there to help defend the base. It became all too easy for eUnited to finally crack it. They did have the benefit of having the Elder Dragon burn, which was stolen away from them previously. So obviously it's a little bit easier than normal, but after they get that huge pick on the bottom there near the bottom inhibitor, it's pretty easy to close the game out.
And much like the teleport from behind for that Baron fight, from behind us comes Licorice. I'd like to introduce you to the caster desk.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, man. So you guys, you took a 2-0 series win over Delta Fox. They were tied for first place with Tempo Storm, but now you guys have knocked them out. How's that feel?
It feels pretty good. Game 1 was a lot cleaner, and Game 2 was kind of, I mean, I don't think they really had a chance to win it because we had like a stranglehold in the game, but there was a couple times where I just got caught out, and then that kind of stalled the game out for probably longer than it should have taken.
So talk to me a little bit about the Renekton counter pick that you used into the Camille. We saw that previously they had left LeBlanc up against you guys, but didn't seem to have a good plan to hold it down. Here, you guys had a very clear plan of holding the Camille down with the Renekton. So what's your experience been with that matchup?
We saw Marin pick it in LCK, and
Right.
we thought it might be a good pick, so we tried it into Camille, and it works really well early game. You actually lose like super early, like level 1 to 3, But then at 6, it opens up the option to just tower dive him because you're just a lot stronger than he is at that point. So eventually you get outscaled, though, as you guys
course.
kind of saw in the game. But I think it's a really good pick into Camille.
And I think one thing that was really good to see coming out of your team was the fact that Gilius played a lot around you in that second game. The story had been, of course, the fact that Gilius and Fox work really well together. We wanted to see it come out onto other people. And here, like you said, being able to tower dive, Gilius was behind the turret like multiple times this game. So how's it working getting more integrated with Gilius?
I think it's working pretty well. Gilius is like the shot caller for our team, so he kind of tells everyone what to do, but we all have our input. So when I have a matchup like that, I'm just constantly calling him top. I'm like, we can dive, just over and over again. And then like he'll come, and then it went pretty well early game that game. I'm pretty happy with how that went.
Yeah, well, you guys were able to take down one of the #1 seeded teams going into that one. They were tied with Tempo Storm. You guys took them down 2-0. That kind of puts you in a really nice spot now at the top of the standings. Are there any teams that you're still are kind of afraid of facing off with? I mean, we're halfway through. You still got half the league to play.
I think that based on like the rosters and what we've seen so far, I think we've played the strongest teams already. So I see a pretty easy couple weeks ahead of us. So I'm pretty confident going into those.
You know we're going to quote you on that.
For sure.
All right, well, I want to congratulate you on your 2-0 victory and your jump into the first place on the standings. Licorice, thanks for joining the desk, and thank you for the interview.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, guys, we've got 2 series under our belt, but that means there's still one more on the docket for tonight. In just a few minutes, we're going to catch up with Big Gods Jackals versus Team Gates, so don't go anywhere. Delta Fox has a Camille. eUnited are playing straight into it as they continue to push down that top lane. First tower blood goes down in their favor. They pick up a kill onto Ivern. A teleport being channeled. Actually, Camille's going to come in and finish off Fox. The redemption comes out. They're trying to keep him alive. Shinon is in danger of being stunned up by Tom Kench. Has to flash away. Everybody's chasing on to Jin, and they will pick up a kill. Grigny now being forced to flash out, but he will go down. Brilliant Souls in the backline dealing with a Tom Kench, but Shinon's going to get the Realm Warp on top of him. Grigny will fall on their front line. Fox is going to be charging down on the Shinon, and that snipe kill will come out from Deathly.
Here, eUnited is going to make an aggressive play onto the bot side of the map here.
Yeah, looks like they got into Brandine. They repel out from Gillies, and they got Shinon. So now the AD carry is down. The Hextech ultimatum is out, but so are the remaining members of Delta Fox. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. Game 2 is just around the corner for our final contenders for tonight, Big Gods Jackals and Team Gates.
And the big story in Game 1 was Pekin Wolf, who got a huge game on Syndra going on. Initially, it starts with Auto Orange going for a pretty risky invade that gets spotted out by Wiggly, which allows Pekin Wolf to join in the collapse as well. He picks off Auto Orange, and whenever you give Syndra a kill, double buffs in lane, she's going to have a good game. And the thing that really impressed me was the fact that he didn't just, get a kill and then try and crush lane. He was out in the map trying to make moves as well. So as this 2v2 happens on the top side, he's able to collapse and get involved in that. Influence this in favor of his team as well. And when you get the Syndra going, you get the Fiora going. Turns out to be a pretty good game for them. And overall, Pekin Wolf really just smashed this entire game.
Yeah, it was the Pekin Wolf show, as this last fight of the game is also kind of all about him. At this point, Big Gods Jackals was pretty far ahead, but a massive, massive Syndra stun is going to really be lights out for everything that Team Gates was trying to hold on to.
Right, and we see Fabi getting involved in it as well. Really was a pretty good team game, as there's that stun you were talking about. Gets a lot of members of Team Gates down, and after that, the game was basically over. A pretty definitive win for Big God Jackals in Game 1.
Yeah, and if you're going to be Team Gates, you're really hungry for your first win here. So why don't we just start off by meeting our teams for this evening. Starting on the blue side this time around, it's Big Gods Jackals. In the top lane, RF Legendary. Jungler is Wiggly. Mid lane, the pop-off himself, Pekin Wolf. In the bottom lane of Fabi and Bayon.
Why am I always on the red side?
I got the red team. You get the blue team.
I'm on the blue
red
team.
side.
Hey, the blue team on the red side. All right, in the top lane, it's Alarim. Jungle, Odd Orange. Mid is Strumpus. Bot is Vex. And support is Vincent for Team Gates.
And so far, so good for Big Gods Jackals. They need to finish 2-0 tonight because so far, every other team has gone 2-0 against Team Gates.
Right, so this is going to be the one of the last teams to go 2-0 against Team Gates, hopefully. And the big thing for them, of course, as well, is the fact that RF Legendary really needs to step up and have a good performance. Right now, he has the most deaths in the NACS, and some of them have been coming on champions that you don't usually associate with, kind of getting bullied around a lot. Camille being one that he didn't have a great game on.
And Team Gates is going to do everything they can to try to stop that from happening because they need a win tonight because, well, already they've lost game number 1. They don't have very many chances left to win.
Right. If they don't win the next game, it's basically guaranteed that they miss the playoffs. This is one of their last chances to get in. If they start falling behind even further, it's pretty much donezo. So this is their last chance. And they're a pretty reactive team. And it'd be very nice to see them step up and start making some plays of their own. And I mean, it looked like maybe that was what Odd Orange was trying to do early in the game, but it just didn't pan out for them.
We usually tend to say that whereas everybody in the challenger scene has really kind of come together, become more cohesive with their map play, Team Gates, with a team full of rookies, is still a little bit in that solo queue mindset where everybody's either too afraid to make something happen and they want to kind of protect themselves so they can wind up going big later on in the game, and they wind up just playing way too reactively to have anything happen for themselves.
Right, so Big God Jackals banning away Jace and Camille so far. Looks like they don't want to have to deal with any of that. As actually, it's a little backwards for me on the screen there. It's Team Gates banning away Camille and Jace.
Oh, it is going to be, it looks like Big Gods Jackals on the red side. They said they were just on the blue side, so that makes sense. It's just that the team logos themselves have gotten us confused. But Team Gates banning away the Camille, which is very interesting because both of these teams actually have shown that they don't necessarily want to deal with the Camille being played on the other side. RF Legendary did have a Camille game, but it was not that impressive.
Right, but I don't think he'd totally shy away from the pick again. And if Team Gates doesn't want to first pick it, I'm sure RF Legendary would be totally happy to grab it first rotation there. So of course they ban away on blue side, the Varus another ban, and on the flip side, Big God Jackals are mostly doing the OP bans. They did Rengar and LeBlanc so far, but with the Camille already banned away, we need to see what they end up doing for their last ban here.
Rise's potential, Kha'Zix has the potential if Odd Orange may be able to snatch that one up. He's been fairly content to pick Lee Sin almost every single game that it's been available, which is an okay matchup into the Kha'Zix. Usually it's a slightly Kha'Zix favored matchup. I know we've talked about this at length on the University League of Legends broadcast, where usually whoever gets the first jump on that champion has the favorable matchup. The Zyra being banned out means that we may get a chance to see it, and they are hovering it right now.
Right, so it looks like Team Gates will grab the Kha'Zix for Odd Orange. Like we said, it's basically, a lot of people consider it kind of be the fourth OP in a sense, where it's what most people will grab on the first pick blue side, tends to win a lot of games. It doesn't have many jungle losing matchups, even against the Rengar. Directly one-on-one, though, Rengar does have a little bit better playmaking. So Kha'Zix going over first. Looks like Big God Jackals might have been setting themselves up for an early Malzahar pick with that Zyra last ban. We'll need to see what they go here. The Varus has already been banned away, so it's just Jhin and Ashe left for the utility AD carries.
Yeah, so let's see what they wind up prioritizing. Fabi himself has shown to be still a big force to be reckoned with. He's been known for when he was in NALCS, those utility AD carries were his playstyle. It's why he was brought into the NALCS, but he did bust out a Lucian, so if they do pinch that AD carry pool, he still has some things available to himself. However, Bayano seems to be favoring the Malzahar support you mentioned, the indication of the Zyra ban. Looks like they are going to pick up that support.
Right, and now we'll need to see what they grab for their next pick. There's a lot of things available. We talked about the Rise. Since it wasn't banned out, this could be the next thing that they grab.
Yep.
Instead, hovering the Jhin, they'll end up grabbing that one. Obviously, Fabi has a little bit of a bias in liking to play that one. We saw it in Game 1 as well, had a decent game on that. So they have their bot lane locked in already. It's up to Team Gates now to decide if they want to match that.
It's a very punishing bottom lane as well. When you're Team Gates and you're not really getting a lot of advantages in the game, mainly because A, you're not willing to make plays, and B, your lane phase is a little bit of a vulnerable point for your team. Being a giant bully lane like that Malzahar and Jhin combination, you have the double lockdown, you have very long range harassment, you have the void lanes you have to deal with. Very powerful pickup for Big God's Jackals, but Team Gates, they got themselves a power pick lineup. The Kha'Zix have been locked in, the Rise has been locked in, so they have these tools, but can they use them properly?
I mean, that's the concern, because Rise, as strong as he is in lane, he's at his best when you're making coordinated team plays with him. And Team Gates is a team that has struggled to make plays like that happen, so maybe the Rise is not the best pick for them overall, but they do grab it away, because if you don't grab it, who knows, maybe Big God Jackals grabs that one as well. So we'll need to see. They do end up taking the Ashe as well. So now Big God Jackals have a choice to make. Do they match the jungle pick, or do they match the mid lane pick?
Well, that is a choice that they have to see here. Mid lane pool originally is usually pinched in champions like when you're against Team Gates. We've seen Strampus be relegated to playing stuff like the Azir more frequently. He did wind up getting his hands on Corki in the last game, so it may not be a priority here from Big God's Jackals, although, as I say that, Pika Move is like, you know what? I also play a very mean Corki. We've seen him do nasty things against eUnited and Goldcoin United while playing that champion, and that's going to be the priority for Big.
Right, so the two offsets that we have now is the jungle for Big God Jackals has not been taken, whereas on the flip side, Team Gates have not taken a support yet. So you can expect to see those things target a little bit. First ban coming in for Big God Jackals is the Misfortune. Like we just said, kind of targeting that support pool a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if it is going to be the jungle pool that gets pinched from the side of Team Gates. They already have one of the more powerful pickups in the Kha'Zix. It looks like they're going to be pinching the top lane pool, however. Not wanting to give RF Legendary something with carry potential. The Jace has already been banned out. Camille's gone, and they decided to go with Fiora as well.
I mean, that's one thing you can say about the fact that RF Legendary has a ton of deaths in the NACS, is because he is playing squishier champions. He is playing a lot of carries, and those tend to die easier. And a lot of people tend to focus those when you pick them. They want to stop them from getting off the ground. So it's not too much of a surprise to see if you're primarily playing those kind of carry champions to die a lot, but most in the NACS is a little much.
Well, the Ivern and the Lulu are going to be the last bans that come through for either team in this pick and ban phase. So as you mentioned, support pool being pinched by Big God's Jackals. A little bit of attack on two different fronts. The top and jungle pool have been pinched from Team Gates. But that leaves now Big able to take whatever jungler they want, whatever top laner they want. They can force the tank versus tank matchup in the top lane, which it looks like they will pick the stronger of the tanks with the Maokai.
Right, and Maokai, like we mentioned before many times, pretty much the OP tank. This is the first one that usually gets taken in games, and so no surprise to see that one come in. The Karma, the strongest support left available, essentially. No surprise to see that one taken by Team Gates either. Here's the first choice that they have to make. Do they go with the expected Shen/Nautilus? They go most likely with the Nautilus, it looks like, given that they're hovering it. That one goes in as well. Pretty quick pick and ban phase now.
Yeah, both of these teams, as they get down into the second pick phase, kind of know exactly what they're looking for. I wouldn't be surprised to potentially see Lee Sin has been left on the table. The Ivern was banned out instead. Could see that being picked up by Big God's Jackals if Wiggly's up to the task of playing that. Rek'Sai still on the table. We've seen that being picked into the Kha'Zix very frequently. But Team Gates altogether, I mean, you look at that composition, and in a lot of these teams' hands, you kind of say something like, hey, this is a very powerful kind of composition. There's no way the Mordecai's getting locked in. They're not ignoring.
Man can dream.
I mean,
Instead, we get Rek'Sai. Very fun and interesting champion. Looking forward to what it can do on the Rift. Haven't seen too much of it recently.
We did see it earlier today, so
I was
think
being
you're trolling
sarcastic,
me.
Tom. Yes, I am.
That's all right. I personally like the Rek'Sai pickup. I think it's very interesting.
I think it's very good. I think
Yes.
I like the Rek'Sai pick there. I mean, your other options are Lee Sin. You could go with that, given the fact that you already have a pretty good front line with Maokai. They had whatever they really wanted to go with here. Rek'Sai just generally doesn't get bullied quite as hard as the Lee Sin, because the Kha'Zix can really blow up a Lee Sin if he's caught out at all. So I don't hate the Rek'Sai pick. I think it was a good choice there.
Yeah, and like I was mentioning before, if you have Team Gates, team composition, Rise, Nautilus, Kha'Zix, Karma, Ashe, really, really solid picks coming out for them. But we haven't really been able to see them kind of use these tools very effectively so far in these games.
Right, I mean, if you're just looking purely at champions, I think I would say that I do prefer Team Gate's draft overall. They have a lot of initiation, a lot of CC, good damage split. They have an assassin that can reset and strong lanes everywhere. So overall, you would look at that comp and say, that's a great comp. But they are not the favorites coming to this game. And when we talk about how you do need slightly better coordination to make good use of a Rise, that does make it a little less powerful of a pick when you don't get those great Realm Orbs off.
0 wins so far in the Challenger Series for Team Gates, as Vex may get tagged with a little bit of damage from Fabi, as the 2 AD carries wind up trading a couple of blows early on in the stage. And Bayano getting aggressive, winds up popping the exhaust. The Voidlings are going to come out. They force a flash out of Vex as the crit shot comes in from Fabi. The exhaust being traded as well. Very aggressive level 1.
Yeah, and a good summoner trade overall. You would happily give away your exhaust generally for a flash. The one thing that can happen sometimes when this does happen is that the team that traded the summoner of the exhaust tends to think that, oh, we forced the flash out, we're stronger, but in a straight fight, you're actually weaker because flash isn't as strong as a combat summoner. So sometimes teams overextend a little bit down the exhaust, especially because Vex is able to get the reset off, heal up, head back to lane. So Fabi not doing so, sitting more around half health, ends up chewing on a pot there. Biscuit. It'd be very uncomfortable.
Painful.
Chew on a glass jar.
That's
Ugh.
why the pots are red, I guess.
It's blood or what?
I guess at that point, if you're
That's
doing
why you're
glass.
healing up as well. You're like a vampire.
I don't know. Maybe, I guess that's how Vladimir heals. But we do see on the bottom side of the map, while these junglers are starting off, Fabi and Bayana doing the cheeky little level 1 buff steal, with the Voidlings tanking up the buff. Jhin having his crit shot loaded and ready with a red buff. We already mentioned they burned the flash from Ashe. Double exhaust was used, so there's no exhaust advantage on the bottom side of the map, and this could be, once again, Fabi getting a bully lane against one of those challenger 80 carries that he wanted to play against in the NACS.
Right, and you know, the red buff is going to be a huge advantage there. We talked about potentially being down the combat summoner. I mean, obviously, Vincent also burned his exhaust. I think I missed that one initially, so excuse me for misspeaking.
He used it on the crit shot, that was the thing. So
Yeah.
Ashe wound up burning her flash, the exhaust came out, they tried to trade, but not enough with an 80 carry already using their flash to get out of there. Not enough already with
early
that.
2, another benefit from grabbing that. Get to level up a little bit faster. Rek'Sai also hovering around the bot side here, getting the Scuttle Crab early, helping his team be able to play aggressive if they choose to in that bot lane, just getting that little extra vision advantage.
And it goes, there's a buff, Scuttle Crab buff. Very, very early vision secured for Fabi and Bayano, so they continue to be aggressive. Odd Orange in the meantime. He's gonna make his way up towards the top side. It looks like he might be looping around that top side. Maokai has pushed up a little bit aggressively. RF Legendary still has both of his summoner spells available. Odd Orange might be looking to get a gank on here. Alorum's gonna walk up, gets the Nautilus passive stun down. Odd Orange is gonna get Twisted Advance too. Has a leap available still. The flash away from RF Legendary, but the dredge line from Alorum misses right there. Flash burned.
Good gank overall by the Odd Orange. You think that they probably could have got a kill there if they played it a little more aggressively. Ultimately, they are unable to do so. The hook not able to provide any additional CC or pull him back in range. So RF Legendary's got to be pretty happy. I mean, that could have gotten much worse. Overall, not too bad, as now we see on the side of Big God Jackals going for an extremely early dragon. They're able to do so with the help of these Voidlings, able to take up a couple hits as well as deal quite a bit of damage.
I know a couple weeks ago, Freakin' Zyrene did a little Malzahar special update on what he's been doing in the support position for a while. I think one of the things that they said was a level 3 dragon.
Yeah, level 3 dragon, level 1 red buff steal.
That was in.
The Malzahar cheese is in full effect this game.
And that means that Big God Jackals have gotten the first dragon of the game for themselves. The Cloud Dragon, so it's not necessarily one you normally want to take early on. But with that, we'll give way to an Ocean Dragon coming up next. So Big God Jackals already making moves on the map, already with a slight gold advantage. Just a couple of hundred, but mainly just off the fact that this lane phase has been kind of going their way, minus that flash blown in the top.
Right, and we see that they have a team that is fairly happy to play things relatively slow. I mean, the Rek'Sai Maokai can turn a gank, I guess, on the top side, but other than that, it's not great in the mid lane. Bot lane doesn't have any setup CC for the Rek'Sai unless they're... Oh, as we see him actually go on to Odd Orange, who was busy recalling. They flash right in, but now Wiggly's overextended. He's going to get focused down.
Yeah, Wiggly. Ooh, he flashes out. Strumpus not going to be able to finish that kill off. Peek and Wolf in the meantime trading back a couple of auto attacks worth of damage. Another one gets away from Team Gates.
Almost that time. Unfortunately, Wiggly is going to be able to get out. It was a very aggressive play to go for overall, and I got to say it was well reacted to by Team Gates. Strumpus flashing in to help defend Auto Orange as fast as he could. Just not quite able for either team to get the last hit needed to get the kills.
Unfortunately for the side of Team Gates, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Hand grenades will just explode.
I'm thinking of it. I've heard the same before, but I wanted to contradict you this time. I just couldn't think of an example fast enough.
No, it's because that's the way it goes. And in League of Legends, almost does not always convert into a kill, unless maybe you have Ignite or Deathfire Touch. But Fabi's the only one that may potentially have that available to him in this game as he continues to kind of pressure out this bottom lane. We mentioned earlier he got the red buff to bully around the Challenger AD carry of Vex, the so-called last pick of the NA Scouting Grounds draft, but we've heard from Fabi already. He wants to go up against these NA Challenger scene AD carries. He wants to show that he's just that much better than them. He didn't want to play against Freeze. He didn't want to play against Mad Life, but when it comes to these matches against Shinon, Rakara, and Vex in this instance here, he has shown that that experience does matter.
Right, he's able to get a very nice back off where he's getting his Shiv, whereas on the flip side, Ashe is stuck just getting a BF sword. She initially went Caulfield, sold that back, and said, no, I'm going to go with the pickaxe.
Yeah, that's the feels bad buy.
Yeah, you want to get that BF sword every time you get that first recall off, but she was under pressure. Fabi able to use the red buff to get a CS lead, comes back, already got his...
Ooh, an Alarm.
Ooh, Alarm might go for the solo kill into RF
Gets
Legendary.
aggressive.
Still got
Uses
no
the
flash.
depth charge. As soon as he hits level 6, RF Legendary has yet to hit that himself. Dredgeline comes out underneath the tower. RF Legendary is going to lock him with the Twisted Advance. Alarm, can he get a trade kill? The knockup from Rek'Sai denies him that. First blood to Big.
And the level up might have been just exactly what he needed to survive because there were a couple last minion autos coming at RF Legendary. Ultimately, is able to stay alive. Unfortunate dive there by Alorum. It looked like it was going to work out, but just a little too greedy.
Unlucky for Alarm. It was really good to go in on RF as soon as he hit level 6. Pops at ultimate, knows he has the advantage. No, there's no flash right there. Just not enough damage to take him down. Thinks he get the dive. Gets turned around upon.
And it could get worse from Team Gates from here because Alorum's going to end up TPing back to lane to catch that farm as we're going to take another look at exactly what happened here. Alorum hitting 6 with the minion wave helping him out. He's going to open up onto RF Legendary. He's getting those autos in. It looked like he could have gotten a little more aggressive initially, but keeps playing these trades relatively slow.
Oh, he goes to put the ward down to see if the jungler is there before going in, but Rek'Sai's on the other side.
That's what's tricky about Rek'Sai, coming over walls and stuff like that. So there, the hook hits, well done. RF Legendary also plays this pretty well, gets the passive to get his health back, and there you see the level up right there being needed to keep him alive. He actually probably would have gone down to those minions if he did not get that. The last minion dying gave him the experience he needed.
So close, yet so far away. Team Gates loses the opportunity for first blood, gives it up themselves, and that's a matchup where RF Legendary had his flash burned early on, almost goes down there, was at a CS disadvantage, gets a much-needed assist, goes back, picks up a double door entering, his corrupting potion, and a ruby crystal, which matches him equally in items against his lane opponent that did have a CS advantage, is now dwindling.
Right, and like I said, the big problem with this, of course, is the fact that Alorum did TP back top, whereas RF Legendary walked. So if any fights, start breaking out around the bot lane, or if Big God Jackals just decide to head down there and force around it, then they're going to have the man advantage. And we see they're thinking about doing something. We see Wiggly and Pika Wolf grouped up in the bot river.
No, Dragon not available for about a minute still. Big God's Jackals did get that first Cloud Drake extremely early. Ocean Drake will be the next one that spawns, and it looks like that whether or not they want to actually go for that, or whether or not they're just posturing to try to force something on the bottom lane, we will never know because everybody seems to have backed away from that side of the map. Biano and Fabi, but Fabi is level 6. Biano not yet hitting that for himself quite yet. On the opposite side, Vex has just hit level 6 and gotten his Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So I thought there was a little bit of a window of opportunity. We could have had a Curtain Call and a Nether Grasp, but the different timings due to the fact that Fabi had gotten that red buff early on and had the experience advantage of kind of throwing off my calculations in that bottom lane, and there was no threat of an all-in.
Right, and Corky now has picked up the package as well. This is a huge power spike for Big God Jackals with the TP advantage, level 6s, and the package coming in. What can they get off the back of this? They're going to try and get Auto Orange caught out in his jungle.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up by Wiggly. Auto Orange, no mana available either, so he is going to have to just walk that one out. Biano and Fabi have come around the backside as well. They're zoning out Team Gates from this bottom side tower. Ashe she's still stuck under there, though. This could potentially be bad. The package is here. Rek'Sai is here. 4 members from the side of Big God's Jackals, but it looks like they may back away. They might be trying to go for the Ocean Drake instead, but Pick and Wolf Gonna be content just taking his package and moseying on the mid lane.
Right, looks like they're going to call off this play. They did have a ward in place, but Team Gates dropped a pink ward to clear it, so ultimately there's not a great TP spot available for RF Legendary to join into this fight. And looks like they're just going to have to settle for the Ocean Drake. Not quite as big of a lead as you'd really want, given the huge advantage that they have right now.
Well, it's your second dragon of the game, and we're only about 10 minutes in, so it's not the worst thing in the world if you're Big God Jackals either. Double dragon control already at 10 minutes means that you're going to be starting to stack those up extremely early. There's a Mountain Drake that's going to be following after that, but Fabi thinks he can open up here with the curtain call. As soon as the dragon went down, there's a flash forward and the chain of the Nethergrass going down onto Biana, but it's immediately stopped up. Vex does wind up going down though as RF Legendary utilizes that teleport of his. That advantage you called out earlier does convert into a kill.
Right, not the cleanest of engages, and ultimately looks like they're not going to be able to grab too much off of it. The rest of Team Gates moving down to protect this outer turret as RF Legendary is going to have to recall and head back topside. Glad to see that they were able to force a play with it, but would have been nice to get an objective off the back of it as well.
Well, they got a dragon. They didn't get a tower. That's the biggest part here, is that first tower blood is still available on the map. Alorum is whirling away on the top tower, but being a big, beefy Nautilus, he does not take towers the fastest, and that one is still rather healthy. On the flip side of the map, Peek and Woof does wind up getting his blue after this dragon take here. They open up with the curtain call extremely early, and this is a really good setup, though, after the dragon.
Right, and we see, unfortunately,
The arrow.
the arrow comes in and interrupts the Malzahar ult right away. Honestly, not sure they would have been able to get too much else, even if they chose a different target there. One kill looked like that was all they were going to be able to get no matter what. So just not the greatest force there could have been. And obviously, props to Team Gates for being able to hold off on that initial dive that there might have been when they were initially wrapping around the turret. They backed off, and then they dropped a pink ward to clear out a better TP ward spot. So overall, well played by Team Gates.
Yeah, minimizing the amount of damage that could potentially have happened from that play, as they are still at a slight disadvantage, but Alorum here has Odd Orange coming in. They wind up trying to pop up RF Legendary, has used the depth charge, the dredge line to root him back in. RF Legendary's Vengeful Maelstrom will not keep him alive, and despite having an Aegis, he goes down.
Right. RF Legendary getting picked on a little bit here, down 20 CS already now. The turret is getting quite low. Strumpus rotates up as well to make sure that they can try and drop this one for first circle, but Corky is coming in as well. Peek and Wolf wants to be able to hold this turret. Don't know if they're going to be able to do so.
He's taking pot shots away at Strumpus, but he does want to get locked up by the dredge line. The Rune Prison comes out as well, has to burn his own cleanse to get out of there. A flash away from Wiggly as well, and it will be Team Gates getting first tower blood.
Unfortunately, they're still so far behind that doesn't actually get them the lead. It just ties it up, but you got to start somewhere, and that's a good closing in on the gold gap.
And they do keep that bottom lane tower alive despite some pressure coming out from Fabi and Biano. They have about a 30 CS advantage in that bottom lane matchup, but they haven't really converted it into a lot of tower damage. It's minimized by the 30 CS advantage, though, that Alorum has been able to get over RF Legendary in that top lane.
And the Aegis first rush is basically saying that you're not trying to actually win lane. Generally, you see a Spectre's Cal come out right away to deal with the Nautilus. That's what people were talking about before when we interviewed, I believe it was Brandini about it.
Yep.
You know, as soon as you get that cowl, you get your first couple levels in, you're able to match the Nautilus, and he can't really bully you around anymore. But with the Aegis Rush build, it's not as strong as an individual tank item, as well as the fact that Odd Orange made a visit up there. So Team Gates identifying a weak point in Big God Jackal's team and trying to exploit it as hard as they can.
Well, one of the things the Aegis can turn into is the Banner of Command, which we've seen some Maokai's getting, although this is the double CC long-range snipe combination that Big God's Jackal's bottom lane has, although it does not convert into a kill on the Vincent. Actually, Biano winds up pretty worse to the wear in that trade as well.
Would have been pretty nice to be able to just kill one or force him out of lane and then take the turret, but good job by Team Gates standing the ground, not actually losing that trade too hard.
There's been a decent amount of focus on this bottom side of the map. Previous matches, we've seen that Big Gods has liked to play around the bottom side of the map. Oftentimes, they do sacrifice RF Legendary to a couple of different things. To their deficit in this game as they've given up First Blood Tower Gold in that top lane, but they do like playing around Fabi in that bottom side of the map. His LCS experience makes it the strong side, as Peek and Woof in the mid lane had an advantage in game number 1, maybe trying to force that a little bit here with Wiggly coming to help him out, but is going to be spotted out by Strumpus.
Gold lead even at 14 minutes into the game.
To be fair, this may be one of the best early games we've seen out of Team Gates.
Right, I mean, we talked about how we wanted to see them play a little bit more proactively. They have been forcing around the top side, as well as keeping up their kind of reactive play style when they were down the TP advantage. So a pretty solid game out of them so far. The big thing now is that Alorum has that lead. He needs to find a way to continue to use it. So whether that means roaming mid a little bit like he's doing now and trying to get a pick off on the Corki, or being able to get a TP flank off on the bot side after pushing in a top wave, there's a couple of plays that he can be looking for, but he needs to actually start pulling the trigger on some of them, as the mid roam does not look like it's going to work out this time.
Well, Pekin Wolf has his package available. Did wind up dodging out from Odd Orange, popping his own Void Assault to go invisible in that bottom side of the map. Now Pekin Wolf is joined up with the rest of his Big Gods Jackals crew, trying to push down this bottom lane tower that has taken a bit of poke and prodding damage. A flash away from Fabi as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow gets used out by Vex. The Realm Warp being channeled in by Ryze as well. Strompus is going to come in as well as Alorium winds up coming in with the teleport. The response is there from RF Legendary, but they've already caught into Bayano. He's going to wind up going down to Strompus, and now Big Gods Jackals, they got to scatter. Pekin Wolf is going over the wall. He will end up picking up Odd Orange on the backside of the fight, but RF Legendary is getting locked up, and he will go down for a double kill over to Strompus. The curtain call is out. The last shots will fall, and a double kill goes over to Corki. Both mid laners picking up all the kills. There's a triple kill comes in for Pekin Wolf. Another missile snipe picks that one up. The last flourish from Jin will not wind up landing on Vex, as Wiggly now picks up a kill onto Alorum as Team Gates tries to get Pekin Wolf. They do not, and they go down.
Right, ends up just being a 4 for 2, I believe that was, as Big God Jackals were able to turn that fight around as Team Gates overextended a little bit too far trying to finish off RF Legendary. They end up under the turret, and Corki and Jin are able to start sniping people out with their long-range ultimates.
That was just maybe a little bit too gutsy from Team Gates. It started out very well. They identified that Big Gods Jackals were coming down for this fight. They wanted to turn it around, and they were able to start off by picking up a kill.
Right, I mean, the play as a whole was a well-executed play. Unfortunately, the Ash Arrow missed, which allows Fabi to get out alive. If that hits, obviously, Alorum comes from the backside, continues to CC him. Kha'Zix got caught off trying to collapse on the play, so Odd Orange goes down to Pekin Wolf early, and then here's this overextension that we were talking about. The Corki AoE damage with the Jin snipes coming in, able to get the team extremely low, which gives Pekin Wolf the ability to keep chasing down. And that last ultimate there, able to finish off Karma before Alorum tries to make the turn play under the turret where he hits a hook onto Pekin Wolf, but it's just too little, as once again a member of Big God Jackals is able to level up and get away. It seems like those level ups are just unfair.
The unseen level up is the deadliest. And the flash forward from Alarm, he flashed to try to get that last auto attack after the cleanse was used by Corki. The same exact time, while that replay was going on, we saw in the bottom corner, Big Gods Jackals picked up their third dragon of the game. They got a cloud, an ocean, and a mountain. Another ocean will be the next one to spawn. We're not even at 20 minutes yet, and they've gotten 3 dragons for themselves, so they're already kind of setting up their late game insurance plan of the Elder Dragon burn buff, the aspect of the dragon.
I'm kind of upset that you can't get all 4 dragons and say gotta catch them all and stuff like that. You can't make those puns because the game just only spawns 3 types of dragon.
No, it depends. See, there's a red version and a blue version of the map, and every side has different kinds of dragons every game, because they swap sides in the best of 2 and the best of 3.
You're not making any sense.
There's a red and blue version of Pokemon.
Right, but I want to catch them all.
Yeah, and you had to trade back and forth.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, you're making a little bit more sense
Yeah,
now.
you couldn't get them all from one version, then you wouldn't be able to buy the other one.
All right.
It's a marketing strategy, Mark. Come on. Get your head in the game.
I got you. That would be better if it was true that you were guaranteed to get different dragons every time.
It would be, but
on the blue
RNG.
side, you could get 3 ocean dragons or something like we saw in the last game.
And that's not the worst thing in the world, especially when you get the Elder Dragon, you just start regenerating like you're standing in Fountain. But still not quite at that point in this game. We're only 18.5 minutes in, and Big Gods Jackals already have some advantages. Team Gates, though, have been trying to make things happen. They just haven't been able to make them happen as effectively as they have wanted to. And you still got to give them credit for at least trying at this point. They are not just kind of laying down like they did against Tempo Storm in Game 2 last week.
Right. It's a step in the right direction now that they've been pulling the trigger on a couple plays. The top play was a good one. They tried to force that bot play, ultimately not able to get anything off of it, aside for 2 kills, but it gets turned back around. So slight overextension by them there. And now Big God Jackals have about 2,000 gold lead. They're going to be trying to get this second outer turret down. Pekin Wolf picks that one up, able to get the solo gold on it. He's going to be a pretty scary threat now at 3-0-1 on the Corki. And we know what happens when the Corki gets too fed. Those rockets start hurting a lot.
We've seen Pekin Wolf do it himself when the Corki gets fed. Last week, we saw him go extremely large on the Corki with like a 7-1-2 or something like that record. Just absolutely decimating the opposition. And I mean, Pekin Wolf has really been a cornerstone for Big Gods Jackals. This guy's been in the Challenger scene for a very long time, was previously on Team Coast. He's kind of floated around different teams from time to time. Game number 1 against Team Gates, he snowballed an advantage not just in his lane, but across the entire map. Was able to help close it out, especially with that 4-man stun in the last team fight on Syndra. This time around, he's got his Corki back again. It's been a consistent pick for him. 3-0-1.
And he's always been a player who was really good on poke champions. His Xerath was one that people always talked about.
Right.
Corki being a champion similar to that. And it's been looking very good for him so far in the Challenger Series. Going to see if he can take over this game for Big God Jackals and carry him to yet another win.
Well, the poke coming out from the side of Big God's Jackals in addition to the Jhin, the Corki. They have a decent amount of siege potential just coming out from those two. Package maybe when we see something else happening from the side of Big God's Jackals. The Dragon could also be the next point of contention. Although that one's not going to be up for a couple of minutes at this point. But Big God's Jackals have been able to play kind of the objective fighting game extremely well, especially when it's on the bottom side of the map. We already talked about the fact that Pika is a big cornerstone for their team, but Fabi's the one they always love to play around as well.
Yeah, and they are being forced to group up a little bit mid here by Team Gates. But it doesn't look like they're going to stick to it as we have Corki split pushing. Basically, well, I assume will be for the rest of the game. He's so strong, it's very hard to match him in the 1v1. He's not a great dive champion, but he can kind of take the turret in front of you if he lands some of his poke to force you out of there. As you see him rotating mid. Oh, God.
Your favorite use of the package.
The Challenger packages. Unfortunate, but to be fair, I'd rather see them not make a horrible dive than just, you know, use it going mid, something like that.
I personally would love to see them make a horrible dive because those are really, really fun to watch. I mean, maybe that's just me when I play Corki.
Yeah. Big God Jackals are having a little bit of trouble forcing down this last outer turret. They're not quite pulling Team Gates around the map the way you really need to when you have a lead. It's not a huge lead, of course, about 2,500 gold, but you should be getting deep vision. And we see on the bot side, they basically have no control over there. In the top side, there's still a lot of wards on the side of Team Gates. So Big God Jackals need to do a much better job. As we see, they go for the flash engage onto Strumpus. He's going to get taken down.
Yeah, they pulled the trigger. They wind up eviscerating the Rise, who's the one with a lot of the kills on the side of Team Gates. The curtain call comes out as well. Vex has to flash and run away from that one. He also popped his own heal. That's how they're going to take that tower down.
Shut me up. I was talking about how they should be getting vision control. They can just get a flash engage off. That works too. So they're able to grab the mid-outer turret, pick that one off, and continue to grow their lead.
Why control just vision when you can control the man advantage on the map too? Just pick out the Rise. And that's the one they wanted to pick out too, because Strumpus was 2-0-1 at that point. Now, I'm sorry, 2-1-0. Now 2-2-0 has a large majority of the kills of the 3 that Team Gates has, and that's going to be the guy that needs time to kind of scale up. So you take him out of the equation, take him off the map for a little bit. It's going to take him longer to scale.
And now with Dragon coming up in the next 5 seconds, Big God Jackals have got their reset off. They're heading down there. Going to be looking to pick up their next Ocean Drake because they always wanted another one.
It's true. I've actually heard them say before that we love Ocean Drakes.
They're on record?
I have not. I made that one up.
I didn't believe you for a second. As we see Team Gates kind of hovering around there, maybe hoping to get a pick, but not really committing to it too hard. Seems like they're a little hesitant to pull the trigger again.
Well, in Champions Select, we've proposed the question of Team Gates have a very strong team comp. They have the tools. Can they use them? They've tried to use them, but they haven't been using them effectively. So they know what these champions can do, but they haven't really been able to kind of couple them together to get these advantages. They've lost out on that Dragon. They're trying to respond by taking this mid lane tower, but Big God's Jackals off the rotation from the Dragon are going to slow them down. Curtain call has been popped. Alorm is going to block up those last shots so Vincent stays alive, but that's going to be Team Cage just kind of conceding a Dragon for not much.
I do like the decision there by Big God Jackals, not going too hard. I know it can be a little easy to see the Karma get low and get a little bloodthirsty and try and finish her off, but they did have a big wave coming in the top side, so they just scared them off the turret, and then Corki roams up there to pick up that wave. Honestly, that farm is so big and the XP is so important, and you could say it's more beneficial to get that than the kill, so don't hate seeing that, as well as the fact that Maokai gets to go back down bottom and deal with that wave as well.
Maokai's got a Sunfire Cape and then a Banner of Command for himself, so he's going to be happy little tree, just content to push out that bottom lane against the Nautilus. As you did mention before, once you wind up building up a little bit of magic resistance, a little bit of HP, the tides tend to turn in favor of the Maokai in that kind of tank versus tank matchup where nobody really wants to killing each other, but the Maokai will eventually outlive the Nautilus if the trade were to go on for all time, whereas the rest of the sides from Big God Jackals already having advantages. 50 CS and a 3-0-2 Corki has gotten his Infinity Edge after picking up a Hex Drinker and his finished Trinity Force. Fabi himself has gotten a little bit more lethal with that Edge of Night and Ghostblade, an additional serrated Dirk in his inventory could signal going for the last lethal item in his build, which would be a Duskblade of Drakthar.
Don't let Freak see that build. Peek and Wolf.
Oh, the Infinity Edge?
Yeah, he hates the Infinity Edge second. Big believer in Zeal, maybe even finishing the Rapid Fire Cannon.
Well, he did want to go in the Hex Drinker first. Infinity Edge is... You don't really crit on Corki, because you're firing rockets. You don't really auto-attack that much.
I mean, you should still be weaving some auto attacks in. I mean, you're going to tell me you're not going to hit that Nautilus standing in front of you?
That's very true. If something's in front of me as a Corki, I will just auto-attack it, but... I mean...
Look, you could be critting this turret right now.
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, I know.
Unless you're Jhin. They do have Jhin.
True that.
I mean, the Infinity Edge is also very effective, just the fact that if you're that far ahead, it's the best item you can buy worth that much money. As Strumpus walks into a dark, scary jungle, finds the entire enemy team.
And that's going to be the easy pickoff that I was talking about that you can get when you start getting vision control. Enemy team doesn't know where you are. Oops, there's a Malzahar. You go down pretty quickly. And now we see they're able to grab the top inner turret. They're going to keep going. Doesn't look like Team Gates is quite in position to defend this push.
No, not quite. Big God's Jackals going to be going in onto the inhibitor tower, the first one of the game at 25 minutes, being pressured down. Team Gates, man down. Their gates are breached because that inhibitor tower will fall. They're trying to pursue and give chase on the Big God's Jackals. They know that Fabi's actually in the mid lane, pinging him down. You know he's coming around the side. There was a brief moment of time where there was a 4v4 situation, but Team Gates have kind of just fallen back into their shell now. They tried to make plays happen in the earlier stages of the game, but they haven't really been able to make them happen. Last thing they tried to do was move up and put pressure on that mid lane tower, and even then, that was just a map movement that they've shied away from at this point.
Right, and I think you can look for a couple opportunities, like maybe moving the Rise down to fight the Maokai with the help of Nautilus or something, using the Realm Warp. Instead, they've just been getting dragged around the map, and once we saw Big God Jackals finally get control of that topside vision, they were finally able to get a pick off, and I expect them to keep doing these kinds of plays now, though they did not reset with that many control wards. I'm a little disappointed. Want to see more control wards in the inventory because there are a lot of wards in the top river for Team Gates.
Well, Fabi and Biano got you covered. Fabi's got 2 for himself. Biano has what looks like 1 in his own inventory, although Corrupting Potion's still in the inventory of the solo laners, so they're not going to be able to buy wards for themselves. On the side of Team Gates, they've gone back, picked up a couple of control wards for themselves. They got at least 3 across 3 of their 5 members, as Wiggly utilizing that Rek'Sai farm alarm to get himself back into position to contest his Baron vision. Look, he's picked up some control wards for himself as well. Looks like Big God's Jackals, they know that that top side is going to be pushing into an exposed inhibitor. They've taken down all the outer towers. Maokai pushing in the bottom lane. They could threaten to go for this Baron. Try to pick people out like Alorum there. Has to burn his own flash. Even got the Corki package, so if they catch somebody out, they can burn them down.
Right, then you start dropping some of these wards as we see Wiggly get sniped out. Good dodge by Peek and Wolf, not getting taken by that Ash arrow, as I'm sure there would have been a lot of follow-up coming in for Team Gates, as now we see after the poke of Peek and Wolf starts landing, Fabi getting in on the action as well.
Strumpus barely gets out of that one with the Realm Warp. I thought that was kind of telegraphed, saying like, hey, I'm going to be standing right here. But it does last just long enough to get him out. Biano actually going to get cut out by Alorum, who comes in. He trades a kill for his life, but that's a tank for a support.
Not the best trade for Team Gates, as now Big God Jackals are going to start up onto this Baron buff. They have a lot of damage with Peek and Wolf being so fed. We'll see if they're able to actually secure it. Doesn't look like a huge contest is coming in from Team Gates, though. Slowly, Kha'Zix is getting in range, not able to get there in time as Big God Jackals pick up a basically uncontested Baron.
Yeah, that's what happens when you trade your tank's life for the support. Still a 4v4 situation, but your front line is completely gone. And at the same exact time, Maokai, who was in the bottom lane, teleports into that fight afterwards, secured the tower in the bot lane as well.
All right, we'll take another look at this fight as we see it start off with Vex trying to shoot an arrow out there. Would have been a good attempt because they had not done a good job clearing vision. That ward in the pixel brush had been there the entire time. Almost leads to a pick off, but not quite. And then we see Peek and Wolf punishing Team Gates for trying to even go for it. They're getting poked out really hard. The last shot by Fabi going wide, and then Alorum trying to finish off Biano, who got stuck in the pit by the aggro Baron. He got pretty low. Alorum trades his life away, and that's all they need to get the kill.
So that's going to result in Big God's Jackals taking the fight, taking the Baron.
You said they liked Ocean Drakes, Tom. Why not another one?
They're getting 3, or they can get 3. They're not going to go for it right now. They still have the Baron buff on them, so they may wind up pushing up these waves first.
It's definitely something I don't hate when teams ignore the Dragon. That doesn't really help them a ton when they can use the Baron buff to try and get more objectives on the map. So I'm fine with not forcing the Baron or Dragon. If they want to get the Dragon as well, that's okay.
They can do that while pushing up waves, though, because Team Gates not a lot of action going on their side of the map. They do have Fabi in the middle lane, pushing up that side of the map. Last elemental Drake of the game is going to go over to Big God's Jackals. That's 5-0, with Elder Dragon being the next one to spawn. Although with the Baron buff on them, who knows if we'll see the Elder Dragon in this game.
Most likely not. By how this is going, they need to last another 5 minutes now, and Big God Jackals are pushing up the mid lane. They don't have any creeps. Looks like they're just going to try and tank it up by themselves. They don't do as much damage as I think they thought they did.
Especially not with any minions nearby. So that tower is slowly but surely going to go down the amount of time it takes the minions to get there. Although now they have a fresh batch of Baron buff minions to tank up the
thank God they got that last Ocean Drake, Tom. Now they can sustain up, as we see Biono trying to start opening up onto Strumpus. I actually like that it's just as a distraction, so they're able to grab the turret. They crack the base. They're onto the middle inhibitor now. Doesn't look like Team Gates is going to step up to try and stop them. But the arrow does come in, snipes out Wiggly.
Yeah, so the fight looks like it makes immense. Team Gates trying to defend their base and their inhibitor. The knockup goes onto RF Legendary from that depth charge, and he's actually dropping low. Wiggly as well. Odd Orange about half HP in the backlines. Maybe wants to get a reset. RF Legendary's gone down. Biono's going to be next as Vex picks up that kill. There's a Realm War cutting people off. They sandwich Peek and Woof. He's going to get shut down, and Team Gates lose 2 towers, pick up 3 kills.
I mean, they got to be pretty happy with that one. They are able to defend the inhibitor, I believe. Did not drop in that.
Inhibitor's still alive.
Not the worst base defense you could hope for. Still down about 8K. It's going to be hard to continue to make the comeback, though they are going to be able to grab this mid lane outer turret finally.
Their investment goal is finally starting to pay off. The remaining outer towers on the map, the first one will go down as they close that once 8,000 gold gap now into a 7,000 gold gap or so. And that's actually stifling Big God's Jackals and their opportunity to push. They only have 2 Baron buffs left on some of the members of their teams, and that stalled out their push.
Right, and we see that the Ash Arrow comes in, hits Wiggly, and the team of Big God Jackals just doesn't really have anyone to hit here. They're trying to get onto Alorum a little bit. Fabi flashes out. He's knocked up far away from the fight. Peek and Wolf did his best to try and get involved there, but it was a really good job frontlining by Alorum, setting his team up to be able to get damage on while he himself didn't take a ton of damage. So a pretty well-fought defense by Team Gates, but the problem is 2 of their inhibitor turrets are still down. Big God Jackals are still very far ahead, so if they want to just walk up and contest these, they really don't need the Baron buff that much.
And Corky now, with his package available, can potentially make something happen inside the base of Team Gates. We mentioned 2 of those inhibitor towers already down, and although their base is safe, their jungle is a dark and scary place. Not a lot of vision control, as a lot of that has been cleared out by Big God's Jackals. They had the Baron buff previously, so they are going to still have that slight advantage in vision control on the bottom side and the top side of the map.
Well, luckily, there's no neutral objectives for Team Gates to really need to venture out to defend, so they are going to have to try their best to stop these inhibitors from going down. Could be a little difficult, as we see now Big God Jackals grouping up. The Corky package used defensively there. Would have been nice to see him hold on to that a little longer, assuming it wasn't about to time out. Big God Jackals forcing down both the mid and top lane simultaneously.
And this is just a little bit of a close quarters 4-1 as RF Legendary is on one side, the rest of his team just a hop, skip, and a twisted advance away as they are continuing to just apply pressure into this base of Team Gates. Team Gates was able to find a fight last time off the decent Ash Arrow, and the one here is going to wind up landing on Wiggly again. Oh, but the dredge line gets blocked out by the Voidlings. Alorum cannot follow up with that chain of CC, and that means now Fabi is going to open up his curtain call, zone away Team Gates from their own inhibitor. Vex has been dropped to about half HP, as has the inhibitor. The Redemption's going to get used up though, but Team Gates, they're charging in. Alorum caught on to Biono, but now he's going to get turned around on by the Nethergrass. He's tanky, but he's still taking damage. He's going to get his Guardian Angel popped. Actually, he goes down. No Guardian Angel available. Maokai's going to fall as well, so it's been a tank for tank trade so far. Bottom lane though, the minions for Big God's Jackals, the 6th man on the squad, take down that inhibitor tower.
The banner of command paying off big time there, Tom. Able to take the bottom inhibitor turret by itself, but Big God Jackals still haven't got an actual inhibitor.
Nope.
And I gotta say, our Legendary did not do the best job tanking that team fight. He came from the flank, but didn't actually set the team up for anyone to follow up after Alorum went down. So not the best team fight, despite the fact that it started off pretty well. And here we see, it starts out with Fabi trying to stop the rest of Team Gates to come in and stop this rotation. Alorum goes in, gets an ult on the Peek and Wolf, who's not really under too much threat because Odd Orange is afraid to go in. And then here we see Alorum get focused down, which is great, but RF Legendary is getting focused as well. And he just goes down for free, essentially.
Yeah, on the backside of that fight, both of the tanks, well, doing exactly what they need to do as tanks, which is soak up damage, but they soaked up too much damage as both of them wind up going down. And as you mentioned, Big God's Jackals with the advantage in that fight, being the ones to turn around the initial miss of engage off of the Ash Hour, should have been able to clean up that fight, but a little bit of a disjointed team fight from their side results in Team Gates being able to hang on. And Team Gates showed fortitude like this in their first week against Delta Fox. Ooh, never mind. Deathfire Touch.
Deathfire Touch comes in as Fabi is able to get the kill onto Odd Orange. Baron spawning in just a couple seconds, so the fact that Team Gates loses their jungler is probably not going to be able to contest this.
Should be a pretty free Baron for Big God's Jackals. I don't think Team Gates really wants to contest this one. The Baron buff is going to go over to Big God's Jackals. They're going to have that. There's the dead Kha'Zix carcass. They're going to have that one to push up into the lanes. They're going to have that one to contest the Elder Dragon, which coincidentally is now spawning.
Right, and just to follow up a little bit on that point I was making about RF Legendary's tanking, he used his Twisted Dance to get into the fight, when he could have just walked in, got a Q off to disrupt the carries, and then W to the other tank that his team is focusing. The fact that he Twisted Advances onto a carry who wants to hit him anyway, he's not really making the most use of it. As we see another team fight breaking out.
Yeah, Team Gates, they want to contest. They don't want a 5-stack Dragon going over as Vex gets locked up by the Biano Nethergrass, but Strumpus picks up a kill on the RF Legendary. Their tank is down. Wiggly taking a lot of damage. He winds up having to be chased out of that, and this is Team Gates. Well, okay, Fabi is not Shine On, but this is Team Gates as the Odd Orange has respawn, comes over the wall. They take the Elder Dragon for themselves. They don't have any Elemental Dragons for themselves, but they've denied a key objective from Big God's Jackals and wasted a lot of Baron time.
We'll have to see how Big God Jackals choose to use their Baron buff now. There are no inhibitor turrets up, but they are fighting an empowered foe in Team Gates with the Elder Dragon burn. So it might be a little scary given the fact that they haven't actually been able to win team fights decisively before the enemy team had a buff.
Well, this is Team Gates trying to contest this in a 4v5 situation. The Elder Dragon does deal a decent amount of damage, and everybody just kind of piling onto RF Legendary. Between these two tanky front lines, RF Legendary is surprisingly squishy as Alorum is tanking up way more damage than he is.
Right, and after he's able to basically go untouched in that fight, Alorum turns back onto the Elder Dragon, able to help them burn this one down as Team Gates surprisingly winning a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, and this is reminiscent, as I said, week 1 against Delta Fox. Team Gates held on for a very extended period of time. A bad Baron fight is what threw it for Delta Fox. Delta Fox won it at an Elder Dragon fight about 40-something minutes into the game. Go figure, it's a Delta Fox game. 40-something minutes.
Right.
This time around, it's Team Gates taking an Elder Dragon. They don't have the Elemental Drakes for themselves, but the aspect of the Dragon Burn is additional damage that they were lacking due to a gold disadvantage. They've kind of closed this gap to about a 7,000 gold split. It's been that way for a little while, ever slowly decreasing. Was 10K, 8K, 7.5, now 7.
And like we were mentioning before, eventually that gold lead stops mattering. It's not quite at that point yet, as no one is at a full 6 items. But the longer the game goes, we talk about how Team Gates probably has a stronger team comp. We're seeing that they're able to win team fights with it. If they ever catch up in gold, then they might be actually able to take their first game here.
Yeah, and Team Gates holding on by the skin of their aspect of the dragon, skin of their teeth. 9 kills to 11, still down in the gold count. Still a lot of towers on the map. They're down 9 to 2. So basically every single tower on the map, except for their Nexus towers, has gone down. Every single inhibitor is exposed. Big God's Jackals, as a unit of 5, are grouping up in this top lane. Baron buff is still on for them, so they can utilize this for just a little bit of time, maybe 20, 30 seconds or so. This could be one of 2 remaining waves left. The Team Gates, can they hold on to their inhibitor? Aspect of the Dragon burning away through some of these minions. A couple of pot shots coming out from a bannered up cannon minion and his buddy, Frank the Tank, and his son, Frank Jr. Wailing away on there as a curtain call from Fabi will provide cover fire. That inhibitor does wind up going down, so Big God's Jackals finally getting an inhibitor.
Finally, and now they're going to try and move around the map, get even more of them. Team Gates, Elder Dragon buff has worn off. Big God Jackals going to actually go for a reset instead of rotating mid. They do have the top wave pushing for them now on their own. The Banner of Command will be off cooldown soon. Maybe RF Legendary decides to go into the bot lane to get that one going, because we saw it was actually pretty effective for taking the bottom inhibitor turret by itself. We'll see if it can grab an inhibitor.
And we'll have to see, because RF Legendary's split push potential has been fairly high this game, although his team fight impact has not been equally as impactful as his counterpart in Alorum. Both of those tanks have kind of just gone head-to-head in these split pushy kind of team fights. We are at the late game Rise damage point, where I think the best way to describe it is stupid Rise damage. Ashe himself, or herself, has picked up an almost completed item build, just needing to upgrade the QSS that they've acquired for them, Alzahar Ultimate, into a Mercurial Scimitar for herself. Last Whisper has been picked up as the final item that can penetrate armor for the side of Fabi's Jhin. I guess you get a Black Cleaver, but he already has the Infinity Edge. He's almost full build. And like you mentioned, these gold leads that Big God's Jackals have had this entire game, as these 5-6 item builds are finally being completed, start meaning less and less.
Right, and we see on the side of Big God Jackals that Peak Wolf really doesn't have any kind of armor penetration or even magic penetration. So Alarum, with his 3 armor items completed now, is very, very tanky against these auto attacks. And it is 50-50 damage, but that's still 50% of your damage getting reduced by a lot. So overall, it's very hard for Big God Jackals to punch through the Nautilus here.
And you normally see Corky's going for a Void Staff to back up those Sorcery Shoes or some sort of magic penetration item to wind up punching through a little bit of extra damage on all those rockets. And a flash wave from Fabi off of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Astral has not landed, but they burn the Summoner Spawn to the AD carry. Peekaboo uses the package once again, kind of draws the line in the sand, and this is where the fight's going to begin. Curtain Call is out from Fabi. Alorum's taking up as many shots as he can. Odd Orange winds up taking the third one. There's one more shot from Fabi. Where's it going to land? Doesn't. Oh, there it goes. Right through into the front line. Strompus takes a brunt of that damage as he and Vincent get chunked down to about below half. Big God's Jackals, they're trying to lay the siege. They do have super minions slowly pushing into that top lane. Minions in the mid lane are also kind of accruing, so they may eventually attrition this down.
And they have the triple Ocean Dragon to sustain themselves, so there's no need to force that hard around here. Wait for that top wave to come in. Let those super minions do their job. And you guys just chill up. Chill out, heal up. Excuse me, combine those two. Chill up.
Chill up, heal out.
Yeah.
Power of the ocean.
We see Halloran's doing a good job forcing them away, but now these super creeps are going to start threatening these Nexus turrets. Team Gate is going to have to respond and start falling back, which is the perfect time for a Big God Jackals to start walking forward. Some good chunk on the Vex.
Yeah, he gets chunked out there. Does have to dodge away from the Deadly Flourish. The Jhin crit is swirling. The depth charge has gone out. However, now Alorum is in the backline. They catch on the peek and whoop, but Alorum winds up getting knocked up. His health bars dropping fairly low. Vex not able to provide DPS as he is in the backline. He's getting chunked down by these Corky rockets. Now
More
Big
auto
God
on
Jackals, are they going to get the last hit? They will. The inhibitor falls down. Team Gates can only watch as Big God Jackals exits their base.
And Baron has respawned now. The bot lane inhibitor dropping means that there's going to be constant pressure there. We just see the banner command being used by RF Legendary here. So they're going to have a lot of pressure on the bottom of the map that Team Gates is going to have to deal with. It's going to be very hard for them to do anything about the Baron that I'm sure they're about to pressure as soon as they get all their resets off.
Well, Enchanted Crystal Arrow being used right there. Peek and Wolf just Valkyring out of the way of that one. Not the longest cooldown in the world, about 70-something seconds left on that for Ashe, but with the Baron available right now, it means Team Gates is not going to have that to contest or start it up for themselves.
I mean, I don't hate the idea of this force. You need to do something. You're losing the game, so they're going to try and get a team fight win by baiting the Baron and turning off it. Things are going okay for them, but we see Peek and Wolf getting a lot of poke down onto the carries.
Now Fabi's joining the fight. The Curtain Call is landing on the Strompus. He's a lot of their damage. He does wind up using the Saros Embrace Shield to try to stay alive. Looks like that the front line is taking a lot of damage from Big God Jackals and Team Gates. Finally, Strompus goes down. That's a big carry threat. Odd Orange wind up having his Guardian Angel popped as well. Vincent will get followed over by RF Legendary, and Alorum in the backline trying to do something. Eats a honey fruit, but winds up going down. Fabi picks up another kill. That is a 1, 2, 3 for none. Odd Orange tries to go in, tries to take down Peek and Wolf, but he will die. And that will all but seal the deal.
It's too little, too late anyways, as the minions have been doing work on the base. Both Nexus turrets have been taken. The Nexus is exposed, and this is going to be a win for Big God Jackals.
44 minutes into the game, Big God's Jackals, despite having all those advantages early on, despite being in control the entire game, take a very long time to close that one out.
Right, you think once they took those Nexus or inhibitor turrets down, excuse me, they got those very early on, 27 minutes into the game, I believe is when they dropped the first one. And after that, you think it'd be pretty easy. They have great champions for taking inhibitors, but it took a very long time. Every time they got set up outside one, they would lose a team fight or something like that. When they got Barons, they'd lose an Elder Dragon fight. It was a not very clean game overall.
No, and they got a lot of advantages, especially early on, off the back of a lot of these peek and wolf kills in team fights. There's a team fight extremely early. It was probably around like 15 or so minutes where the Ash Arrow gets used and Pika was able to kind of come in and clean things up, and it looked like it was going to be a repeat of game number 1.
Well, this is kind of what we were hoping to see more out of Team Gates. This was a very aggressive play, and it was a smart play to go for too, I think. If the Ash Arrow hits on the Fabi, you chain CC and kill him. Ultimately, they have to switch targets onto the Malzahar. They were able to pick him up. Kha'Zix got cut off in the river, so it looks like it's going to be 1 kill for 1 right away. But the overextension onto RF Legendary, wanting to pick him up, leaves them all under turret and getting poked away by Pika Wolf. He's able to grab 1 kill there before Valkyrying in, finishing off Vincent. And then he keeps chasing forward. Alarim goes to try and turn this kill, but we talked about it a couple times. The level up's going in favor of Big God Jackals here. Gets super low, flashes in for the last auto attack, and then levels up. Just barely able to survive. The corrupting pop burn, not able to finish him off.
And that's a little unlucky for the side of Team Gates, but we saw him get a triple kill right there, so I'd like to welcome Big's man in the mid lane, Peek and move to the broadcast. How's it going?
It's going great.
Yeah, you guys wound up taking the 2-0 against Team Gates. I mean, it seemed to be a little bit harder in game number 2. Like, how did you guys feel overall about that series?
It was definitely harder. I mean, game 1 was super clean, and all of our engages later on were also a lot better. This game probably could have cleaned up a few things and probably ended the game a lot faster, but at least I think that we were pretty solid, just maybe speeding things up a bit.
And so talk to me a little bit about the Corki pick that you used in this game. I think you've always been known in the Challenger scene as someone who seems to like poke champions, played a lot of Xerath back in the day. Is Corki just what you think is the best poke champion available in the current meta, or is it just what worked well with this team comp?
I kind of like Corki into Ryze because it's really safe, and then for teamfight, Ryze is kind of like a short range, and that's what I like for Cassiopeia. She's really strong against him because you need to walk into her as Ryze, and then it's really hard to duel her. So with Corki, you're allowed to like poke maybe before a team fight happens, and then Corki just overall, I think he's one of the only poke champions out there right now for mid lane, and he's just overall strong because of his itemization and super safe laning.
You guys wound up taking a 2-0 here today over Team Gates. I don't know if you saw before, but eUnited was able to take a 2-0 over Delta Fox. So that means that you guys in eUnited have kind of jumped up from that middle slot on the table to the top of the NACS standings. I mean, about halfway through the series right now, who do you think is going to be like the biggest competition as we're going into the second half and into playoffs?
Well, so far what I've seen is just everyone keeps on 1-1ing each other, and then eventually the players will 2-0 Gates. So whoever, I guess, doesn't win versus Gates is probably going to not be able to catch back up because so far everybody's tying. So our next competition, if everyone keeps tying, it's going to be like just everyone in first, like a 5-way tie for first.
Are there any teams specifically that you maybe not are so much afraid of, but you really want to face up against?
So when I go against, I think eUnited, it's going to be fun because the coach is Broken Shard and he was my past coach. So that's going to be really exciting, you know, going against a former coach.
Yeah, hopefully get to beat him up a little bit, show that you're on the better team now.
We'll have to wait and see for that one. Peek and Wolf, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, and with tonight's matches complete, let's see how the rest of the league stands, because things today have gotten shaken up. It's now Big God Jackals, eUnited, and Tempo Storm, all sharing the top spot with 1 win and 2 draws. They are followed closely by Delta Fox in 4th place and Gold Coin United in 5th. And of course, that means with Team Gates losing 0-2 against Big God Jackals, they are last in the league.
Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting day because this is the first time that we saw a 2-0 that did not involve Team Gates, eUnited being able to grab that one. So they got to be pretty happy about that. They are tied up at the top of the league, but they have a chance to keep moving forward as they play more teams because I don't think they've played Team Gates yet.
They have not yet, so we'll have to wait and see how that one goes. If they 2-0, could be good. But if you guys are hungry for more league action, of course, tune into the NALCS on Friday, where Cloud9 will face off against Team Liquid in the first series, and then they'll be followed by Immortals as they do battle against Team Dignitas.
It's going to be a great day for World Sim League of Legends. Team Liquid has been struggling. They really need to turn around, but it's going to be hard to do against Cloud9, who's been dominant the entire time. And that's really the big match that I'm looking forward to on Friday.
Yeah, so that's going to be it from us tonight. So for myself, Mark, and the entire Challenger broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. I did it!
Don't talk. Don't talk.
Ooh,
but Lauren might go for the solo kill into RF
Gets
Legendary.
aggressive.
Still got no
Uses the
flash.
depth charge as soon as he hits level 6. RF Legendary has yet to hit that himself. Dredgeline comes out underneath the tower. RF Legendary is going to lock him with the Twisted Advance. Lauren, can he get a trade kill? The knockup from Rek'Sai denies him that. As soon as the Dragon went down, there's a flash forward and the Chain of the Nethergrass going down on the Biana, but it's immediately stopped up. But RF Legendary is getting locked up, and he will go down for a double kill over to Strumpus. The curtain call is out. The last shots will fall, and a double kill goes over to Corki. Both mid laners picking up all the kills. There's a triple kill comes in for Pekin Woof, and he's actually dropping low. Wiggly as well. Odd Orange about half HP in the backlines. Maybe wants to get a reset. RF Legendary's gone down. Biano's going to be next as Vex picks up that kill. There's a Realm War cutting people off. They sandwich Pekin Woof. Finally, Strumpus goes down. That's a big carry to it. Odd Orange wind up having his Guardian Angel popped as well. Vincent will get followed over by RF Legendary, and Alorm in the backlines trying to do something. Eats the honey fruit, but winds up going down.